The events of the story begin in one unknown province, or to be more precise, on top of 1,000 mountains therein. It is in these huge and powerful mountains that the buildings of one very famous assassin cult are located. This place is home to some very powerful people who have simply demonic martial arts abilities. Among them are mysterious, obscure, and enigmatic cult worshippers who are very dangerous. The events of the story take us to a certain master who stands alone against a huge crowd that is moving in on him. This man stands at the very center of the killer cult. He addresses those who attack him and says he will punish each and every one of them. However, the people who attack clearly do not take him seriously. His words do not frighten them at all, and they are carried off at breakneck speed. But the skill of the man standing against them is much higher, because as it turns out, he has mastered the supreme art of the Demon Lord. This is what allows him, in just one instant, to carry like the wind through all enemies and hit each one with his sword. This is the kind of strength, courage, bravery, and cold-bloodedness inherent in the cult of demonic assassins. The events of the story show us our protagonist, Michael, who is the first son of the head of the Federation Union. Right in front of him at the moment are people resembling ninjas. They bow to him and express their gratitude. As it turns out, our hero Michael is their master, which he himself says, and it can also be seen in the behavior of the people around him. However, Michael himself is far from being that tough, as there are people far more powerful and professional above him as well. Our hero Michael enjoys the status of the 10th Red Star in his Federation, which is why he has very high technical skills. He earned his high status for resisting absolutely all of his opponent's techniques in just 10 strikes. However, it wasn't all that good. The Federation was full of people who wanted to take the place of the future head. Such people began to band together in cults in order to oppose the chapters and groups and advance their interests. It was these cultists who worked to send our main character Michael off during his lunch hour. They used poison which they slipped to Michael himself, after which they dispatched him with ease. The events of the story take us to some guy. He's lying silently on the cold ground somewhere and just looking up. In a moment, he comes to his senses abruptly, opens his eyes violently, and starts screaming as loud as he can. He immediately decides to get up and sit on his feet, and grabs his stomach and gets very anxious. In the mind of this guy, turns out to be our hero Michael, who remembers that not so long ago he died of poison. Looking around, Michael begins to suspect that everything around him is just a dream, and he is actually dying. Michael tries to get up, but his new body won't give in so easily. He stands on all fours and doesn't know what to do. Michael grabs his head and realizes he remembers his death for sure, and then considers kidnapping, but he's glad he's alive. However, it's still at a point where Michael decides that he should have looked around to see where he is in the first place. It turns out to be some old brick basement, although it's obviously not new. You can see that it's well maintained. But what catches Michael's attention the most is not all that, but the fact that there are balls of light hanging all over the hallway, which means the kidnappers are rich. Michael gets to his feet, puts a hand to his chin, and begins to contemplate what it could be that has kidnapped him. He headed towards one of the doors he saw next to him. He tried to open it, but the entrance was blocked. There was a chill coming from the door, and next to him, Michael noticed some kind of large bag with black balls inside. As he got closer and watched them, Michael immediately realized that they were grain balls, enough to last for several years of food. Michael also points out in that there is a lot of air passing through the cracks in the wall, which means they are not going to kill him. He's well aware that he's going to meet someone sooner or later. So now he decides to get busy rebuilding himself. Afterward, he began to start the process of circulating energy and talks about making those who did this to him regret it. However, the energy circulation fails, and Michael realizes that it may be the effects of the poison. Therefore, Michael decides to remove his thirst first in order to calmly further begin training. Michael then heads to a nearby barrel of water to wash his face and recover. However, in the moment, he turns his attention to the reflection in the water and sees in it a very different face, not his own. This scares the shit out of Michael. He's just in shock, standing there silently staring into the reflections of the water, not sure what to make of it. Michael starts to get pretty angry because he realizes that this is just bullying him. However, interest takes a strong lead. Michael can't even figure out if he is a man or a woman, after which Michael decides to check out this factor and looks, and fortunately for him, he discovers that he's a man. Michael finally realizes that this is not his body, and the energy that circulates in it is also not his. It is very frightening, because it is not clear whose body it is. However, much to Michael's dismay, he also realizes that no matter how much he thinks about it, he won't get an answer now. Michael is also well aware that since the beginning of his life, he is now in the strangest and most incomprehensible state. However, Michael decides that he should pull himself together, because although the energy in his body is strange, it is still there. Michael decides to walk down this corridor to try and find some clues. And in the moment he manages to do so, he finds a wall that completely depicts some different techniques and battles. Michael realizes that although it is scratched on the wall quite clearly, it is hard for him to understand what is depicted. But as he looks more and more closely at the images on the wall, Michael realizes that the martial art being taught here is very strange. Michael tries some of the techniques, is greatly surprised, and doesn't understand who even came up with such skills and techniques. He follows all the movements in the images and repeats from, realizing that this art is amazing. Though it is strange, it is the greatest and most powerful art Michael has seen in his life. Reading the writing on the walls, Michael realizes that the past owner of the body died because he was misdirecting the energy within himself. As he reads more and more of the writing on the walls, Michael realizes that though strange, this art deserves to defy the heavens and give strength. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael takes up circulation and learns the tremendous energy of this art. Since that moment, time has moved forward very quickly. Looking around at the grains in the bag, Michael realizes that at least a couple of years have passed. Michael walked over to that very wall in a moment and realized that he had finally learned everything that was depicted on it. He realizes that he was able to surpass even the power he had in his previous life, and this makes him very happy, because this death has given him a lot of things. Our hero turns to the wall, bows, and begins to thank it for its wisdom, saying that he is very grateful for this knowledge. Sitting in lotus pose, Michael realizes that he got more from this powerful art than he did from his father, the ruler of the Federation. As a thank you, Michael makes a vow that he promises to serve the man who invented the art for the rest of his life. Michael makes an oath to his name, promising that nothing can change his mind, and to this art he owes his life. Immediately afterward, Michael heads for that very door, realizing that he doesn't have even a hint of how to open it. So Michael decides that things can't be left like this any longer, and decides to use his new power against this door. Michael decides to break it, realizing that he can't stay here any longer, as he can't be defeated by any of the current masters. Immediately after, Michael puts all his words into action and directs a huge, massive attack right into the wall, breaking it. Outside this wall, there is a huge explosion. Yes, to such an extent that all the stones near the wall fly apart. And for our hero, Michael, such a blow turns out to be an ordinary thing, because with his new power, it is nothing against such a wall. Immediately afterward, the rays of the sun strike Michael sharply. He hasn't seen them in a long time, and they blind him very badly. Michael begins to look straight up at the sun through the foliage of the trees, trying to contemplate where he is. Stopping where he is, Michael begins to take one breath after another, trying to realize the new fresh air for himself. However, all his enjoyment is interrupted when he notices a strange guy sitting with his eyes closed nearby. Michael immediately approaches him with a question and wants to ask him something, but abruptly stops talking and stares into the man's face. After just a second, the man runs right away from Michael and just screams in shock at the sight of him, which scares Michael a lot. Michael doesn't share his silence and shock and turns to ask him if he doesn't know how to speak and respond. However, in response to this, the man only falls to the floor and starts screaming with pleas not to kill him and to have mercy, saying that he made a mistake. Michael tries to say something, but a man's scream interrupts him. He asks not to be sent to the corridor of 10,000 demons. Immediately afterward, the man starts banging his head on the floor and asking Michael to do better, to just kill him rather than punish him like this. Michael doesn't understand all this at all. He appeals to the man to get on his feet and stop doing this. However, the latter, only feeling Michael's hands on him, is already getting very worried and shouting at the whole forest from shock. At one point, the man even starts foaming at the mouth, and it's like he's losing consciousness. Michael puts him down by the nearest tree, apologizes for scaring him, and talks about how he should get out of here. Immediately after which it happens, our hero Michael heads further into the forest, getting to a place where there is a lot of bamboo. Climbing through it, in the moment, Michael looks ahead and is shocked to notice some sort of settlement. Very beautiful. Michael decides to go downstairs and see what's going on, but at the entrance to the settlement, there are 3 guards with swords. One of them looks ahead sharply and points his partners there as well, pointing his fingers directly at Michael up ahead. Michael also looks at them mutually. However, they abruptly raise a rather dark aura and glare angrily in Michael's direction. He notices their strong energy and is surprised that warriors of this level are just guarding the entrance. He doesn't realize what this place is. Our hero sees and that they begin to approach in his direction. It scares him a lot. He realizes that he may have to fight. However, they all come up to Michael in a moment and start bowing, congratulating him on his graduation and wishing him all the best. So abruptly changed picture greatly surprises our hero Michael. He does not even know how to react to such a thing. He just looks down at them all and is especially surprised that they called him a young gentleman. At the moment, Michael looks up and notices with shock that there is a sign on the gate. a cult of demonic assassins. Michael immediately recalls this place in his memory, realizing what it is all about, for it is the one hidden in the most crime-ridden mountains. At this point, Michael finally realizes that this is the same place that everyone around him called a demonic cult back in the day. It also scares him a lot to see these people around him expressing sympathy for him, because he clearly doesn't want to be in charge of the killer cult. Michael begins to walk forward, realizing that the techniques he learned in the cave may prove to be forbidden. In the moment, one of the guards approaches Michael to ask if it is true that he has learned all of the Demon Lord's techniques. Our hero turns around and looks straight into their eyes with great horror, finding it hard to believe what he just heard with his own ears. The puzzle in the head of our hero began to come together, and he began to understand what and what is generally happening around him now. It scares him a lot. Michael was finally pierced by the idea and meaning that he had studied the art of the Demon Lord himself. Upon realizing this, Michael threw himself at the guards in tears and began screaming that this simply couldn't be happening, and he refused to believe such a thing. Now, foaming at the mouth from shock began to come from our hero, who can't believe that he has become a part of what he fought against. All these thoughts and events finally brought Michael to shock. He began to fall to the ground and faint from such news. Some time passes, and our hero, Michael, wakes up in a bed somewhere in a cold sweat and screaming. He begins to look around, realizing he's in some nice cozy room. The first thought that visits Michael after everything is that everything around him was a powerful dream, and in fact, everything is fine. Immediately afterward, Michael heads to the nearest wash basin and decides to douse himself with water again and regain consciousness. However, looking at himself in the mirror, he again comes to a wild shock because he sees in front of him the very man he was reborn into. Michael immediately begins to cry, well aware of the fact that this is not a dream at all, and just a horror in his life that is actively ongoing. He drops his head on the table and immediately starts asking all the gods of this world why he's being punished so much in life. The events of the story, meanwhile, take us to the tower of one of the palaces of a dark cult, where some events are taking place. Some girl named Lilo is sitting on a chair and a woman standing next to her is trying to brush her hair. Lilo screams about how she can't live peacefully knowing that the creep is back. It's unclear yet who he's talking about. She talks about how it's not clear why he came back after 3 years. Since she honestly expected him to die there, the woman asks her to keep her voice down. But Lilo just screams further, saying that she sincerely wishes him dead. But the woman next to her asks her not to say that to her husband-to-be. The woman asks Lilo to find the upside to all of this, talking about how she won't be lonely now, but it only pisses her off. It becomes clear that Lilo is talking about Michael. She also adds that she didn't expect success, as not even the chapter had managed to conquer the art. The girl standing next to Lilo talks about how things probably didn't go so smoothly and well. She asks Lilo to understand Michael and forgive. Lilo only calls out again that Michael accomplished nothing and was just using his status for fun the whole time. However, in response to this, the woman standing next to her, Lilo's nanny, says that Michael is very handsome after all. This infuriates Lilo even more. Lilo's nanny talks about how she would forgive everything to such a man just by looking at his face. This surprises and confuses Lilo even more. However, Lilo, reminiscing about her first meeting with Michael, suggests that her naive fantasies were shattered back then. That day, Lilo quietly crept up behind her and watched Michael, who was a different person at that point. She looked at him and smiled wildly and was embarrassed, not realizing how handsome and beautiful he was. In the moment, Lilo then dared to turn to him. She went to meet him and was the first to speak to him. Then, past Michael approached her, saying she didn't look too bad for his bride-to-be. Immediately afterward, he held out his legs to her and asked her to massage them for him right away, much to her surprise. After which, past Michael made a horrified look on his face and talked about how he in return also massaged her feet in return. Thinking back on it all now, Lilo is screaming about how he was only 15 at the time and she was 14, and it was total bullshit. Looking at herself in the mirror now, Lilo kept crying and talking about how she didn't want to marry a jerk like him at all. Lilo's nanny began to remind her that it was soon time to leave for the main palace, and in those 3 years, Michael might have changed. However, in response to such words, Lilo only began to chase her babysitter out of the house, saying that it was utter nonsense. The thoughts in Lilo's head couldn't come together. She was still curious to see Michael, but she remembered the occasion well. Meanwhile, events were moving forward and took us to the small palace where our hero was now. Michael reflects on the fact that it has been 4 days since he regained consciousness, but only 4 people have visited him. However, from just these 4 people, our hero has managed to learn many things, including that the past owner of the body behaved very badly. Looking at himself in the mirror now, though, Michael adds that it's hard to call it bad, it's just unacceptable. He also recognized what the locals called him rather briefly as either the Little Lord, the petty hiker, or the left spirit. Michael also learned that the past owner had a great passion for women, and was also often unpunished. Thinking back on all the information, Michael would describe the body's past owner in just one short word: psycho. Learning that he was a member of the cult, realized that something good was not to be expected. But even so, he was out of luck. The past owner of the body got away with everything because his father is the head of the cult. He is one of those people who is stronger than even 10 masters. Covering his face, Michael ponders whether he should be excited about being called the father of one of the strongest men on the planet. Michael also realized that the past owner was stupid, and having that status, all he got was a small palace. Passing by the servants, Michael heard them talking about themselves. They were saying that the future head should clearly be someone else. But Michael is well aware that in many ways they are right, as the past owner of the body would clearly have been a terrible head. However, looking at his hands, Michael realizes that the fact that he is only 19 years old and 3 years of training is greatly encouraging. Michael also realizes that with his current appearance, no one will even want to say hello to him in the Federation Alliance. He realizes that he's been spending the last few days like a madman, and he doesn't even have the energy left to be angry. Immediately afterward, Michael begins to wash his face more and more so that his thoughts become cooler and calmer. Michael gets up, realizing that worrying about what happened is not at all in his lifestyle. Michael looks at himself in the mirror and realizes that he must now accept this body, understand it, and play this life with it. Immediately afterward, however, Michael saw the reflection of the past owner in the mirror, who wished him luck with such plans. The face of the past owner began to blur. It spoke of how it was still a demonic cult, and that was very important to remember. The spirit of the past owner began to leave the mirror with the words that our hero Michael would not be able to last much longer. Before leaving, he also turned to Michael and spoke about how he would be good to watch everything that was going on. This startled Michael greatly, but he abruptly heard a door bang behind him, and then both doors opened abruptly and someone came in. Michael immediately turned around and saw Lilo in front of him, and of course it surprised him because he didn't know her. Michael turned to her immediately and asked her who she was, which surprised her to no end, and she became very angry with him. Lilo became angry, and looking at Michael, she clarified about whether the question had been directed to her just now. Here, Michael began to realize that in all likelihood the situation was going to be quite difficult, and only stood looking at her. However, in a moment, our hero realizes that he should not communicate so politely in this body, for he should be rougher like the past owner. Immediately afterward, he re-asked the question to Lilo, but he did it more rudely, which infuriated and angered her even more. Lilo started yelling about whether Michael had forgotten her face in the time he'd been in training. At this point, our hero realizes that things are not going according to plan, and by all appearances, he was very close to this man. Michael begins to look at her, realizing that her clothes and appearance are ordinary. She just happened to walk into the palace. This is all he puts together in his head. Immediately afterward, based on all these factors, he concludes that she is just his maid in this palace. Michael starts to leave and turning to Lilo says that she can get to work, but she only yells at him again in response. He turns to Lilo and talks about how he doesn't have to explain to the maid what to do in the house. She should know without him. Immediately afterward, Michael adds that Lilo is wrong either way and asks her to clean up and leave immediately afterward. Our hero shakes his shoulders, turns to her and talks about how it's just her job and nothing more. From such a sudden shock, Lilo begins to tremble and become very angry, questioning whether it was right that she was called a common maid. Seeing this and hearing it, in his head Michael realizes that he is doing a complete bullshit and shouldn't do this to others. However, recalling the words of a past owner whose spirit he saw in the mirror, comes the realization that it is worth doing so in this cult. Without turning to Lilo, Michael clarifies what's wrong and adds that he's only asking her to fulfill her duties, nothing more. Michael abruptly turns around to say something, but notices that Lilo is standing there, crying bitterly, looking at him. He stands and looks into her eyes, not realizing what's wrong. He thinks about the fact that in all likelihood he was too rude. In the moment, Lilo abruptly leaves and slams the door very loudly, causing Michael to be clearly perplexed and not understanding the situation. Lilo walks down the street crying, not understanding why everyone wants her to be the bride of a horrible man like Michael. She runs forward and talks about how she would rather die than be with a man like him together. Michael, meanwhile, still doesn't understand what happened. He reflects on the fact that apparently the servants of this cult are just as impulsive. Our hero also realizes he's hungry, and he should have made some sort of command to cook for her rather than just letting her go. But afterwards, Michael realizes that now it is clearly not up to it, because first he needs to find out the state of affairs around him. Michael starts to go outside and looks around in amazement, thinking about everything and analyzing everything around him. Michael realizes that he is almost the only one who lives in this palace. Even though it is small, it is still a palace. Immediately afterward, Michael headed to some room. He entered it abruptly and inquired about Billy being here. In the room was a strange guy named Billy. He was the butler in our hero's little palace. Our hero remembers that in all 4 days, only this Billy came to him steadily, and in the whole palace lives only he and Billy. Billy tells Michael about calling him by his first name today, and asks if memories are coming back. The aide started telling Michael about how he lacked the girl's energy, most likely, which surprised Michael. Billy began hugging Michael and asking about whether he should book Michael into the brothel. Michael immediately realizes that garbage reaches for garbage, and this Billy resembles the body's past owner very well. Our hero asks Billy to cut the crap, and also wants to ask a few questions, since his memory hasn't come back yet. However, Billy's only surprised and starts to try Michael's forehead with his hand, which surprises him. Michael starts to ask Billy what he's doing, and he replies that apparently there's no fever. Billy points out that Michael speaks as if he is a man from a traditional cult, not a demonic cult, after which Billy tries Michael's forehead once more. However, the latter is already pissed off and waves Billy's hand away from him. Michael begins to suspect that Billy might have noticed everything and realized what really happened, and this is very scary for our hero. He ponders what he should do, thinking he can just kill Billy and get out of here faster. However, following this, Billy starts laughing and rants about how he was just kidding, because Michael's behavior used to be very different. Immediately afterward, Michael taught Billy a lesson for such jokes, and said that he would not tolerate it again. In the moment, Billy turns to Michael and asks about what he originally wanted to ask him. Michael asks Billy about taking care of the flowers, and Billy replies that he doesn't want to continue to be teased. However, right after that, Billy starts yelling at Michael and asking him not to touch his flowers, and is greatly surprised by Michael's behavior. Immediately afterward, Michael touches the flowers and talks about how they are just beautiful and feel to him. He feels their nature. Immediately afterward, he turns to Billy and asks him how he talked about nature and flowers earlier. Billy portrays Michael's past and says that he always disliked flowers and threatened to cut them all up at once. Upon hearing this, Michael gets upset and realizes that many people will think he's terrible for a long time to come, if not always. Billy calms Michael down, saying that it's normal for a member of a demonic cult to express himself that way. Immediately after, Michael's stomach starts growling. Billy immediately realizes this and talks about how they can go out to lunch. Immediately after, Billy describes to Michael his favorite restaurant and the very fine food that is always served there. He also describes how nice and warm the feeling in your stomach is after eating a nice soup there. Michael likes all these stories very much and pushes Billy and talks about them going to the place faster. Michael says he'll only use his powers once. Billy supposedly believes him and starts walking him there. However, afterward, Billy says he remembered that this restaurant is closed today and offers to pick another place, much to Michael's annoyance. Also, after everything, Billy tells Michael that there will be a meeting of the cult's heirs today, which surprises Michael. Billy turns to Michael and tells him that the children of all the significant others in the clan are gathering together at that place today. Turning to our hero, Billy talks about how he strongly recommends not going there at all, because it's not a good idea. Time marches on. Our hero Michael walks down the street and rejoices in the marvelous weather that is right above him. Michael's cheerful mood and his love of life greatly infuriates Billy, who is not yet used to such a drastic change. Billy asks Michael if he's sure he wants to go to that meeting. Michael says he does, and only asks him to tell him about the clan. The aide tells him that the clan is divided into 9 palaces in total, 2 main palaces and 7 others, 7 of which are additional forces. But Billy also says that because the head is out of place, the other 7 palaces are acting very strange and bossing around a lot. He says that the head had previously just disappeared and left with a request not to look for him. Where he is and what's wrong with him, no one knows. And as was to be expected, those have emerged who are trying to take his throne for themselves and rule the entire cult. Michael realizes it all. Michael talks about the young gentleman being in place, and Billy is surprised that Michael talks about himself in the third person. The aide says that no one around sees Michael as a future head because, except for a cute face, he has nothing. Billy also says that no one will elect a weak son of the head because he will be easily defeated immediately. In the moment, Michael realizes exactly what Billy meant and starts to get a little angry with him, saying that this is too much. Afterwards, Billy starts to encourage our hero Michael, saying that he has mastered the powers of a demon lord, and that's a plus for him. Michael realizes that this is indeed the case, but he makes himself aware that he shouldn't use his powers for nothing and techniques. He also starts talking about how if you count everyone who was in the cult and is now, the clan numbers in the millions. The aide also tells them that there are many who are against them, including the entire Federation, who dislike them very much for their power. Michael begins to remember his past and analyze many different factors, realizing that the situation in the world right now is indeed dangerous. In a moment of reflecting on everything, it comes to Michael's realization that this isn't just a martial arts group like he thought. Michael asks the aide why, in the 2 years since the chapter went missing, Still, no one has been able to organize a rebellion. Billy talks about how not all the other palaces are on good terms with each other, and Michael's appearance has also stirred them up quite a bit. Along with Michael, they walk forward, and Michael asks why there are only 2 people in his palace. Billy tells him that earlier, Michael chased everyone away. Michael immediately begins to remember the body's past owner and realizes that overall this is more than a possible scenario for him. Summarizing all the information, Michael realizes a lot of things and that there are many who wish to become ruler. But for now, the situation is peaceful. He also realizes that if the situation here changes drastically, a great war will break out and the outcome will fall on the Federation, which is very dangerous. Billy is still talking about how Michael better not go to the meeting, but he asks Billy to shut up and just take him. Looking up into the sky, Michael begins to remember all the teachings he received in his past life and realizes how he needs to proceed. He decides that if they are now at a dead end, he will either change directions or forcefully break down those barriers. Immediately afterward, Michael and Billy accelerate onward, and Billy takes forever to ask Michael to keep up with him. From that point on, time marches forward and transports us right into the restaurant building that is in their town. There's a man standing near the entrance who won't let you into the restaurant and tells you that all the seats there are already taken. People are yelling at the guard, saying what they see out the window, that all the seats are vacant, and he's just cheating them out of their money. Immediately after that, some important people are allowed into the restaurant. As it turns out, they are the sons of the cult leaders. The second daughter of the Sword Palace, nicknamed the Ice Flower, Lilo, walks in, causing a shock to everyone. Everyone around them looks at Lilo with shock and talks about how she looks simply stunning and very beautiful. Lilo is still angry. She looks at everyone around her and can't let go of the very situation with our hero Michael. Everyone around him is looking at Lilo and discussing her a lot, so he decides to go upstairs to avoid crossing paths with anyone else. The fat guy is standing in the hallway. He says he's happy to see Lilo, and he feels sorry for those who aren't coming tonight. He gets in front of her, raises his aura, and seems very huge, saying that luck might smile on him today. After which he immediately starts hitting on her, talking about how she has a very lovely name and he adores Lilo in general. Lilo faces him. His name is John. Lilo realizes that even he is not the worst option, for he is the most status among all. However, John's teeth scare Lilo off a lot. She compares him to a shark and talks about how horrible it is. John keeps hitting on Lilo, and she decides that she's probably better off just leaving him than continuing anything. However, in the moment, everyone around is greatly surprised by what happens, because our hero, Michael, appears in the room. It wasn't long before a funny situation took place, as right before entering the building, Billy tried to stop Michael. With great force, Billy convinced Michael that he clearly shouldn't go to this meeting, saying that the idea was bullshit. However, this kind of thing didn't please Michael at all. He wanted to push Billy away, but accidentally pushed him with great force to the side. The jolt threw Billy right up to the restaurant security guard. The guard immediately recognized Billy and began asking him about coming to the meeting. The guard decides to go ahead to tell everyone about it, but Billy stops him, saying that he wasn't the one who decided to go there at all. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael announces himself from behind, which simply causes a wild shock on the guard's face. The events of the story come flooding back. Some people get up from the table and start to leave, saying they'll come back later. This is all noticed, of course, by Michael, who clearly realizes that everyone around him thinks he's a huge lunatic. Michael turned directly to the man standing next to him and asked him to do his job, rather than stand there with his mouth open. The employee shouted Michael's name and status loudly. Everyone immediately stood up and started bowing and greeting him. Right after Michael showed up, he abruptly noticed that Lilo began to walk away from the hall and leave them. Our hero decided to head in the direction as well, which caused many people to be shocked and misunderstood, because he had just arrived. As it turns out, Michael headed straight for Lilo, and upon entering the yard, noticed that she was trying to get away from him. Meanwhile, she ran forward and complained to herself about Michael coming to this place. She didn't understand why. Lilo begins to speculate that Michael might have shown up at this place just for her, and such thoughts were already scaring her badly. In a moment, Lilo turned around and spotted Michael himself in front of her, causing her to be completely shocked and horrified. Abruptly closing her eyes, Lilo tried to deliver a powerful punch forward, but of course she missed. Michael easily dodged it. Her punch was very crooked. After she threw it, she started to fall, and Michael grabbed her. Michael looks at her in surprise, realizing that she knows martial arts, and she in turn looks back at Michael, blushing. There's a brief pause and silence. Lilo interrupts it and turns to Michael and asks him to let her go, surprising him. Our hero realizes that he has kept his hand on her waist for too long and abruptly lets go, whereupon she falls sharply to the floor. Lilo became more angry with Michael. He in turn began to apologize, saying that he only wanted what was best. Immediately afterward, Michael got to his feet, took Lilo's hand, and started asking her if she was okay. Michael realizes that once again he has been too polite, and makes the point that if Lilo wants to continue being his maid, she needs to be healthy. She starts yelling at Michael and talking about how she's tired of listening to his maid nonsense. Michael starts pointing at Lilo and rudely talking about how she has a nasty personality and could be in big trouble. Immediately afterward, looking into her eyes, he adds a request that she remain in the small palace and be under his protection. She yells at Michael, saying that he should be worrying about the heirs meeting right now, not because of her. Lilo makes the point that if Michael doesn't want more trouble, he should go back to the gym or quit completely. Michael tells her that man shouldn't run away from problems forever, and he will solve everything, and also asks her not to worry about him. Hearing such words, Lilo stands in wild shock, not knowing how to answer, but clearly blushing very much at his phrasing. Immediately afterward, Lilo starts ranting about how she's not worried about Michael at all and doesn't care. Finishing her stream of violent thoughts, she angrily turns around and abruptly walks off somewhere ahead. Michael looks after her and wonders if she's okay, as he wonders what's next for this girl. Lola, meanwhile, is greatly shocked, also goes somewhere, and ponders about something, not understanding Michael's behavior. However, somewhere in the depths of his soul, this situation could not leave Lilo indifferent, because all the same external parameters of Michael she likes. Lilo stood still and looked up at the sky, pondering why Michael had come to the meeting after all. She didn't understand what he was up to. Meanwhile, Michael returned to the room, where Billy was already waiting for him, who immediately began to berate him for abruptly going somewhere else. Michael walked into the room where the sons of the clan's significant others were sitting. John immediately asked Michael if he had been successful in his training. John also started talking about how if Michael came for the women and excitement, he should better go to the outskirts of the slums. He was a little surprised just standing there listening to all this, and Billy, standing behind him, asked John to behave more culturally. John began to mentally pressure Billy and talk about being abandoned by his own family and now hiding behind Michael. At this point, Billy was really standing behind Michael's back and was getting all kinds of angry at John and insulting him. However, our hero Michael didn't bother to enter the dialogue. At one point, using a technique, he moved to the table. Michael started paying attention to what was on the table, namely the food, and talking about how good it looked. Our hero turns to Billy and apologizes for interrupting him and asks him to continue his conversation. Meanwhile, Michael himself continued his meal, saying each time that the dish had a wonderful flavor. John turns to Michael and talks about how looking at him makes me want to call some kind of doctor in here. Our hero turned around and looked directly at John. Seeing his mildly stupid face, Michael called him stupid to himself. Michael turned to Billy to find out who it was. Billy described John, telling him that he was the son of the head of the merchant palace. Hearing this, our hero Michael decides that he should act very well in such a situation. Michael raises his powerful aura of energy and, turning to John, asks about the fact that does this restaurant also serve food to dogs? Hearing this, John becomes furious. He doesn't even know how to answer because the anger is just tearing him apart. John gets up from the table, pulls apart the chair next to him, and turning to Michael, asks if he knows about cultural sensitivity. John talks about how a lot of time has passed since Michael left to study martial arts, and a lot has changed. Michael, meanwhile, is just looking into this guy's eyes and pondering the fact that he's clearly acting like a provocateur and wants to push hard. In the moment, Michael turns to Billy and asks him to tell him about the power of his influence on everyone around him. Billy reveals that Michael is second in hierarchy in the entire clan and can even use the power of the main palace. Michael realizes that he occupies a place between the head of the clan and the chief justice. He can't order someone killed. He asks Billy if he can safely teach this John guy a lesson now, and the question surprises Billy greatly. Billy stands up, points his finger at John, and yells about how, of course, this dumbass can and should be punished sooner rather than later, which angers him. John calls Billy a simple lad, immediately after which he grabs the cup he has next to him and is about to throw it at Billy. Michael immediately analyzes the direction of John's muscles, realizing that he wants to throw the cup to his left. But at that moment, abruptly, Billy falls straight to the table, whereupon the cup flies right into his body. This comes as a huge surprise to John himself, who never expected to fall for Michael the butler. Immediately afterward, Michael personally approaches John and asks about whether the merchant palace has decided to make an attempt on him. John says it's not like that, but Michael adds that if it weren't for his servant now, he might be dead himself. Immediately afterward, covering everything around him with an evil aura, Michael asks John about whether he's accidentally targeting him. John starts yelling about how this is just absurd and he threw a regular drinking cup and nothing more. But this surprises Michael. Michael turns to Billy and asks about how he's feeling. The latter immediately says he's hurting like hell. Turning to John, Billy talks about how his assistant is now on the verge of death and he can tell the elders about the whole situation. And following that, looking straight into John's face, Michael threatens to direct the force at the head of the merchant palace at once. From John's surprised face, Michael immediately realizes that what the children of prestigious people really fear is only the anger of their parents. Michael smiles and realizes he did the right thing. He doesn't know how anyone else would have reacted to it, but he did the right thing. Our hero turns to the others, asking if they are in cahoots with John. They reply that they just came to dinner and nothing more. He turns to John and talks about how if he wants to kill him, he should act now. John is still silent, but very wildly angry, and tries to even start pulling out his concealed weapon. However, our hero immediately notices this. Without hiding his smile, he raises his wild aura and looks directly at John. At this point, John realizes the whole situation and begins to apologize, saying that he crossed the line and asking for forgiveness. Michael asks John if that's really all he can say after maiming a man. John replies that it was because Michael was using him as a human shield, and that answer doesn't make Michael happy. He picks up the energy again and, turning to John, talks about not trying to hide behind his father's name because it won't work. Michael picks up even more energy. He mentally pressures John and talks about never covering himself in the family name. He also makes a very large image of himself in the moment and talks about how it will be retribution for John. Immediately, John falls to his knees. He starts apologizing and talking about how he has committed a terrible sin. Michael tells John to shut up and head to his house, notifying everyone there that Michael will be there soon. All the people around are looking at this situation and discussing the fact that a war might break out between the two palaces. Our hero turns back around and realizes with a smile in his head that he will visit everyone in the palace during this time and pay them a visit. The events of the story move forward from that point, taking us right into the merchant palace. Somewhere at the top of the tower sits a man with a long beard and is very angry. It is the head of the merchant palace. He scolds his son John, who says Michael was just trying to scare them, but John's father doesn't think so. John's father is very angry with him and talks about how he has no excuses and then directs him to the demon corridor. John tries to ask his father for a better punishment, but he replies that he doesn't want to hear it. Immediately afterward, John's father asks his son before he leaves to call someone over to his place now. Some time passes and the man he called for arrives in Father John's office. It turns out to be Silvers, the captain of the squad. John's father asks Silvers for his opinion on the whole Michael situation, and he says she's really weird. John's father points out that his son called Michael a tiger, and this has never happened before, which is surprising. Silvers suggests that there's no need to worry because even if Michael has gotten smarter, his strength obviously won't increase dramatically. The deputy goes to John's father and talks about how this is their chance, much to the surprise of old Ghost, the very same father of John. Silvers frowned heavily and began to speak quite clearly about the great opportunity for them right now. The aide suggests that either young Mr. Michael will be with them or against them, and then he will have to be killed, solving all problems. He also tells us that while the head is young and impulsive, they can act as friends to him and gain his trust. Silvers offers to stand up for Michael, thereby gaining his favor so they won't be extreme later. At the end, Silvers also adds that their trade palace could very well run the entire cult in the future. All of this greatly pleases and motivates John's father, who is very excited about this opportunity to become a strong head. Immediately afterward, John's father asks Silvers to bring the demon sword, one of the 5 strongest relics of the clan. Immediately afterward, he gets up and decides to go after him himself, saying that Michael will have to be fished for big bait. That very evening, the events of the story take us to the small palace, which is where our hero Michael is located. Michael meditates, thinking that if he becomes the head of the cult, he can bring peace everywhere, ending all wars. Immediately after which, Michael also realizes that the merchant palace is ideal as a first target, as economic help can be obtained from it. Michael also soberly realizes that he has no allies at all, and it will be unrealistic to do it all alone. Right at that moment, the door to his room opens abruptly and Billy appears, looking directly at Michael. Billy asks Michael how he can sit there calmly after everything that has happened recently. The aide asks Michael to go to the merchant palace and tell her it was all a joke, but Michael says she's serious. He adds that Michael might be sent to the demon corridor, but Michael says he's not scared of all that. Billy starts screaming, saying that he didn't fall on the table himself then, but it was Michael who pushed him under the bowl. Michael turns to Billy and asks him to go and find all the records that describe the cult's hierarchy. In response, he says that of course he can get them, however he doesn't understand why Michael needs them. He says it's an emergency. The aide talks about needing to know where to turn to fill the small palace with the right people. Michael starts pushing Billy and talking about how he doesn't understand what he's waiting for, and asking him to escort him to the archives. Our hero starts saying that they have a lot of space here, and 2 is very boring, and it would be good to organize more people around him. Billy tries to calm Miles' ambitions and talks about how it's really not as simple as it seems. The aide says that if they start expanding their palace, the other 7 will not remain at ease, and neither will the elders. Billy says that by doing so, Michael will make unnecessary noise again. But Michael himself says that none of that matters right now. After boring everyone from behind with his aura, Michael turned to Billy and asked him who he was. Billy replied that Michael was the head of the small palace, and afterward Michael himself said that was correct and nothing more was needed. Immediately afterward, Michael ordered Billy to step forward and ignore his ideas. Billy asks Michael to change his clothes, adding that they don't want any extra attention in town, and asks him to put on a black hat. Michael asks Billy why he only has black clothes, and Billy replies that he really likes black. Immediately afterward, Michael proceeds to put on all the clothes Billy gave him. Michael starts to get excited and talks about how the clothes look pretty good on him, which embarrasses Billy. Immediately afterward, the events of the story move forward and take us to the nighttime streets of that very market in the shopping district. Billy explains that a lot of people have their own schedules, so people come in for merchandise even at night, and the market runs around the clock. Walking the streets, Billy often notices ordinary people who are clearly not skilled in martial arts. He realizes that they are having a hard time. Michael asks about why all the palaces are on the mountains. Billy explains that down on the plains are Federation men who are always ready to attack. Michael's point is that their actions outside the cult were too barbaric, so it's hard to count them as self-defense. Billy talks about how Michael shouldn't talk like that, since everyone knows him as a lusty little demon. In the moment, Michael realizes that he really isn't acting in a way that is appropriate for his current status. Michael turns to Billy and asks about how much further they have to go. Billy informs him that it won't be long before they arrive at the location. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some mysterious man sitting near blueprints and writing something. Meanwhile, Billy, along with Michael, are already climbing the steps directly into the demon cult's library. Billy tells us that this place is famous for its wealth of information and the fact that it collects a lot of different rumors. Immediately afterward, upon opening the door, the boys see some old man with a book looking at them in a strange way. Billy and Michael walk side by side, and the old man addresses them, asking where they're from and why they have come. Billy replies to the old man that the light in this library is very dim, and the man will ruin his eyesight if he reads like that. The old man replies that he doesn't know what interesting things can be found here, and Billy asks him how the market is doing now. This is all being watched by Michael, who realizes that their conversation makes no sense, and it's more like a cipher. In a moment, the old man looks sharply right at them and, turning, speaks of telling them to wait for him. A second after that, the old man opens the main door and takes Billy and Michael right outside, asking them to wait there. Billy starts knocking and begs to get inside, asking the old man what he's even putting them out the door for. It also screams that they came from some small glow, and they should be let right now, because it's very important. The old man, meanwhile, opened the hatch and began to carefully descend somewhere with a flashlight in his hands, as if trying to find something. Down a very dark and old hallway, he walks straight to some huge metal door and stands in front of it. The old man starts looking at the door and talking about how the guys from the little palace came to see him and asks what he should do. He describes everything, and the man sitting in the room behind the door abruptly puts his paintbrush on the table. Some other old man scratching his beard and not understanding why Michael showed up first at the restaurant and now here. The old man outside also supplements the information by saying that Michael's aura has changed from what it used to be. The old man inside, named Lester, says it's all weird. He doesn't understand why Michael came and asks what he wants. From behind the door reports that his assistant has requested a list of names as well as the clan hierarchy system. Old man Lester scratches his beard and doesn't understand why Michael would want to be such a valuable record, and especially the clan records. Lester talks about how it's all too interesting already, which is why he's going to meet him in person to figure it all out. He says that even though Michael is troubled, even his eyes aren't enough to recognize everything. Lester talks about how if Michael recognizes him, it will only be better because suddenly he'll be capable of something. The old man from behind the door leaves, and Lester, who's sitting in the room, continues to ponder what's on Michael's mind. Meanwhile, the old man goes up to the library gate and opens the door to the street, beckoning Michael and Billy to join him. The old man completely silently leads them somewhere and then opens the entrance to the secret basement downstairs, much to Billy's surprise. Michael, Billy, and the old man go down the stairs straight down to somewhere deep in the basement beneath the library, much to Billy's surprise. Billy is greatly surprised by the hidden basement. He talks about being in such a place for the first time and wonders how it was kept hidden. The old man comes to that very door again and announces through it that the guests have already arrived at their seat. Lester inwardly orders the old man to let them in, and together they all enter the very room on whose walls hang various portraits. The portraits depict different iconic people, and in addition to them, also different entries all over the place. Billy pairs up with Michael standing in wild shock. They just wanted the archives and end up in some secret room. The old man talks about how it's just a little bit of Lester's work sitting right in front of them here. Lester crosses his arms and tilts his head in response, indicating that he is pleased to see young Mr. Michael. Michael says he hasn't even had a chance to say anything yet, but he's already been recognized. Lester says it's easy to learn these things as you get older. Afterwards, Lester apologizes, saying he can't stand on his feet, so he has to show himself to everyone. He starts to say, "Something's not right here. The average artist can't sit in a secret room under the library. Lester is bigger than he seems." Michael's words surprise Lester a lot. He can't believe what he's hearing now. It really surprises him. Michael continues to look at the portraits that Lester drew and talk about how he's just a wonderful artist. In the moment, Michael is grabbed by the shock of realizing everything. The portraits around are the records they are looking for. They depict the strongest. Our hero, having realized the whole essence, begins to look very actively at all that he sees here, and among everything he finds his father. This all causes Michael to go into wild shock. It's hard for him to just imagine the fact that it's all true and happening in this room. In the moment, Michael freezes looking at his father's portrait and is noticed by Lester, who turns to him and asks if he recognizes anyone. Lester turns to Michael and talks about the fact that this wall depicts people from the Federation Union, because that's a big deal right now. Michael looks around and stares directly at the old man with shock, not understanding at all what is going on or who this Lester is. Raising a small amount of his energy, Michael began to address Lester and directly ask about who he was. Lester presents himself as a regular old man who collects rumors and spreads them around and says nothing remarkable. Michael says that if the information about Lester comes to light, there will be no bloodshed for them at all. Lester says that's why he's hiding. A dialogue ensues between the two, during which Michael emphatically asks Lester not to do such things anymore for fun. In answer to him, Lester cannot understand at all why young Mr. Michael is so much interested in the safety of the plane. Billy asks Lester if he really wanted to die, but he replies that he's been kept here by such things and he's not afraid of death. In a moment, abruptly, there is the violent sound of a door that has abruptly closed and now won't open. Our hero's assistant knocks on the door, trying to open it, and Michael realizes everything, and turning to Lester asks about whether he decided to kill him here. Lester talks about how he can't do that and just hopes for understanding, but Michael asks why Lester can trust him. The counselor says that by the time Michael decides to return here with the warriors, he won't be here. Michael reacts rather calmly to his words, saying that there's a lot of weird confidence in him. He says their conversation is getting hollow. He doesn't understand why he was called down here. The old man says Michael came on his own and asks him what the cult was for, a question that surprises Michael. Looking at Lester, Michael realizes that he's very much a good guy, and the usual lies won't help in this situation. Lester abruptly declares that he wants to put the masters of art in his little palace, thus telling the truth. The counselor asks about whether that's why Michael left the restaurant when he didn't find the right people there. However, Michael says that those people weren't interesting to him because he wants someone who will be willing to do anything. Lester starts wheeling out his wheelchair, asking if Michael really wants to increase his influence, but he says not really. The counselor asks if Michael is aware of what times are like in the world and if he looks down on it all. Michael replies that he doesn't care all that much, because his true goals are much bigger and cooler than these thoughts. Lester tells Michael that such a path could lead to his death, but Michael, of course, disagrees with him. In the moment, Michael turns to Lester and decides to finally ask his name to see who he's talking to. He takes a short pause, after which he tells us that his name is Lester, to the great shock of our hero. Michael immediately recalls Lester from his past life, who once revealed that he was going to go into a cult. Then Lester turned to Michael's past, and before he left, he handed him various plans. For in Michael's past life, they were well acquainted. A long time ago, there were already very different iconic rumors about Lester, and he was always respected because he was very talented. Young Lester took care of Michael's background early on, and was his mentor, and the one who published many books on the Federation. Returning to reality from his thoughts, our hero turns his attention sharply to Lester's arm. Seeing the scar alone there, it strongly calls his attention to it. He recalls with horror that the exact same scar his mentor in the Federation had in a past life. Looking right into Lester's face now, our hero genuinely can't understand why he's in this room, and the demon cult in general. Our hero is also shocked and surprised that Lester's so old, as he must be in his early 40s by now. Lester in turn pays attention to everything Michael says, and is immediately surprised that he knows him, for that is unusual. He immediately wonders if Michael, the young gentleman in front of him now, is the real one. Michael realizes where this is going, so he talks about how unnecessary questions could cost lives to derail their conversation. Lester abruptly apologizes and talks about how he really was disrespectful, for which he is ashamed of Michael. Michael makes the point that if everything has become clear, then why is Lester here under all the circumstances? Lester talks about how no one ever knows where he'll end up, and adds that fate has brought him here. In the moment, Lester turns to Michael and asks what his true reasons for coming here are. Lester reveals that the other 7 palaces have already begun to conduct surveillance on Michael, and the shopping district to act. Michael realizes that the demeanor and mannerisms match his mentor, and says that he's the one following them, not them following him. The old man only laughs a little in response, then abruptly pulls at some strange thread that was dangling near him. Immediately afterward, a canvas falls from above and opens up, showing different portraits from top to bottom. Billy's greatly surprised, and our hero Michael talks about how it's immediately obvious that it's the hierarchy of the cult being portrayed. There is also a portrait of Michael himself, beside which there is a brief description of just 2 words, maniac and psycho. In the moment, Michael realizes that the conversation going forward is clearly not for Billy's ears, so he asks him to go get some water. Old man Lester smiles and talks about rewriting that sheet again after Michael's visit today. The counselor talks about how before Michael came in, he thought he knew everything, but now he has realized that he can't sit here any longer. Looking straight into Michael's face, Lester talks about how he was described to him as a nutcase and a fool, but the man in front of him turned out to be a wise man. Immediately after, Lester picks up a stick and points it at the fragment, saying that the reason Michael came is to take the place. With his wand, old man Lester pointed directly at the portrait of the current cult leader who was missing. The old man stood and waited, looking at Michael, waiting for a response from him. And the old man, in turn, only remained silent and looked at the old man. Lester continued to point his stick at the chief, and to say that he knew at once what the true cause was, and asked if his judgment was correct. Michael said that was correct, but added that it didn't mean anything because if he became the head, he would burn the place down. Lester starts talking about how it won't be easy at all, as it will be worth dealing with all the elders. However, in response to the old man, our hero only smiles and says that it is clearly not worth worrying about. The old man also tries to explain to Michael and that his hope can be extinguished very quickly by even the smallest wind. In the moment, Lester abruptly reaches his hand forward and puts it out in front of Michael, much to his surprise. Whereupon Lester declares that he is only willing to take 50% with a rather serious face. Michael talks about how 50% will not work out, and in all likelihood, he will have to go it alone. The old man turns away and talks about how it's not worth it at all, adding that he's just stating the real facts. In response to Lester's words, our hero Michael just exhales and smiles as if pretending he doesn't care. Michael starts talking about how if you look at all the cult mountains from a different perspective, you might just suspect their greed. Our hero Michael also makes a strong statement that he is fiercely going to change all of this and change the system completely. At this point, Lester begins to realize the seriousness of the threats and words Michael is saying and is sharply surprised. Starkey asks our hero that if his true goal is not to become the head, but to change the whole cult. Michael confirms this and adds that he will still climb up there, but by himself or with the old man's help is another matter. However, Lester doesn't believe in Michael's strength and seriousness at all, saying that the cult worships magic and that's not going to change. Lester extends his hand and suggests that he is willing to offer his help in return for a share should anything happen. However, our hero looks down on this and doesn't understand how his mentor has fallen to such a level as to ask for a share in the cult. Looking at poor old Lester now, Michael can't understand at all where his spirit has gone, or why it has become so strange. In the moment, clenching his fist, Michael decides that the best thing to do in this situation would be to remind Lester of who he is. Lester raises a tremendous amount of power and purple energy around him, saying that he will definitely be able to change the cult. Right off the bat, he uses magical abilities and martial arts to show his power. Michael creates a great effect of his body, and talks about destroying anyone who gets in his way in this case. The old man at this moment comes to a wild shock. He will fall from his chair and cannot believe what high power man stands before him. Lester in his eyes saw in Michael's image not himself, but a heavenly devil, a monster in its purest form. Michael began to say that a man who spends his whole life in one room cannot talk about the high world. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael turned around sharply and with a sweep of his energy, kicked the door behind him. Sitting beside his chair, Lester couldn't believe what was happening right now before his eyes. Michael starts talking again about changing the cult and interrupting this chain of evil that has been set up against everyone. Lester began to talk about how he didn't expect to hear Michael say that, because earlier in his life he had been a participant in this chain of evil. Michael began to talk about how it was because he had changed that he wanted to change everything around him as much as possible. However, after listening to Michael, Lester only looked up, smiled, and afterward laughed sharply like a wild man. The old man, in a fit of laughter, started talking about how it was all very funny, and it was also funny to receive such a thing. Lester began to fall at Michael's feet and begged to be spared, saying it was very important. But Michael didn't understand why he had to do it. Lester began to say that he had some very important and unfinished business, but Michael only retorted that it was not his problem. Immediately afterward, Lester abruptly thundered that he would stand in Michael's way. At one point, Lester switches to another topic and starts talking about the RAIN organization, which has a lot of ordinary people in it. The counselor abruptly pulls out some sort of golden relic from his robe, saying that he's been in this organization for 19 generations. Our hero, seeing the plaque of gold, realizes that Lester is not lying, and he was originally right that Lester refers to rain. He asks Lester rather abruptly if this means they have to trust each other. Michael asks Lester what he wants, and he responds by telling Michael that he asks him to promise him just one thing. The old man talks about there being a man of war in the Federation Alliance, and in the event of something happening, Lester would like to get him. Our hero only looks at Lester and ponders what has happened, that his master has changed so much, and demands some sort of military. Lester makes the point that it doesn't matter what Michael thinks now, because the plan has changed, but the heir has not. Michael turns around saying that Lester may follow him, however, then it will take some getting used to his craziness. Our hero asks if Lester only needs a military man. Lester replies that is correct, and would ask that he be brought to him. He's about to leave, and Lester talks about how Michael is more suited as the leader of the Federation than the demon cult, ignoring these words, and asks Lester for advice on what to do in such a situation and how to proceed. Lester asks for help to sit in a chair for starters, and Michael replies that Lester's mouth won't close even if he dies. In response to Michael's words, the old man only smiles, realizing that Mile is right and his words make sense, even in a joking way. Lester sits down and starts talking about how the cult is pretty strong right now, including all 7 palaces. Immediately afterward, he adds that there were 2 people for the post of our hero. But after the appearance of Michael, all plans changed greatly. Lester turns away and asks our hero if there is anything he is unhappy about. But he asks why he would suddenly jump to such conclusions. The old man picks up on the factor that Michael's rather disrespectful name-calling of the clan makes him very worried. Michael wants to answer the old man, but realizes that it's still a very short time, and it's not appropriate to reveal his identity. The counselor also says that although our hero has achieved the power of a demon, it is still too early to rejoice at this point. Lester pulls out some kind of box, and says that it was originally designed to defeat the chapter. However, he will now give it to our hero. Talks about having a couple of books in the box that have all sorts of valuable information that can be very helpful. Opening the box, among the books, our hero also finds some kind of mask, and is surprised by it, not realizing what it is doing here. The old man explains that originally, according to the myths of their cult, it is said that a demon god created an evil dragon, but a certain hero killed it. And as reported in their lore, this particular hero wore the very mask that can now be spotted in this box. Lester also explains that even though it looks like a normal mask, by wearing it, the person becomes surrounded by blood and is unrecognizable. He also adds that she was used by 5 heavenly demons who are scattered around the world, and no one still knows where they are. Lester also advises our hero to convince half the palace, as well as those elders, to climb to the top. Lester also warns to be very careful, as there will be those who will try to get ahead of you and outdo you. Lester also informs our hero that everyone around him knows him solely as a psycho and nothing more. That's why Lester highly recommends our hero to show everyone the true self from the other side. Lester also asks Michael to also consider that the pressure from the 7 palaces and elders on the people will increase. Therefore, Lester also advises Michael to go out and analyze the people around him in order to understand their nature and what they need. Trailing off, Lester turns to Michael, talking about being undercover for all of this, and asks if Michael can handle it. To old man Lester's surprise, Michael abruptly turns around and declares that, of course, he can do it. Also, Michael reports that not long ago their palace had 11 vacant seats, but now there are 10, as one has gotten a host. Old man Lester pulls another rope in the room and a huge portrait of someone is revealed. Lester says to start with him. Billy announces himself from behind, informing him that the man in that portrait is a very bad guy, and he knows him. Lester begins to reveal that this is a rather uncomplicated man who was in charge of the entire cult's security detail. But he adds that once the man drank poison and became a cripple, our hero sits and listens intently. In the moment, our hero Michael abruptly turns around, starts to walk away, and talks about how it's time for them to go, because he has another first target. The events of our story move to a certain village, as we learn it has problematic clean water that you can't drink. In the same village are all the renegades, people without families, and those who have committed varying degrees of crime. It is on this account that their lives are rather simple, their routine devoted to ordinary life in a musty house. However, just recently something interesting happened there, as many people gathered in one place and began to bow upwards. The children in this place have been sitting in the sun for a long time, but their parents are not leaving. They are talking about an important person coming to visit them soon. Everyone around them motivates each other by the fact that their lives depend on this person coming to them. One of the people starts to say he doesn't understand why they only get visits when someone starts to die. However, in a moment, their discussions are abruptly interrupted by the fact that up ahead, they see someone's small ship sailing to meet them. In this ship is just our hero Michael, along with his assistant, Billy. Billy points Michael to the shore and talks about how so many people have gathered to watch them. Michael gets off the boat and starts walking along the shore, where he is immediately met by local people who greet and bow. Everyone around them starts shouting loudly that they are very happy to see the cult leader's son and obey him. Our hero immediately realizes that such praise he does not want, and it is worth it to eradicate such things urgently. In the moment, Michael also notices, and that the people around him are very tired. He asks if they are hot. However, their response, of course, is that they are not hot at all, and they live in the most beautiful place. Billy talks about how that's just fine, but our hero Michael stands amazed at the whole thing. One of the men escorts Billy and Michael into a house of some sort and asks about why they decided to visit this forgotten place. The aide goes to the head of the settlement and talks about how Michael needs no reason at all to look at the lives of the citizens. The head of the village talks about how they don't have anything to treat their guests either. But right in front of Michael, the table is set very nicely. The head of the village is not good at answering Michael's questions, so he decides to let him go, because it's very important now. The village head says he was very happy to help, and if he is needed again, he can always be counted on. In the moment, Michael turns to his assistant Billy and talks about how things look very strange. But Billy doesn't know what he's talking about. Michael tells Billy about something he thinks is sorely missing, but Billy doesn't understand what he's talking about at all. He starts talking about how there is no trace of agriculture at all in a place where so many people live, which is surprising. Billy suggests that it's likely that the locals just don't want to do anything, which is why they live like this. Michael says that guessing is not the answer at all, and the best thing to do would be to go and find out what happened. Meanwhile, the head of the village is walking somewhere in the woods, wondering why our hero Michael has come to them at all. The head of the settlement has strange and frightening thoughts in his head. He contemplates becoming the head of everything himself. Reflecting on this, the current head of the settlement continues to actively go somewhere without stopping at all. In a moment, he walks up to someplace. An unknown man in a robe holds out his hand, and the head puts a bag in it. The man in the robe says that the sack has gotten smaller, and the head replies that this is due to the arrival of young Mr. Michael. This surprises the man. The head of the village also says that, as a consequence, he had not worked for several days, for he was preparing for his arrival. After listening actively to the stories of the head of the settlement, the man in the robe turns to him and asks him to bring more next month. The man in the robe reminds the head why he holds his position, and the head responds, of course, by agreeing. Immediately after, the head of the settlement thanks a man in a robe named Noise and begins to walk off back to where he came from. However, looking up at the head of the settlement, Noise asks him what about the very incident. In response to Noise's words, the settlement chief asks not to worry and adds that when his heart is broken, he can't even lift his head. Right after, Noise also asks about a certain man's daughter, and the chapter says that she is quite beautiful already. Noise asks the head if he cares about her safety, and he replies that of course he's keeping an eye on that point. The head of the settlement also says that he has prepared a special trap for all those who drool over her. In response, Noise talks about how that's just fine, and since Michael himself came here, he's just attracted to him as a woman. In the moment, Noise turns around and asks the head of the village to put his daughter to bed, adding that he needs to prompt Michael. The head of the settlement tries to argue, but Noise asks him to shut his mouth and just do it, saying he obviously knows better. The head of the settlement starts to walk away, and Noise at the moment stops in place and starts screaming very loudly and wildly, looking up and laughing. Meanwhile, Michael is sitting somewhere reading a book that talks about how the basics of the cult are about serving the good gods. It also tells of the appearance of a certain fire that burned many things, and thus creating the cult and its successors. After our hero Michael finished reading, along with his assistant Billy, he headed out for a walk around the settlement. Michael walked around and looked into every house, paying attention to even the smallest details, and the people around him bowed to him. Billy suggests not just walking around, but looking for someone named Alex. Michael asks Billy what he noticed, but he says nothing. Our hero starts talking about how the number of houses in this settlement is less than the number of people, but Billy doesn't see this as strange. Billy says that someone probably dies here a lot, but Michael argues with him, saying that most of the population is young. Trailing off, Michael asks Billy how he feels about the weather, but the latter responds by asking him not to bullshit him and to tell him straight up what's going on. Michael starts to walk forward, talking about the day being very hot. Billy agrees, but again misses the point. With his side vision, Michael notices some woman. She bows and stands in front of him. Michael approaches her and asks why she's wearing a skirt in this heat, but the girl herself doesn't understand what the strange question is. In the moment, Michael abruptly walks over to her and takes her by the chin, talking about how even he sweats. The girl is dramatically surprised. He puts the girl down on the ground and starts to say there's something he needs to look at. Billy stands in shock seeing this. Billy runs up and asks Michael what he's doing, reminding him that they are right outside. However, Michael at this point looks at the leg of the girl next to him, which is completely covered in black dots. Seeing this, our hero is in complete shock. It is just hard for him to believe what is now in front of his eyes. Looking at her feet, Michael also notices the petals of venom, red, that are dropping down all around. Billy stands in shock and can't understand at all what's going on. Michael turns to him and tells him to move on. Meanwhile, the head of the settlement is still walking home and talking to himself about noise demanding too much. However, in the moment, the head of the settlement just takes and jumps right into the water and starts swimming in it underwater. Even here, it's not so simple because he's not just swimming, he's heading for a cave. Swimming out of this cave, he finds himself in some underground room where a man sits, who greets him and wonders. In the moment, this man next to the head opens the doors, and together they go right into some room where people are sitting and playing. All the people sitting in this room are playing some kind of game and arguing amongst themselves. The head walks by and watches this. However, in a moment, the head of the settlement notices one of the game's participants using dirty schemes and stabs him in the arm with a knife. The head then orders this man to put everything back where it belongs and to get out of here himself. The local guards grab the man and begin to carry him off somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, the chapter heads onward. The assistant head opens the doors and asks about whether they will work despite the fact that Michael has arrived. The head of the settlement, named Miller, turns to his assistant and orders him to get everyone together in time for next month. Miller turns to his assistant and asks where Louise is now. The same man, he replies that he is with his daughter. He asks the deputy to help his daughter Louise get ready, saying that she will need to be sent to Michael. The deputy is greatly surprised, but Miller explains to him that sometimes you have to make such sacrifices for the cause. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Louis and his daughter, who feeds him. The daughter's name is Layla. Layla immediately tells her father Louise the news from the settlement, saying that some important people arrived today. Layla reveals that the head of the small palace named Michael has arrived, and just hearing this makes Louise horrified and angry. Layla helps her father to eat and thinks about the medicine that they bring, supposedly for the disease. But Layla knows that there is no disease. However, the moment her musings are interrupted by a huge knock on the door, for someone wants to enter their house, which surprises her. She opens the door and sees Deputy Miller, who informs her that the head is personally summoning her now, followed by Miller's assistant asking Layla to hurry up, talking about getting her father ready to go as well. Layla is greatly surprised and asks again about her father. But in response, the deputy only asks about whether they need strong and quick help. She starts to close the door and talks about how they'll make quick work of themselves now and be ready soon enough. Right before Layla is about to close the door, Miller's assistant looks her in the eye and asks her to remember to bathe. Layla closes the door and immediately begins to realize that something is going wrong, and it all seems eerily strange on a day like this. She heads to her father and informs him that the head is already waiting for them, and they should go to him right now. However, Layla has no sincere desire or understanding. She only feels a bad feeling about the whole thing. From that moment, some time passes. Layla, her father, and all of Miller's helpers walk straight through a cave somewhere underground. In the moment, they walk into the very room that Miller was in earlier. Layla's father and herself are greatly surprised. Layla is horrified at everything that is going on and immediately realizes that this is an underground casino here. Layla is also confused by her father's surprising calmness. He hates places like this, yet now he wasn't surprised at all. In the moment, they go to some room, but further on, the assistant asks only one Layla to go and no one else present. The deputy says there's a special medicine there for Layla's father, and her father's pretty worried at this point about everything that's going on. Layla doesn't want to leave her father. She talks about how it's been a very long time since he's had a drink, so the best thing for them to do is to go together. However, the aide only gets angry in response and turns to Layla to tell her that he has already told her once. With great horror, the defenseless and uncaring Layla just stares at Deputy Miller, not realizing what is happening. Layla begins to attempt to go forward. However, at the moment, her father grabs her and tells her not to leave this place. Miller's aides try to get Layla's father away from her, saying that there is nothing dangerous there further at all. However, in the moment, Miller's assistant pulls out some kind of bag, shows it to Layla's father, and says he can give it all away. Layla looks at everything that is happening with great shock. She finds it hard to believe that this is true right now in front of her eyes. The assistant pours a special powder directly into the hands of the old man, Layla's father, which makes him shiver and stare at him frantically. Immediately afterward, Layla's father lets go of his daughter's hand and starts walking in the other direction, which also surprises her greatly. The chapter's aides escort Layla's father, and another aide tells Layla herself not to stand still and walk further into the room. Layla herself begins to cry quietly and talk about how she will definitely come back and change everything. Layla walks into the room where the head of the Miller settlement himself is, who tells her to sit wherever is comfortable. The head walks up to Layla and stares at her intently. She only averts her gaze and asks about why she was called here. In the moment, Miller runs his hands over Layla's face and talks about not being so scared, since they won't see each other for just a couple days. Miller asks Layla about his hands being disgusting to her, but says that she's going to get dirty anyway, right? He says that he's the reason Layla's father has lived this long, and now he's giving him a chance to repay, but Layla asks him to stay away from her. Also tells her that he knows she wants to escape from here with her father, and he's going to give her a full chance to do so. Layla asks about whether it's true, and Miller replies that of course it's true, because in the event of anything, they'll still find them. However, as he finishes the sentence, he adds that there will always be freedom, except for this night tonight, and smiles wryly. Right afterward, Miller talks about the fact that Layla will have to sleep with the head of the small palace, which leaves her in wild shock. Layla knows Michael's past and asks Miller about what will happen if she doesn't go through with it tonight. Miller talks about how the choice is not given much, because Layla's father owes him, and that will be part of the payment. He also says that every day Layla's father received medicine which costs a lot of money. Miller also says that if Layla takes a liking to Michael, she could be his concubine forever. From all this information, Layla stands still and just shakes and cries, not knowing what to do, and Miller asks her to stop crying. Seeing the tears, he starts calling the guards over and pretends to order the disposal of Layla's father. She asks him to stop and says she agrees. Miller revisits her and tells her that she made the right choice, and it won't be long before her doomsday arrives. After getting his consent, Crazy Miller starts screaming loudly across the room and laughing from how great everything is working out for him. Meanwhile, it is getting evening and our hero Michael is traveling with someone towards some house in this settlement, a very rich house. The girl assistant takes him inside. He immediately sees the sheer luxury all around, not realizing where it would come from in a poor settlement. Here our hero finally understands everything. It comes to him that in this settlement, illegally create drugs, which is forbidden. Realizing this, he is terribly angry at what is happening, and especially at the head of this settlement, because he obviously knows about everything. However, Michael is clearly troubled by the thought of where the head himself is and where the drug creation is taking place, because it takes a lot of people to do that. Michael sits down on the bed to contemplate, and some man standing near the door asks permission to enter, to which he gets the okay. This person turns out to be a young, sweet girl, Layla, who innocently walks into the room already understanding everything in her head. He is eerily surprised at what he now sees in front of him. He expected a lot of things, however, not a simple girl. Layla begins to introduce herself, and our hero notices that she is very beautiful and well-groomed as for the locals. At one point, Michael compares her to her little sister, but she interrupts his thoughts by asking to take her in, much to his surprise. Our hero asks her in surprise to understand what she is talking about, but she just stands in front of him and remains silent. Layla begins to undress, and our hero Michael realizes that something needs to be done about it, and very urgently. In the moment, our hero Michael makes some very strange movements. In both directions, he throws several streams of energy and snaps out of his seat. Immediately afterward, the lights go out and he throws Layla on the bed, and afterward asks her to be quiet and not move. Seeing Layla's face, he clearly notices that she is crying, and all red. This pushes the idea that she was obviously sent by the head. He asks her about being afraid. She denies the fact, but Michael realizes she's lying. Layla, realizing that her father's future now depends on her, starts to talk about how she's not scared at all, but she's trembling. She even hiccups with fear and can't hold it back at all, and Michael only turns away from her and stares straight ahead. Michael asks Layla if she knows who he is and if that is why she came. She replies that he is a young gentleman. Immediately afterward, Michael turns to her and asks about the fact that she didn't come in out of necessity, judging by everything that's going on. Our hero turns to her and asks about why she's so scared and afraid of every rustle, but Layla can't even answer. In the moment, Michael realizes that he won't be able to talk and get a normal answer from Layla, so he asks her to go back. Michael starts to walk away and talk about how she's not his type at all, but in response, Layla grabs Michael by his robe and won't let him leave. He turns to her and asks what she's doing, clarifying what kind of drama she's decided to play out. But she says it's nothing like that. In the moment, with a scream, Layla starts asking Michael about why he's acting this way with her, and why he won't just take her. In the moment, Layla starts lunging at Michael again, but he tries to pull her away and says he doesn't understand her at all. In order to stop Layla, Michael has to throw her on the bed and pin her right up against the bed, with his arms to stop her from fighting. With tears in her eyes, she turns to Michael and talks about how he can now do whatever he wants only. However, Michael only turns to her and asks about being afraid of Lion, and she doesn't hold back and says she's very afraid. She screams again and talks about how, no matter what, Michael has to do everything the way it should be done. Michael finally realizes everything. He pretends to hug her and afterwards sends a pulse of energy into her vessels. In the moment, she's frozen in place from the fact that her blood sugar has plummeted after such a sudden exertion. Such an action on Michael's part caused her to faint dramatically, which is what Michael originally wanted. Michael looks at her face, and realizing all that's going on, realizes that the demon cult isn't simple at all. The events of the story move forward, and Layla wakes up shocked in bed, not realizing what even happened. Our hero says he's done everything Layla asked him to do, but of course that's a lie, and she makes one request of him. Michael asks Layla if it's so important that she's willing to take even such risks for her sake. He realizes that Layla is an honest woman, and in a moment she shocks him with her request, for she asks him to save her and her father. Our hero doesn't understand what she's talking about at all. He stands up and interjects about what she means. In response to this, Michael starts to play the cold-blooded character, talking about how he's not actually a lifeguard, which shocks Layla. In order to find out the truth, Michael begins to play on Layla's feelings and talk about how she only has a body after all. However, Michael declares that he will still listen to Layla, and if she has an interesting story to tell, he won't punish. Layla asks him what he's talking about, but he only asks if she's deaf or dumb because she can't hear. She cries and talks about all the abuse and how she just wants to live with her dad, not deal with all this. Our hero coldly turns to Layla and asks her father's name. She replies that his name is Luis. Hearing this name, our hero comes to a slight shock. He cannot believe what he just heard with his ears. Michael walks over to Layla, strokes her shoulder, and talks about not worrying and just resting for a while. He also takes the medicine her father's taking from Layla's things and decides to examine it to understand everything. Immediately after which, our hero decides to go to his assistant, Billy, who at this moment is asleep and will be his. Billy turns to Michael and asks about why he is awake at this hour. In response, Michael shows Billy a bag and asks what it is. The deputy tells us that this is a strong drug that our hero Michael used to have fun with, and then it was banned. In the flashback, Billy started telling a funny story about how Michael, on drugs, set fire to a building in one of the palaces. Michael asks Billy to try the drugs, but he doesn't agree, and Michael says he has no choice then and uses the energy. Using energy, Michael is clearly using magic, causing a special powder to be directed directly at Billy's nose. And of course it hits him right in his body. Billy starts grabbing his neck and trying not to get eaten by it. Immediately after which the effects of the drug begin and Billy's condition becomes terrible, much to Michael's surprise. Doubting that the substances are real, Michael releases a new charge of energy directly into Billy's body to undo the effects. Michael finally understands how the system of this place works and realizes that the head of the settlement has gone down the wrong road. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Layla's father. He's being actively beaten in some basement. He asks for his daughter back. Miller's aide beats him up a lot and doesn't understand where he gets so much strength in him after so many drugs. Among themselves, the deputies discuss what they don't understand, why Louise has still been ordered killed and is being held with the others. Miller's assistant looks at him with a very unpleasant look and talks about killing him right there and taking the blame. In the moment, Luis gets into a pose like he's a wild tiger, his red head confirming it. He asks for his daughter back. However, in response to this, Miller's assistant only grabs the old man by the head and starts beating him against the wall, saying that he's fed up with everyone. The second assistant talks about how if they keep this up, he's really going to die a lot sooner than he should, which isn't good. Miller's deputies are also walking around some cages with a bunch of different bodies around them. They are well aware of what's going on. However, at one point, their dialogue is interrupted, as one of the assistants simply falls to the floor unconscious and lies down. In this basement is our hero, Michael, who wearing a special demon mask begins to attack Miller's aides. He looks around and realizes what's going on here and how things work, and it scares him more than it surprises him. However, Miller also realizes that he hasn't explored everything yet, as there is still a drug production site to be found. He also realizes that he can't let people out of prisons, because they can't even control themselves right now. However, in a moment, our hero already wants to leave, but some old man's voice stops him. Our hero looks into the cage and immediately notices the same old man, Louise, who is described in the books as a master of the demonic arts. Michael begins to examine his body and notices with shock that he is in a terrible state. All of his internal ducts are damaged. Michael says that the problem with his body now is not just the wounds, but to them that his mind is badly damaged and scarred. Louise grabs Michael's hand and talks about how he has one very important request for Michael: his desires to hide his death from the others. Michael realizes that these are his last words and he is about to die. Michael realizes that there is very little chance of saving the old man, but it is worth a try, and decides to use techniques of power and energy, and he realizes that this procedure will be very dangerous for everyone, because there will be a transfer of blood energy. In the moment, Michael also realizes that he has no time at all to think about the dangers, because it is worth acting. Placing the old man across from him, Michael crossed his arms and began to create a great sphere of energy to transfer his powers to the old man. Immediately afterward, that's exactly what happens. With his hands, Michael squeezes right into his back and begins the energy transfer. The old man's body emitted a little blood, but the sheer amount of energy around him exceeded any parameters he could think of. In the moment, Michael realizes that things are much better than he thought, because the nuclei inside Luis's body are still there, and they are able to take energy into themselves. Michael also notes that in addition to being there, these nuclei are also doing a great job in absorbing a lot of energy. Michael realizes that his energy is being absorbed too much, but there is no time to stop, so he decides to give it all to the old man. In the moment, tries so hard that the energy he transferred to the old man is enough to live for over 100 years. Some more time passes and Michael notices that the energy is still being absorbed, even though he has already transmitted a great deal. Michael decides to add even more energy and give all he has left, transferring a charge of 240 years of energy. At that moment, the old man is on his feet and starts looking around, and red energy is emanating from his body. He himself has become taller and stronger. Looking directly at Old Man Louis, Michael realizes that the man is in the full stage of awakening. He is very strong right now. Old Man Luis regains consciousness. He turns to our hero, asking about who he is. Michael makes a stop sign with his hand and tells the old man that he wants to ask for a breath before he starts talking. The dialogue between Luis and Michael begins. Luis immediately talks about who he is himself and how he has risen in the settlement with his ideas. Of his relatives and loved ones, he previously only had one wife, and once he left her for a while to become stronger and be a master. He spent many years training and even put together his own squad, however. When he returned home, he noticed that everything in his house was broken. Taking his troop, he immediately went in search of those who had looted his house. But in a moment, he found the body of his wife. His wife was dead. She was lying on the floor covered in blood, and in her arms was a living child, their shared daughter, Layla. Luis adds that the blame for everything lies solely on him, and he doesn't want to be pitied. He's just telling the story of what happened. The old man also talks about how he only stayed alive for his daughter's sake, and is done with martial arts and blocked energy channels. After hearing the whole story of Old Man Luis, Michael turned to him and asked about his regret for saving him today. Luis says it's not true. Previously his mind was in a maelstrom, but now he has it all figured out, and he is very grateful to Michael for the rest of his life. Trailing off, Old Man Luis turns to Michael and says that he would like to ask him one question. The latter allows it. Having received the good, the old man immediately inquires as to whether by any chance Michael has come from the small palace. And this question startles our hero. Our hero asks Luis how he determined this, and he replies that energy transfer techniques are only available to the highest masters. In the moment, Old Man Luis begins to bow and talk about being Michael's servant for the rest of his life, but asks only one thing in return. Michael asks the old man what he asks in return, and the man replies that he just wants to save his daughter, Layla. Our hero immediately understood what it was about and told everything, adding that she was perfectly safe. This surprised the old man. Then Luis started talking about how, if that was really the case, he couldn't want anything more than for Layla to be safe with Michael. Starky Luis walks over to shake Michael's hand, and the latter realizes in his thoughts that Luis is a very kind and honest man. Afterward, Old Man Luis and Michael say goodbye, and as Michael is about to leave, he stops abruptly and remembers something. Turning back, he speaks of a young gentleman and his assistant arriving at the settlement tomorrow, and asks Luis to give them safety. The old man smiles, crosses his arms, and says that of course he will obey this marvelous order. Michael realizes that after that, all he has to do is wait for tomorrow, because now Luis hasn't realized who he is. The events of the story move forward, taking us right to Michael, who is meditating the next day and is disturbed by Miller. Miller walks into the room where Michael is now meditating and asks the man how he feels about his gift from yesterday. Michael casually replies that what Miller sent him yesterday was very much to his liking, and thanks him. Miller also says she also believes that she believes Michael also liked their second surprise later in the night. Our hero says that the second gift has made his life very different, and the Miller begins to tell tales of how hard the plants are to obtain. Michael is surprised to note that Miller himself has tilted their conversation toward this topic, and asks him to continue. Afterward, Miller directly tells them, indirectly, that they are cooking drugs and refers to them as devil's dust. Immediately after his story, Miller scratches his neck, laughs, and talks about how they can get more of that kind of medicine if they need to. However, in return, Miller starts asking Michael to change the rules of the cult so that they can legally do everything. He adds a note of nobility and speaks of having become engaged in it for the sake of the poor people of the settlement. After hearing all of this, Michael's glad that Miller told it straight and now realizes something that is completely the way he wanted it. Michael turns to Miller and talks about wanting to see where the devil dust was created so he can make the decision he needs to make. Immediately after which Miller, of course, agrees to such a venture, he begins to go forward and asks to tread after him. After a while, Miller and Michael arrive at the same spot, and Michael suggests a quick trip. Immediately afterward, Miller says the road won't be easy and jumps in, expecting Michael as well. In his thoughts, Michael realizes that it's all eerily ridiculous, since they've placed their hideout just out in the open. After a while, Miller along with Mile end up right where they need to be, and Miller reports everything to the deputies. Michael plays along with Miller and talks about how the cave idea is really cool and must have been hard to build. In response, Miller says that his population are jack of all trades and can be approached with any such request. Miller's aides open that very secret entrance, and our guys go inside where the casino is. Our hero points to the people in the audience and talks about how they've basically all come here because they're criminals. Michael turns to Miller and says he heard that Layla's father's also here. This surprises Miller, and he asks where that information came from. However, instead of a direct answer, Michael decides to shoot down their dialogue and talks about how it's not important right now. He pretends not to care, but in his thoughts he's already starting to berate Layla, saying he will teach her a lesson. In the moment, our hero ponders Miller's ulterior, overt motives, not understanding why he behaves so openly and reveals everything. After some time on their road, Miller along with Michael find themselves in the very main hall where people are preparing the devil's dust. Miller shows Michael everything they have and shows him the manufacturing process. The latter responds that it impresses him. The villain begins to tell the story that it was very hard because he put all of himself into building this place for 3 whole years. Michael says they did a good job and asks about the people behind Miller's back, who says they are his personal people from different sects. Afterward, Michael asks about the working people as well. Miller replies that they are just fools, trying to help their families. He tells a scheme where he gets people hooked on drugs and then forces them to work for him. Michael is very much holding back his anger and asks a lot of different leading questions to get the whole point of the scheme. Miller reveals all the cards and nothing can be held back. He even talks about what happens to workers after addiction. Our hero tries very hard to hide his anger. He realizes that Miller is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people, if not thousands. However, long to hide his anger does not work, and Miller and his assistants begin to notice that Michael has changed in the face. Michael pretends like he isn't. He smiles sweetly and talks about just thinking hard. At that moment, everyone around starts to hear some sharp footsteps and stomping. It comes from outside and scares everyone. Lester turns to his assistants and asks, "What is going on there?" They only reply that there is a dungeon there. Our hero at this point is smiling evilly because he realizes that now is the time for the main character to take the stage. In a moment, the door breaks and splinters fly in different directions, right before everyone's eyes appears. Luis with a strong form and energy. The assistants discuss it amongst themselves. They are pleased with the general fact that Luis has been sent off, and therefore no trouble will be made by him. However, looking around, they realize that just now Luis had the strength to take down an entire wall. Luis begins to raise a tremendous amount of energy around him, and addressing everyone says that they will not die an easy death. It's like a tiger pouncing on its prey, or in this case, Miller's aides standing around. It simply sweeps through them all abruptly, but even that is enough to strip many of them of their limbs. Immediately afterwards, with a huge charge of strength and energy, Luis begins to scream loudly, like a beast that has been set free. Everyone around him is wildly terrified, especially Miller. And what's more, even our hero Michael is surprised by Miller's aggressiveness. Meanwhile, Miller himself didn't stop at the pawns. He broke out the ease one wall and started heading straight towards Miller. Miller starts to go ahead and talk about how for the past 10 years, he has suffered and wanted to die every day. He continues to pompously march forward, covered in blood. He says that only thoughts of his daughter have kept him in this world. Clenching his teeth and steeling himself like a rock, Miller abruptly declared that he would not allow anyone in this world to hurt her. Miller responds by saying that it's just kind of horrible and not taking the whole issue seriously, adding that it's just nonsense. He pointed his hand at Michael and declared that he had given Luis's daughter to him, and followed immediately by asking what he would do now. Luis held out his hand and pointed directly at Michael. He asked him to leave if he didn't want to die now and here. Immediately after that, Luis got up and started to leave, which shocked everyone around him. They can't understand what the connection is. Michael turned around and told Miller that greed had ruined him, becoming higher than reason, which led to everything that was going on here. As soon as Michael stopped talking, everyone was addressed by Luis, who stated that revenge and his reprisal would be just fine. In this situation, Miller still didn't panic much. He turned to Luis and ordered his employees to take him. Miller's aides pounced with guns right on Luis and started talking about how he had dug his own grave into such a world. However, all their attempts to attack Luis were useless, because using martial arts, he was immediately behind his opponent's back. Immediately after that, of course, Luis sprang into action. He wasn't going to wait at all, and began to take revenge on everyone who had previously hurt him and Layla. Using only the fingers of his hand, he was able to tear off the arms and legs of Miller's assistant. Everyone else was horrified to see this. At this point, Miller himself tensed up as well. He began to speculate with his aides that somehow Louis had managed to get his life force back to himself. Luis becomes aggressive again. He brings up a huge tiger aura behind him and says he's going to tear everyone apart. It really is as if his face is taking the shape of a tiger, his eyes becoming redder and his face much angrier. All of Miller's warriors see this and start flying right at him, but it doesn't help. He momentarily goes through them all and ends up ahead of them all. All those warriors who ran to attack Miller fell down without strength and could do nothing. Miller began to give orders to the latter to solve the situation. Last, Miller's main defender got in Louis' way and started talking about how he had a lucrative offer. In the moment, Miller's assistant reaches into his pocket and pulls out a baggie of devil dust and talks about it being the same substance. Luis, in response, just grabs this baggie and pours it straight down onto the floor, and Miller's assistant takes that as consent. Immediately afterward, Miller's assistant makes a leap and attacks Luis directly with a knife, preparing to attack him at such a moment. However, here too, failure awaited him, as Luis literally grabbed his opponent's blade in a second with his bare hands. Miller's aide began moving his arm from side to side in order to draw his sword, but it wasn't working. Immediately afterward, with his other hand, Luis grabs Deputy Miller's arm and opens it, saying, "It's for all the things they've done to him." Everything that is happening in Louis' eerie aura is noticed and seen by Miller himself, who still can't understand what is going on. At this point, Miller begins to remember the very man in the robe who was always very polite to Luis. While he was thinking about it, he hadn't noticed Luis had gotten close to him and was right on top of him, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, our hero got outside. He began to think about who might be behind Miller. From him himself, it is clearly impossible to find out already. Immediately afterwards, our hero Michael puts back on the same mask and uses the technique of movement. Jumping out of his seat, he rushes somewhere. Meanwhile, there's a huge fire going on in the settlement itself, or rather burning all the demon dust that was set on fire. And it is burning for a reason. It was set on fire by our hero Michael, who directed all his energies to get rid of the demon dust in this settlement. The burning flames are watched with horror by local residents who have managed to become addicted to these substances and do not know what to do. He is meanwhile trying to come to terms with his thoughts. He doesn't know what to do, for this cult has blood all over it. Michael flew up and looked at all the inhabitants, realizing that if judged by the holy teachings of fire, he should burn them too. However, Michael instead rises even higher into the sky and covers himself with an aura, and then appears to the residents as a god. Seeing the god in his power, in the person of Michael, people immediately began to bow and say that the god was great and beautiful. They all at once stopped putting out the fire and began to praise the god to whom they gave the name of the Dark Sun and forgot their dependence. On the other side of the place, a crowd is coming towards our hero, and leading it is Luis, with all the poor people and their relatives following him. Michael turns his attention to Luis and immediately notices that he is looking at him, nodding his head, a signal that it's over. Immediately afterward, in the very place in the sky where our hero Michael was, there is some huge, bright, and beautiful explosion. This explosion immediately disappears, but before leaving manages to shower everyone with its rays, and the real sun appears from behind the mountain. The events of the story take us to the small palace where Billy is. He complains about a rally under the palace, and doesn't realize where Michael is missing. In the moment, Michael also appears nearby. He talks about if it pisses Billy off so much, he can stay to live in the village. Seeing that Michael has shown up, Billy immediately tells him about the situation outside the window, and he heads over there to see for himself. Only upon opening the window, he is immediately confronted by a multitude of people poking their hands at him and yelling at him to get outside faster. However, instead of listening to them, Michael uses his power to teleport back to the seat he was sitting at. At first, this confuses Billy greatly, but turning his attention to the crowd, he notices that they have all gone abruptly silent. Immediately afterward, a sharp boom is heard. It is the door to the house opening, and some man announces himself in the passage. This man, of course, turns out to be Old Man Luis, who has gained immense strength. He throws his bag on the floor and looks ahead. Layla, who is in the room, immediately notices her father and starts walking towards him. She finds it hard to believe that her father has returned to the Force. In the moment, Layla starts to remove her hands and apologize. She can't believe it's her father and thinks this one is a strange man. Luis turns to Layla and says that he didn't believe it himself at first, and then adds that he promises that Layla won't be afraid anymore. The old man picks up his daughter and starts apologizing to her for not being able to get on his feet earlier and help her as he should have. In the moment, Layla starts crying hard and asking over and over if it's really her father and if it's a joke. Luis hugs his daughter and says that from this day forward and for the rest of his life, he will protect Layla. Billy starts to ask Michael what's going on in general, but he asks him to keep quiet, saying it's a family reunion. That's exactly what happens, because finally, After so much time and torment, Layla and her father have found the freedom of life. From that point on, the events of the story move forward and take us to the shopping district, the Water Peak Marketplace, where the library is located. Inside the library, as always, sits an old man who's going through books and filling them. He's tired because he has a lot of work lately. However, at one point, our hero Michael, his assistant Billy, and Layla and her father walk into the library. Together, they go downstairs to Old Man Lester, who immediately asks Michael to explain everything that is going on, adding that it is incomprehensible to him. Lester looks at the guests who have come in with Michael and notices that they are acting like they are at home. Michael turns to Lester and talks about how they were on their way home in general. But since it started raining, they decided to come here for shelter. Lester talks about how you can't come in here without permission and expect a warm welcome. It's wrong. But Michael adds that they were let in. In the moment, he introduces himself to Luis and adds that he has health problems and can't stand up normally. Lester turns to Luis and says that he was the one who asked Milk to find Luis, for he knew of his power. Luis asks if it comes out that Lester was watching him, even seeing and knowing that he was in that settlement in trouble. The counselor asks him to calm down and not to get emotional, adding that he has watched him before, as he is a long-time resident of the village. Luis says, let Lester watch unless he dies of old age, and the man says he won't die, for he has reasons to live. Looking at it all with great surprise are Michael and Layla, who didn't expect such a debate between them. Michael addresses them both and tells them not to fight, as they are in the same position, and they stop. Our hero begins to speak in front of them and tell them that the new ideas for the cult that he will bring will make the world a better place, and those will help him. After that, the guys do manage to unite. They all sit down at the table together and start discussing the situation. The old man says that since that valley is done with, we should now take the focus to all 7 palaces and settle matters with them. Lester also says that the Great Festival is only 4 months away. It's extremely short, and they should choose to do one of 2 things. Right off the bat, Lester presents the first option, the most trivial, which is to increase his influence in the cult. And immediately afterward, he also presents a second, riskier, more dangerous and difficult option, namely to weaken the influence of others. The deputy turns to Michael and asks why they're discussing all this. Because it's boring. The deputy replies that it's necessary. Lester continues by saying that it seems as if all the palaces are cooperating, but in reality they are set against each other. Luis adds that if our guys start to raise the impact, the rest of us won't be happy, and Lester confirmed this. The counselor also explains the fact that during the Great Festival, the battles for the post of leader will begin, for this issue will definitely come up. He adds that the fact that Michael is back from training has changed all that, and now they may have a change of plans. Lester goes on to say that the first thing that is sure to appear are those who will try to kill Michael in order to settle the matter simply and quickly. The old man interrupts Lester, saying that as long as he's alive, no one will lay a finger on Michael. Lester says he'd like to believe that. However, Lester adds that Luis alone won't be able to face all of Michael's enemies, so it pays to act more intelligently. Billy protests. He says that by doing so, Lester is suggesting that Michael should fight alone against everyone. In the moment, Billy turns back and asks about if he can ask one important question. Michael asks what question we're talking about. Billy abruptly suggests that Michael return to the same 10,000 Demons corridor, where he studied martial arts. He begins to tell us that among the pretenders there is the head of the Blood Arts Palace, who is very powerful, as well as 2 other strong candidates, the head of the Destruction Palace and one of the Elders. Luis says that's right and adds that they are all supreme masters and very strong competitors. It's good to see that they don't want to give in to each other. The old man also says that it is really only a matter of time before the chains between the palaces collapse and the great conflict begins. Trailing off, Luis adds that once such a moment arrives, Muckle will have the opportunity to pick up where the chapter left off quietly in a complete turmoil. Lester makes a very valid point. He also came to it when he was studying documents in the library. However, Luis says that they don't need all this strategizing and so on, because Michael can just take over the Sun Palace and settle the issue with that. Leicester say it's been a year since such a scheme has worked, because then there would be 4 palaces going up against them at once who would want to take their place. Immediately afterward, Lester declares that in that case, the chance of them winning would then become only 20%, given the support of the Sun Palace. Billy starts yelling and saying that it's not 20% here, but only 2%, because the Sun Palace is severely weakened. Luis turns to Billy and asks about the fact that have they gotten so weak. He says they have. Billy also yells about how it wouldn't occur to anyone to help them. Because of such a small chance of winning, Michael doesn't like the noise from his assistant. The counselor says there is truth in this, for though the power of the masters grew, there was no one who distributed that power intelligently. Our hero just sits and listens to it, analyzing it in his head and realizing that a huge storm is most likely coming. All the guys around them fall silent for a while, as they all need to think things through and come up with the right strategy to win. Billy suggests that they just sit tight and wait for the chapter to return, saying that they have little chance of winning and any mistake is death. Layla steps into the conversation and starts talking about spending the last part of her life in total darkness in that settlement. And then she sweetly starts talking about how since everything has already happened like this, it's better to face the problem head on. Layla immediately apologizes for possibly speaking out of turn, but Michael backs her up, saying it's the right thing to do. Michael recalls the words of his teacher who said that if you don't solve a problem today, it will remain the same tomorrow. In a moment, Michael grabs an index stick, pokes it upward, and talks about starting with this person. As it turns out, Michael points his wand at the head of the shopping district, specifically John's father, named Stark. 2 days pass from that moment. The events of the story move forward and take us to the small palace of the sun. Our hero Michael is sitting somewhere, doing his classic meditation routine, building up the energy around him. Michael is well aware that huge changes are coming, and he should act very smart and strong now, and train hard. Michael also realizes that he needs to ideally reach 9 stars in this art, for that is the only way he will be able to face the strongest. Michael begins to walk away and contemplates that once he reaches the 9-star phase, he will become a celestial demon. Our hero Michael goes out into the garden of the small palace, and while walking through it, he notices Layla ahead of him in front of him, who is also walking. Michael looks at the flowers that have recently been planted and turning to Layla asks what they are. Layla, in turn, seeing Michael, begins to apologize and talk about how she didn't understand Michael's motives initially in the settlement. Michael asks her to forget about it all, and realizes that, in all likelihood, Luis has explained everything to his daughter, telling her how it was. He turns to Layli and says that she can now live the life she wants, because that's how everyone in this palace lives. She responds by starting to thank Michael profusely, saying that she is honored to hear such words in her direction. Michael asks Layla to leave thanks, and in his head realizes that she is a good woman, worthy of her father. In the moment, our hero begins to hear someone's harsh words and requests that urge him to meet with the 2 palaces. On one of the streets of the cult, 2 palaces clash, namely the Children of the Heads, John from the Merchant Palace, and Nami from the Pleasure Palace. John threatens them and tells them that they are mere slaves and must earn their acceptance and his love. However, the young head of the Pleasure Palace, Nami, does not agree with John at all and also ridicules him in return. John calls him the usual rough and dirty women, but Nami replies that John probably means himself. However, the moment abruptly opens a gate, out of which Billy emerges, along with Louis, who immediately looks at John and Nami. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael appears with his assistants and asks Nami and John what they are doing. Michael addresses them in a very condescending, abrupt, and pushy manner, saying that they are being very rude. Billy talks about how they're just jerks and don't even realize they need to welcome the future cult leader now. Immediately after Billy's words, John and all his men start bowing and talking about how happy they are to see Michael and his greatness. The girls in Nami's group do the same, but she herself doesn't give much credit to our hero. Seeing how easily John succumbed to Billy's words, Nami began to pick on him even more and called him spineless and weak. Billy turns to Nami and asks her what she needs here near the small palace, but she says she doesn't need to talk to the deputy. She begins to turn to Michael and ask him how he's feeling, adding that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. In a moment, Michael turns away and begins to walk away and gives his aide the order to escort the others inside. Nami walks into the young palace and starts talking right away about how she expected this from the young leader Michael. She immediately talks about how the Pleasure Palace is much better than the Bidding Palace, but Michael only sits and listens to her. Our hero is abruptly rude about how it's not hot in here at all, and asks Nami not to wave her skirt around, but to say what she needs to and leave. She starts to go to Michael and says that the letters received in their palace are very beautiful, and adds that Michael is also very handsome. However, she can't keep walking towards Michael for long. Luis stops Nami and tells her to stand still. She asks Michael about Luis being his new servant, but Michael clarifies if Luis looks like the kind of person who would be a servant. Also says that if Michael needs young, slender girls as servants, she will help very quickly to help with that. Watching her, Michael realizes that she has forgotten her true tasks, and a great sense of pride keeps her from returning to them. Our hero sends Luis a signal to let her pass, and Nami immediately heads straight for Michael. With her arms, Nami reaches out to hug Michael close to her, but in response, he only intercepts her arm and begins to pull. Our hero asks how much longer he has to put up with this, but Nami replies that if Michael comes to their palace, there will be no need for patience. Michael talks about how if Nami is serious now, it would be easier for him to just kill her right there. It would really shock her. Nami backs off and talks about how Michael is nasty and overconfident that he can kill her. After turns to Michael and talks about how she's still not engaged to her partner, so he should be gentler with her. Immediately after, Nami starts asking Michael to visit their palace again, but he only asks why he should. In a moment, she says that the kind of lifestyle one can experience there is completely in line with what a leader needs. All of these lines and Nami's words really piss Louis off. He sends Michael a signal asking if he can kill her. Utilizing energy, Michael replies that killing isn't necessary. However, teaching her manner wouldn't be unreasonable. Louis turns to Nami and starts talking about how she's a terrible representative of her palace, and the conversation is useless, which surprises her. She turns to Louis in shock and starts asking him that doesn't he know who she is and what status she has. Louis says he thought she was a messenger from the pleasure palace, but in reality she was just there to sell her body. She begins to turn to Louis and ask what she should do in the face of such total disrespect from Michael's aides. Louis starts to say that Nami violated 2 points at once, touching Michael without permission and getting too close, threatening his safety. At a point, Nami gets angry. She pulls out her gun and starts threatening, saying that she's had enough of all this already. Immediately afterward, Nami snaps out of her seat and attacks directly at Louis in order to attack him and deal damage. Michael keeps a close eye on all this and realizes that his palace has a very poor reputation since this is happening here. Of course, Nami's weak attack doesn't scare Louis at all. He turns to Michael and asks through energy what he should do. Michael realizes that it's too early to bring up issues now, and personal confrontations are unnecessary. So he asks that Nami not be killed. Nami, meanwhile, attacks Louis. But all is even, for her attack didn't even reach him. With his energy, he blocked the blow with his weapon. However, the sounds from the blows carried quite loudly right into the hallway, where a surprised Billy stood, not understanding anything. However, he was well aware of the fact that he himself was in a bad position, because he was surrounded by various girls around him, who were clearly not kind. Billy tried to communicate with him somehow and ask him to leave, but all in vain, because they clearly aren't going to leave without Nami. Billy switched to methods more understandable to them and drew his weapon, but even that didn't help him against them. Meanwhile, John stood with calculator in hand, calculating all the odds, realizing that Michael's death now also benefited him. Meanwhile, not even using his physical strength, just energy charges, Louise tore Nami off her feet and threw her to the floor, breaking her weapon. Nami began to talk about how she was sure she had thrown a punch. Yet Louise doesn't even have a scratch on him. This amazes her. Our hero Michael understands perfectly well what happened and what martial art Louise used against her with the use of energy. In the moment, Michael stands up and addresses the question to Nami, clarifying that is this really all their pleasure palace can do. Michael talks about how he didn't expect them to send some Nami who can't even wield a sword. He's disappointed. Nami wants to say something back to Michael, but he only walks over abruptly and grabs her chin, stopping all words. Michael begins to ask himself how he would be better off with her, and she also can't understand what they want to do to her. With his eyes energized, Michael turned to ask her if he should hang her head in the pleasure palace. Our hero threw Nami right on the floor and started asking about whether he should punish her right there. He starts to walk away and talk about how he's not going to waste his time on people like her. Immediately after, raising a wild aura behind him, he turns to her and asks her to call the next one into the room to talk to him. Nami is in complete shock at this point. She finds it hard to believe everything that is happening because not so long ago everything was normal. She says that Michael will regret treating her that way, but he doesn't realize that she will put him up against him with her skills and starts to get to her feet. And right after she stands up, Michael turns to her and orders her to get out of the palace, after which that's exactly what happens. And it generally pleases Michael, because he doesn't want to see Nami in the palace right now at all. In the moment, Luis approaches Michael with a question about who he really is, but Michael doesn't give an unequivocal answer, not even to his assistant. In the moment, Luis gets on his knees and starts bowing. Michael immediately asks him to stand up, and Luis apologizes for any offense he may have caused. Turning to Luis, Michael talks about how everything is fine, but asks him not to do it again. Luis agrees, of course. Luis tells Michael that the head of the pleasure palace is actually a rather testy man who is unlikely to leave the situation. Raising an aura of power, Luis turns to Michael and offers to get rid of Nami if she's in the way of the young master. Luis talks about how it's best to resolve things quickly, adding that if they let her live, it will only be a matter of time before they do. Michael is of course surprised by such suggestions from Luis, but he remembers that he is part of the demon cult. Michael turns to Luis and orders him to never kill anyone unless he gives the order to do so. Luis agrees, of course. Turning to Luis, Michael says that from what he knows, the mistress of the pleasure palace cares a lot about her family. That's something to consider. Meanwhile, Nami leaves Michael's office and walks down the hallway, all torn and wounded, much to the surprise of her subordinates. All her subordinate women began to gather around her and pity her, saying that they could help her with everything. Billy's also very surprised to see this. He doesn't know what Michael did to Nami there. However, not to say it upsets him. Watching John about to go to Michael next, Billy thinks about the fact that he's going to be killed in the office. However, while Billy was thinking about it, the office door opened and Michael and his assistant, Luis, began to emerge. Michael walks right up to John, and talks about how right now he'd like to go straight to the bidding palace and see for himself. Meanwhile, in the Palace of the Sun, the events of the story take us to Lilo, who is very angry about something and cursing everything around her. Lilo's aides start asking about why she was called in and say, that does Lilo really want to discuss her meeting with Michael? And she starts talking about getting married to Michael as soon as possible, but she just yells back and says it's impossible. Lilo yells that she won't do anything like that and she doesn't need Michael, but the assistant asks to be quiet, saying that the owner might hear. In the moment, the door opens and the owner of the Sun Palace, named Ronnie, appears in the room in person, who is angry and asks who was yelling in here. Immediately afterward, the events of the story take us to some sort of battle room, where Lilo is standing opposite Ronnie. Ronnie turns to Lilo and talks about getting her sword out. She does so, yelling that she is a very brave woman. Lilo yells again that she won't marry Michael, but Ronnie yells back that mere emotion shouldn't ruin such an important event. She begins to remind Ronnie of his own words, that if someone gives slack during training, they will never win in battle. Ronnie starts yelling at Lilo, saying that he's going to watch her talk about it after her defeat. Immediately afterward in the moment, Lilo flies right by Ronnie and cuts his sweatshirt in an instant. She begins to cry out again with tears in her eyes that she will not do it under any circumstances, because she is disgusted to even think for it. However, Ronnie is so thoroughly surprised that Lilo managed to hurt him that he thinks about her training rather than her words. Ronnie asks if the squad leader's here now, and the one in the moment appears beside him. He turns and tells the commander that Lilo is his important and only daughter, then asks him to bring him a young leader. With an injured arm standing in the hall, Ronnie looks up and contemplates the fact that this is all he can do for Lilo right now. Our hero, meanwhile, is riding a horse somewhere, thinking about its rare breed, because to get such a horse is obviously not easy. Michael stops at one point and suggests taking a vacation, but John says they're almost there and taking a vacation isn't necessary at all. In the moment, Michael turns to John and starts asking various questions, including clarifying whether he is the heir to the palace. John talks about how it's a perfectly fine choice in his species, but there's a problem, and it's his older brother. Michael immediately finds all sorts of strange moments. Before, John didn't respect him at all, but now he's been given one of the best horses available. Our hero turns to John and asks about whether he can kill him in such a case. But John asks him not to talk so suddenly about such things, and he starts raising a terrible aura of energy and talking about how he's bored and John's death would amuse him right now. For a while, John takes it all as a joke from Michael. However, at a point, he notices that Billy has grabbed him and is holding him down. John realizes he's in a pretty awful position. He turns to everyone and asks if they'll just stand there and watch this. Michael, meanwhile, continues to execute his plan. He pulls out a knife and starts pointing it at John, saying that he will cut him very soon. John starts screaming in fear, and Michael asks him to stop it, saying that he hasn't done anything yet, and he's already started screaming like a wild man. In the moment, some man appears among the crowd. He turns to Michael and asks him to stop doing all this now. Michael turns and asks who he is, and the man replies that his name is Silvers, and he represents one of the forbidden squads of the Trade Palace. Michael decides to check whether this Silvers is telling the truth and asks various leading questions, to which he gets decent answers. Silvers also promises Michael complete safety at the end. The latter thanks him, but calls it hypocrisy, saying it benefits the trade. He disagrees with Michael's words and says that this is not true at all, and promises again to Michael complete safety on the journey. Raising his powerful aura, Michael turned to Silvers and told him not to try to trick him ever again. From these words, Silvers himself tensed up very much, and turning to Michael began to say that he understood everything and would not do it again. Michael turns his head around in the moment, and turning to Silvers says he'll take his word for it. The events of the story move forward. Michael sits shocked on his horse looking forward. Silvers asks about how he likes their palace. Michael says he didn't think of the sea being in such a place, but Silvers corrects him, saying it's a heavenly river. Layla also talks about how beautiful the place is, and Luis states that the Trade Palace hasn't changed at all in all that time. Silvers turns to Luis and says they were probably acquainted and asks him to give his nickname. He introduces himself as Bloody. Michael up ahead overhears this dialogue, noticing that the nickname Bloody Louis is very fitting for one of his assistants, because it sounds solid. Meanwhile, the horses are coming closer and closer to the palace, and the boys report that the young gentleman has arrived on the spot. In a moment, Billy is struck with shock. He looks ahead and notices some guy with long white hair, much to his surprise. The events of the story show us the head of the mercantile palace, namely Father John, addressing a guy with white hair. A boy named Rox, the youngest son of the Blood Arts Palace, asks Father John if he has forgotten what he promised to Rox's father. Rox says he heard about the incident at the restaurant and would like to meet with the participants to put a lid on it. Also, Rox asks Father John about Michael's actions, saying that his going to different palaces is too incomprehensible to them. John's father realizes that the atmosphere is too tense and unfriendly, and suggests that Michael is just plain stupid. Rox turns around and starts to leave, saying he'll go looking for Michael, but John's father declares that it's not necessary. However, Rox raises his sword slightly in response, and even that is enough to send back a powerful bolt of energy. Rox directed his full charge of energy straight into a nearby sprout, cutting through a small portion of its foliage, surprising Father John. In order to relieve the tension of the situation, Rox stopped and began to talk about how those leaves had rotted and could have destroyed the entire flower. Rox also talks about saving the trade palace some trouble as an apology for his rudeness. John's father only silently stares after him, realizing that Rox has almost already reached the stage of the higher realm of demons and is very strong. He leaves the Palace of Commerce. His assistant starts asking various questions, but he says he will refrain from answering them. She responds by saying that she will do as he wishes, since she is the head of one of the defense squads in the cult. Immediately after which, Rox stops abruptly and extends his hand forward. Immediately after which, some sort of white eagle lands on it and begins to look directly into the bird's eyes, as if waiting for a human word from it. But in a moment, something catches his attention. That something is the appearance of Billy and Michael. Billy stands in shock and looks directly at Rox, and Michael doesn't understand anything at all. Michael thinks back of Billy's stories and realizes that Rox is his older brother. But what Michael is more interested in is which side Rox is on. In response, he only walks right by Billy and talks about how they haven't seen each other in a while. But he doesn't even turn his head. Michael gets right in front of Rox in his path and asks about what business he might have at this palace. Rox asks Michael the reasons why he shouldn't be here, and asks Michael himself why he's here. Michael responds by saying that he has the same situation and has no particular reason to be here. Rox moves on, saying that if they're not going to discuss the reasons, he'll go. But Michael just smiles. However, before leaving, Rox stops, but turning his head, he turns to Billy and asks about whether he's as pathetic as before. In response, Billy only remains silent. He has nothing much to say, and Michael looks at Billy and realizes that the situation is not good for him. The events of the story take us to Layla. She took out the manuscripts and started reading information about Rox, who he was and what he was famous for. Layla also says that the palace to which Rox belongs has the greatest power of all 7 palaces. Michael turns to Billy and asks about Billy being hungry. He replies that it's a pretty weird question right now. Billy stands up and talks about how he is indeed the eldest son in the Blood Palace. But since he is a bastard son, he didn't get much from his father. Next, he talks about how when he started tagging along with Michael's past, his family disowned him altogether. Here, Michael freaks out. Afterward, Billy starts urging Michael to think 3 times about whether they should go to the bloody martial arts palace afterward. However, Michael thinks of something else. He realizes that if the bloody martial arts palace has this kind of pressure on the mercantile palace, then it means they are in for one thing. Michael instructs his assistants to check all information and communication between the palaces. Billy's excited about resting today and working tomorrow. However, Michael interrupts his joy by saying that there is no rest now, just work, and trying to find the connection between the palaces. Immediately after that, Michael proceeds to study the known information about the head of the trade palace in order to understand who he is and how to act with him. Michael realizes that he will also need to visit the pleasure palace, as they need provisions on their way to the other palaces. Michael is also thinking about how to raise his influence faster. Since the only power in his hands is the title of young cult leader, Michael contemplates that it would be a good idea to get the leader of the merchant palace, Mozart, on his side. But it won't be so easy. A palace aide comes to see Michael and tells him that their leader has finalized everything for the meeting and is ready to see him. Michael talks about how Silver's face has changed a lot from what it was a while ago, and it alarms him. Silvers apologizes for being disrespectful, and Michael realizes that in all likelihood he did use a human skin mask. However, Michael recalls that he asked Silvers to never cheat on him, but the man says the situation got out of hand. In response, he raises his aura and talks about not letting Silvers think he's messing with him at a time like this. Michael gets up and starts talking about how, if he's not respected here, he'd best leave, and the meeting will be a waste. Silvers begins to apologize to Michael again and says that he's wearing his true colors now and they can be trusted. Apparently, however, this answer from Silvers did not suit our hero very well, for he replied by saying that he was going home, which surprised everyone. In response, he bowed and apologized more and more, saying that he didn't mean to do that because he realized that the blame would be on him. Michael starts to walk away and talks about how he's been lied to twice already, and asks him to tell Mozart that there will never be any meetings with him. Silvers turns around and on his knees asks Michael what he needs to do to earn his trust. Michael turns to Silversea and gives him a quill and a sheet. telling him that he must now begin to write down his vows here. Silvers doesn't have much of a choice, which is why he starts doing what Michael tells him to do and takes careful notes. He turns to Michael and asks if he's going to ask him to sign a defense contract, but Michael only smiles evasively in response. Then, in a rather somber atmosphere, Michael asks Mozart to write that he is committed to destroying the palace of the Lesser Sun. With a huge look of shock on his face, Silvers began to object and talk about how this was absurd, and acting this way was far from a good idea. Michael turns to Silvers and asks about why then the son of the Trade Palace was making attempts to kill Mile. Immediately afterward, Michael speaks to Silvers again about being the more dangerous man, but Silvers yells that he's not. Our hero abruptly turns around and starts to walk away and talk about how he shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. Silvers starts yelling that he'll sign everything, followed by asking Michael if it's enough to earn his forgiveness. Michael says that's correct, and asks him to add that if Silvers breaks that promise, he can be considered a traitor to the cult. In the moment, he starts writing, just like Michael said. And then our hero realizes that his plan has completely succeeded, and it makes him very happy. Immediately after signing the paper, Silvers and Michael went to the head of the palace, Michael walking and looking at the corridors along the way. Our hero Michael walks right in. Mozart greets him and immediately asks him to be calm at their meeting, for it is important. Mozart starts smiling rather sweetly and talking about how very happy he is to meet him, which has been in preparation for quite some time. Immediately afterward, Mozart points out the swords, coins, and book to Michael, saying that if he wants it, he can have it all to himself. Michael begins to play the role of the kind one, saying that if he had known how generous the people here are, he would have come even earlier and visited more often. After a couple of seconds, Michael abruptly moves right over to Mozart and starts talking about how apparently he's living a very good life. Michael looks into Mozart's eyes and says that it must be hard for him to be sad, knowing that he has such a beautiful son as John. Our hero rudely suggests that after all that has happened, Mozart should be on his knees asking for forgiveness, not locking Michael in the guest room. Michael turns to Mozart and asks if he will plead guilty to conspiring against his homeland and leader, which shocks Mozart to the point of horror. Seeing this reaction from Mozart, Michael turns to him and says his question again, adding that he will not repeat it again. Mozart is just in a wild shock and rage. He cannot believe what is happening in the office and is afraid to say even a word. In the moment Mozart starts laughing hard, he pretends like he took it all as a joke and says that the young leader is beautiful. However, in response to all this, our hero rises sharply and puts his foot right on the papers on the table, saying that it would be better that way. Mozart looks at it all with wild shock and can't believe his eyes. He didn't expect anything like this, not even close. Immediately afterward, our hero returns to his seat and sits silently, while Mozart begins to walk nervously around the room. Michael sits back and realizes that he is doing the right thing, as he has had previous experience with wealthy and evil people like Mozart. However, he also draws attention to the fact that Mozart is somehow very different from the others, and this is strange. In the moment, Michael abruptly turns to Mozart and talks about how he hates to overcomplicate things, and this surprises Mozart. Our hero starts to complain a bit about his life, various problems, his father missing, and all sorts of things. Mozart listens attentively. Turning to Mozart, Michael talks about how he's not interested in all the things that interest them. He's just going to sit in the cult leader's seat. Our hero looks directly into Mozart's eyes and asks him if he understands what he's talking about, which alarms Mozart. However, he also adds that after coming to this place, he was very disappointed with everything that goes on here and how he was disrespected. Mozart begins to act very nice and welcoming, saying that due to the sheer amount of things to do, he has really been behaving badly. Immediately afterwards, Mozart turns to Michael saying he has prepared a gift for him. This surprises Michael and he asks what the gift is. Mozart says it's a much appreciated gift that is sure to please and claps his hands. Immediately after he claps, Silvers appears in the room holding a red chest, apparently with a gift. Mozart brings the chest right up to Michael and immediately opens it. Revealing what's inside, it turns out to be daggers. He begins to smile evasively in response to the demonstration and asks Michael if he's heard of the 5 known weapons. Michael abruptly realizes what is happening and realizes in shock that this is indeed one of the 5 divine weapons. Mozart turns to Michael and says that everything is correct, and it is these daggers that he has prepared for Michael as a gift today. Mozart smiles wryly and talks about how hard it is to get them, but today he is only going to give them to Michael as a gift. Without finishing speaking, looking Michael in the face, Mozart also promises to send tons of gold bars to the small palace every month. He also says that he promises to build Michael a palace that will be bigger than the Palace of Commerce, but forgive something in return. In return, he has to make a deal, in consequence of which he will help our hero to rise to his place as the head of the cult. In a rather grim atmosphere, our hero Michael turns to Mozart and asks if he has correctly realized that he is being asked to become the head of a cult. Very excitedly, Mozart says all the right things, because he thinks that such a cool and important position should only be held by Michael. However, watching all of this, our hero Michael only once again suspects that Mozart has very impure intentions for him. Michael starts to play along and talk about how it's just beautiful, and Mozart backs him up, saying he expected this reaction. Trailing off, Michael turns to Mozart and talks about him supporting the leader of the Blood Arts Palace, and it's very strange. Mozart starts to walk to the side and talk about how Michael asked a very interesting question. He starts to say that he finds it all strange, and especially the appearance of Michael's new assistants and his absence from the palace. He begins to tell about his suspicions towards Michael, but the latter realizes that he really went to the settlement with good intentions. In the moment, the old man abruptly turns around on the spot, picks up the energy, and says he has a hard time believing Michael's words. Michael, meanwhile, doesn't move. He just sits there and analyzes the situation, realizing that Mozart has a lot of energy. Mozart turns to Michael and talks about how they should decide who will be the master of the boat they will be sailing on. He begins to realize the crux of the matter, as many different palaces are banding together to become stronger. Our hero also realizes that his trip to the Pleasure Palace definitely needs to take place, to see which side they take. Michael replies that their future will depend on this boat, and in his head realizes that the leader of the Merchant Palace still can't trust him. At the same time, Mozart is really always looking away and sweating a lot, because the whole conversation is really stressing him out. Mozart turns to Michael and says that he will believe him this time, but he will need to meet someone to be sure. Michael gets up, he asks Mozart to take his time, and informs him that since he put so much effort into the gift to him, he will accept it. Leaving, our hero turns to Mozart and talks about giving him about a month to resolve all the issues. Immediately afterward, Michael leaves, saying that he has to go now, as he still has a lot to do with the mistress of the Pleasure Palace. Mozart starts yelling at Michael and talking about how he'd better rest in the Palace of Commerce today before heading out. Michael talks about thinking about the offer and thanking him for it, and says that Mozart had better go do his own thing. Immediately afterward, Michael leaves the room and slams the door, and Mozart stands very angry and shocked for a while longer. Immediately after Michael leaves, Mozart begins complaining to his assistant Silvers that Michael is demanding a lot from him. Silvers asks Mozart to be calmer, but he pats the table and says he can't calm down because this whole situation is just awful. His assistant tells Mozart that Michael's whole plan may not have been thought up by him, but by the elders, and this shocks Mozart. He tells Mozart that they should also keep an eye out for rocks, because if he becomes the cult leader, it will also be beneficial. Also reports that apparently the masters of the Pleasure Palace and martial arts may be joining forces. Also, according to a theory from Silvers, Michael will work together with the Elders Association collectively. That's what he thinks, based on his recent actions. Mozart says there is some truth in those words, and Silvers adds that Michael is just a puppet in this whole game. Also says that before coming to the Trade Palace, something happened between Nami and Michael, according to his information. Silvers says he doesn't know the exact details, but his information is that she flew out of his room in torn clothing. He says that knowing Michael, you can be sure that something untoward has happened, much to old Mozart's shock. However, this pleases Mozart, because he realizes that the mistress of the Pleasure Palace will not leave it so easily, and this pleases him. Old man Mozart begins to contemplate whether he should save Milk if he begs on his knees, or leave him to his certain death. Silver says he thinks it's worth saving Michael at the right time, and then bringing him back at another time when he's already useful as material. He fills Mozart in on the fact that this is the best thing to do, because he realizes that if the Palace of the Sun falls, he will be a traitor. Immediately after, Mozart gives the order to begin their plan in action, then instructs the shipment of the gold bars to the Palace of the Sun. Our hero, meanwhile, walks mysteriously through the palace and realizes that if Mozart sees the mountain of gold, he will fall down in shock and drop his hands. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Palace of Commerce, one of the workers is telling another a marvelous story that happened to him today. He said as he was walking to work this morning, he saw a huge army of 100 different soldiers on one of the mountains. The workers don't believe him, but the guy fills them in that it's true, because he saw one of the ministers of war blocking the road there. Other workers do not believe and say that they do not want to listen to these tales. And all this conversation is overheard by our hero's assistants. Billy doesn't pay much attention to it, but here's Layla saying that what's going on in Luna's tribe does seem kind of strange. Billy starts saying it's all bullshit, and adds that the Moon tribe isn't interested in going to war with the cult at all. And that's bullshit. However, Layla hears someone moaning and is distracted, noticing some man lying on the floor hiccuping. She asks him if he's okay. The man yells back at her, asking if he looks like he's okay. Her father, Luis, appears behind Layla and tells her that there is no need to pay attention to people like this man. At one point, a man begins to menacingly yell at Luis and ask him to shut up, telling him that the people from the Moon Tribe did it all. Billy asks the man to choose his words, saying that if he keeps going on like this, he might not even realize he's losing his head. The old man complains that the fault lies in the weakness of the Blood Arts Palace, because previously the Moon Tribe was even afraid to raise their heads. The old man starts complaining to our hero's aides about being stabbed for just looking at them. Billy yells back at him and says that he doesn't believe it, because there's no logic to such actions. However, the old man decides not to argue further with Billy. He gets up and starts to leave. Billy asks him where he's going. He shouts that if the Blood Palace can't do anything, then he will go and do it all himself. For he doesn't care about death, his honor is above it. Luis, Billy, and Layla just stand there and stare at him in silence, because they don't even know what to say to that. In a moment off to the side, our hero Michael announces himself, talking about how he's tired of looking for them already and says hello to everyone. Michael suggests we discuss everything at a table in a restaurant, which is where the events of our story move to, right into their dinner. The deputy talks about how he still doesn't believe in the whole Moon Tribe thing and asks Michael if there's any proof. Layla asks for proof from Billy too in such a case. He says they just wouldn't have gone for it, and that's it. Billy starts to get up and pound the table, saying that this is just crazy after all. But Layla informs him that everyone is already talking about it. However, in a moment between them, Luis intervenes and asks both of them to shut up and behave appropriately here. Between themselves, they decide that they really should settle down, and our hero Michael watches it all, realizing that it's not going to be easy on them, because of the controversy his assistants raised. Everyone around him noticed that Michael himself was in the cafe and started paying attention. Michael really doesn't like all the extra attention to his person, so he asked everyone to sit back down and stop it. However, even in a calmer way, the argument between Billy and Layla doesn't stop. They still can't figure out which one of them is right. Billy is tentative, but talks about having a mother, one of the Luna tribe, so he knows better how it is and what's going on than the rest of them. Billy asks to be understood correctly, for he's not praising the tribe, only saying that the idea is crazy, but Michael doesn't get it. Michael, meanwhile, analyzing the whole situation, realizes that Mozart doesn't want to go to war with them, but wants Michael to go to war with the Palace of Blood. Michael tries to draw a connection between this and the Moon Tribe, realizing that the tribe may be collecting prisoners at the behest of the Blood Palace. Our hero realizes that in this case, they need to save the prisoners, because although they are not involved in everything, but they are living people. Drawing these conclusions, Michael abruptly stands up, slaps the table, and says that it's time for them to leave, whereupon they do. Even though Michael is leaving, there's still an air of utter terror throughout the restaurant after they listen to Michael talk. However, from that moment on, the events of the story move on and take us to the next sunny day. And it begins with Billy entering Michael's room, but to his surprise, Michael himself was not there. Billy never likes it when Michael disappears and doesn't say anything, because then they have to look for him forever. However, while Billy was getting angry at everything that was going on and scratching his ear, his attention was caught by some tape lying nearby on the table. He began to read it and didn't realize that Michael had decided to go somewhere alone and left them only a message. Layla appeared behind him and asked if Michael was awake, but Billy only said that he'd been wrong to believe that Michael had changed, because he was still the same old psycho. Instead of answering the question from Layla, Billy only silently passed the paper into her hands and told her to read it herself. Layla reads a letter in which Michael tells her that Michael has realized something important, and he urgently needs to head out into the long night. However, aside from the fact that Michael had left a very strange message, Layla and Luis noticed that it was very delightfully written. Billy began to interrupt their joy and talk about how now was clearly not the time to marvel at all of this, because Michael was missing. Luis took the letter in his hands and began to read it as well, after which he stated that they clearly didn't need to worry about Michael right now. Billy begins to berate Old Man Luis, calling him irresponsible, adding that one should not say that about their master at all. However, Luis points Billy to the last line, in which Michael has given them orders to go to the small palace and is there. Louis and Billy's dialogue is interrupted as the letter begins to burn right in old Louis's hands, shocking Billy. At this point, Billy realizes that apparently Louis used magic and energy on the letter, which means he has finally recovered. Louis, meanwhile, rudely turns to Billy and asks him if he's going to walk or if he's going to stand like a monument. Billy bows to Luis, calling him the head of the squad, much to Layla's shock, and goes right after Luis from behind. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to our hero Michael, who has arrived somewhere while wearing a mask and using his power. Michael looks at the mountains behind him and talks about how someone could really die while climbing them to get to the cult. Michael looks at some sea and talks about how his information says that this is where Luna's tribe is, but he can't see it for some reason. Michael decides to track down the place with the tribe, So using the speed technique, he heads northwestward. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the distant plains, specifically to one of the settlements of the Luna tribe there now. Some sort of delegation had arrived at this tribe, apparently under the leadership of Rox and his aides. Local guards stop Rox and his men, saying that non-tribal people have nothing at all to do at a time like this. However, in response to this, Rox's assistant pulls out her weapon. She points it upwards and speaks of letting them through quickly. The local guards get really pissed off. They grab their guns and yell back, saying that these people are really fucked up. Rox's assistant turns to the guards with a wild look and tells them that if they want to live, they had better put down their weapons and cover their necks with their hands. However, in response, the tribe's guards only attack Rox's men. But the assistant quickly notices this and begins to attack first. In the moment, a huge guard appears right behind Rox and strikes with an axe. However, this blow was immediately stopped. Immediately afterward, Rox's assistant flew right next to her at a tremendous speed and shredded the opponent's body. Everyone else steeled themselves and watched in shock at how one girl from the squad was able to get rid of several male guards in just a couple swings. Immediately afterward, one of Rox's opponents gave the order to get bows immediately. But Rox's aide only called such an action foolish. However, in just a few seconds, the entire guard of the hut was standing with bows that were aimed directly at Rox's squad. Rox's squad in turn did not act at all. They just stood and watched what was happening, waiting for further instructions. A girl named Taya, Rox's assistant, returned to her seat. Rox asked Taya to raise her head. Immediately afterward, they headed straight for the very same shack, the path to which had previously been closed. But now, they were free to go there. On entering the hut, they were immediately met inside by the chief of the Moon tribe, named George, who was sitting on a throne and examining his bow. Rox turned to George and said he was glad to see him in good health, for it was very gratifying. Yord was, in fact, the head of several tribes at once. George gets up and addresses Rox, talking about how he now has the Grandmaster title, and asks Rox if that title suited him. In response, Rox talks about how it sounds to him like George has decided to take Khan's position in the plains. George began to smile and draw his bow, and afterward to say that nothing was impossible for him in this world now. In a moment, Rox asked George not to make a fuss, and told him about the merchant palace. The latter replied that he'd rather not know that. In response to Rox's stories, George only remained silent, and after looking into Rox's eye, asked him if he knew how to use a bow. George began to talk about what he had heard about a man who had managed to create an ivory bow that was very accurate. Immediately afterward, George started showing off his bow again and talking about how, as a man with Khan's blood, the bow suited him well. In the moment, George turned to Rox again and asked about the difference between him and those who are able to continue his lineage. However, George was apparently not going to get an answer, for he immediately told Rox to go to his father. Apparently, Rox has very different plans for all of this, however, as he only began to use his energy directly on his opponent in response. Rox broke the string on George's bow, and trailing off began to say that if one was incapable of taking possession of anything, he should know it, and afterward retreat. Rox turned to George again and said that if he wanted, he could become Khan, but he would need to remember that the Sun Palace would know it. He also stated that he would only hand everything over to his father when John released all the captives, and afterward Rox began to leave. Right after that, Rox talks about how he will of course apologize before he leaves for their rudeness today. With only a slight flick of his sword, Rox managed to strike directly at his assistant Taya, making her several wounds to the point of bleeding. In response to his blow, Rox turned around a bit and turning to George suggested that we end today on this note of farewell and honesty. Apparently such conditions perfectly satisfied George. He began to smile and just silently looked after leaving Rox. Rox turned to his assistant and told her that it was time for them to return. She responded in kind, though she hid the pain from her wounds. As George watched Rox walk away, he realized that Rox was really just a tiger cub that nobody cared about. Immediately after Rox left the tent, George turned to his aides and beckoned one of them over to him. George raised a persistent, powerful, and terrifying aura behind him, and declared that once he became Khan, he would strike terror into this entire world. Immediately afterward, George turned to his aides and declared that they were using the Emperor as a victim and it was now worth going to prison. Meanwhile, the events of the story sent us straight to Rox and his squad, who were standing on the edge of a cliff, looking out at the departing sun. Rox sat down on the cliff with his assistant and announced to her that he was going to head back to the palace. She said she would escort him out. He responded by ordering her to sit back down, telling her that she was still bleeding, but she stated that she was perfectly fine. However, Rox said that was an order, whereupon the assistant sat down on the ground and began to stop the blood she was still bleeding. Rox sat on the edge of the cliff, watching the sea and the passing sunset, thinking about what his family was doing and how far they could go with it. The deputies from the squad shouted that someone was approaching and abruptly began to draw their swords. Rox also abruptly turned around and looked ahead, and the man who approached them was our hero Michael in his mask. Michael started to talk about how he wanted to rest here before heading out, but Rox's guys started asking him to take off his mask. However, in response to requests from Rox's squad to reveal his identity, Michael would only say that he was just an ordinary traveler, and that was all. The guys were about to start chasing him away, but Rox himself gave orders to leave him alone. In return, our hero thanked Rox. Michael was surprised to see that Rox had allowed his aide to just sit there and repair his wounds after the fight. It wasn't their style. Michael began to turn to Rox with a smile and ask about where he had come from and was going somewhere. But Rox only remained silent in response. Michael immediately realizes that Rox has no desire to communicate, but still the question of whether he was in the tribe of the moon. Michael is very worried. Michael turned to ask Rox if he liked the river nearby, and Rox's assistant asked Michael to shut up. Michael responded by telling her that she could hardly threaten him in her condition, but she was serious in her intentions. However, immediately after those words, Michael stood up very abruptly and started heading straight towards Rox's assistant. Michael in the moment began to point his hand directly towards Ty's weapon, much to her surprise in the moment. Michael abruptly grabbed Ty's arm. A second after that, a dozen swords were around his neck, then blocked him any way to retreat. Rox turned to Michael, reminding him of his words about being just a wanderer, and followed up by asking him what he had decided to do this way. Michael, addressing Rox, talks about how he has some pretty fast and quick subordinates, and adds that Ty has some very deep wounds. Trailing off, Michael tells Ty how terrible things are with her wounds, adding that even the doctor can't help now, which leaves her in shock. Ty was still arguing, proving that she was perfectly fine, but realizing that she wasn't, and Rox turned to Michael to ask what he needed. Michael responded by saying he needed clean water, a cicada barrel, and a needle to sew up Ty's wound right there and keep her from dying. Michael squeezed Ty's hand with a smile and talked about how now he would be able to start treatment quickly and address any issues if needed. Some time passes from then on. Our guys are sitting on the edge of a cliff. Michael is right next to Rox. Rox turns to Michael and asks if he's from a cult by any chance, adding that only people from there act so hypocritical. Immediately afterward, Rox approaches Michael with a question about what the distant plains are like, which actually surprises Michael. Michael looks at Rox with a bit of shock and can't understand why he would ask such a question, since he was most likely in these plains. Sitting upright at sunset, Michael began to tell Rox one of the paths, telling him where to go to get to those very plains. Talks about the lands in those places, describing the Federation masters and how kind, friendly, and accommodating they are. For a while, Michael even falls into his past body image, as he begins to describe the delights of the Federation and the world. He also describes the Central Plains as a beautiful place where everyone talks to each other and tells different funny stories. Michael also talks about how it has its problems and troubles, but for the most part, there is peace and friendship around everyone. Finally falling into his old radiant image, Michael adds at the end that this is exactly what he's heard about these places. In response, Rox talks about how that's fine, but he wonders what ideology the people in those places live by and what they believe. Michael suggests that Rox make sure of everything himself and just go there to see for himself, but Rox is only surprised by this. Our hero tells Rox that even if it's impossible, it may well be possible to find common forces to make it possible, which surprises Rox. He recalls the revolution in the Federation that brought peace to the lands of the plains, and realizes that it can be done in a demon cult as well. Michael looks directly at Rox's face, who in turn looks out to sea, and Michael ponders whether Rox can switch. Rox tells Michael that if he needs anything, he can turn to him. Rox calls the conversation absurd but interesting. Michael gets up and starts walking to the side, and talks about how someday Rox might actually get to try to grant his wish. Rox responds by saying that Michael is just as absurd, and afterward asks him for the name of our hero and character. However, in response, Michael only replies that he will do it some other time, immediately after which he adds that he has to go now. Michael begins to walk away, realizing that their next meeting will only be over a bottle of wine, or with a gun in his hand, and it will be important. As Michael left at full pathos, without finishing the dialogue, he now realized that he hadn't even asked for directions and didn't know where he was going. However, he is greatly saved by the tracks and flags left by the Luna tribe people. Only thanks to them, Michael didn't get lost. To our hero's great joy, the desert ends and he spots the meadow, realizing that he is finally on the right path. Walking back to the small palace through the meadows, our hero notices some people in a large tent in the forest, which surprises him greatly. Michael immediately realizes that it's most likely the Luna tribesmen, but he's more interested in who's inside the guarded tent. Michael talks about how that's pretty weird, since it's not clear why the guards aren't inside if they want to protect someone. And in the moment, our hero comes to the realization that it's more likely that they may conversely be keeping someone inside from other people's eyes, Meanwhile, the tent guards mockingly stand over some girl. She begs to be spared, but hears only taunts in response. However, the ward guards ask her to shut her mouth, saying that their boss will be arriving soon, so she's going to die anyway. Our hero Michael is watching everything that is happening, but he can't understand what they are talking about, because he doesn't know their language. Michael continues to watch them and try to listen to every word to understand at least the basic meaning of what is happening. Meanwhile, the girl who's being bullied presses her lips together and cries. She will be saying her final goodbye to life by now. However, in a moment, our hero Michael abruptly notices that this girl's life energy has abruptly left her body, which startles him. Michael notices that she killed herself with a hairpin and realizes the horror of what is happening here. However, in response to everything that's going on, the tent guards only start wiping their feet right against it, which surprises Michael even more. Michael finally realizes that what's going on here is some kind of complete horror and gets very angry. Around Michael also notices a few more tortured corpses. In a moment, he gets up and starts walking straight towards the guards to meet them. Michael raises a tremendous energy around him. Even lightning bolts strike his body. He asks people what they have come this far for. The guards, meanwhile, aren't particularly intimidated by Michael. They don't really realize who he is and address the issue to him. With an animalistic look, Michael turns to them and declares that it doesn't matter at all at this point. The guard responds by talking about how that's generally true, because after all, Michael is going to die right here and now. Immediately afterward, in a moment, absolutely all of them snap out of their seats and rush at Michael with their attacks to destroy him. However, our hero Michael is very much against them. He raises his fist and begins to energize it. Immediately after that, Michael made a direct and accurate punch directly at his opponent, then threw him into the tree next to him, and he began to burn with the tree. The guards began to discuss among themselves the further plan of action, and Michael, at the same time using energy, jumped up. Michael's opponents began to attack him with bows, but it helped very badly. Using his strength, Michael moved very fast. Time after time, he attacked those close to him, and he didn't feel sorry for them at all after what he had seen today. Using very powerful and quite aggressive techniques, Michael killed guards in front of his colleagues, causing them fear and shock. In a moment, all the guards piled together in fear and began to stand watching Michael, and he in turn began to raise an aura of power. With an angry, even demonic face, Michael began to turn to them and talk about how they would all meet their deaths today, no matter what happened. Immediately after that, Michael flew right into the guys at a tremendous speed and started hitting them directly with his energy. And after a few moments, almost everyone was dead. One of the survivors began to beg Michael to spare him, just as the girl had recently done. However, with a terribly devilish face, Michael turned to him and told him to just disappear from this world and never reappear. Immediately afterwards, Michael charged his palm with energy and launched it directly at his opponent, burning him alive with its power. It was only after killing them all that Michael realized that he had lost control of himself and his emotions, and had massacred the place, which was simply unacceptable. Michael realizes that he urgently needs to train and raise his skill to 10 stars, to finally fully possess the demon within. Immediately after that, Michael went straight to the tent. Going in, he saw a man sitting in a big chair. The guy with the bandage inside asked Michael whether he had come to kill him or to save him. Michael talks about how he didn't have the goal of killing all the guards to discover a child here. The man yells that it's very disrespectful. In response, Michael only begins to brush his ears and talk about how in all likelihood, he's only wasted time talking here. However, with his side eye, Michael immediately noticed that after his words, this kid started crying and getting a little angry, but also afraid. Our hero respectfully approaches him and asks him to tell him everything the kid knows, and especially about Luna's tribe or other possible captives. In response to Michael's question, the kid starts to get pretty touchy about how he'll believe Michael so-and-so, and then talks about some north. The kid then starts describing to Michael the way north across one of the rivers, which eventually leads him to some kind of prison there. Michael thanks him for the information and starts to leave, but the kid tries to stop him, talking about how he didn't let him go in the first place. He grudgingly talks about how he's not going to stay here to live, and if there's anything else important to tell, it's time to tell it. The kid turns to Michael and talks about how if he really is here by accident, he could take him to the city of Beijing. Michael retorts that his road now lies north and says goodbye, but the guy starts asking to go with Michael. He turns to the kid and talks about how he's not in the best position to make a stipulation here. The guy says his name in response. Michael says that doesn't get him anything at all, and introduces himself as a black meteor afterward. However, at the moment Michael comes to the realization that this guy has the surname of an emperor from one kingdom in the Federation, it's surprising. The kid addresses Michael again, introducing himself as Robert. He talks about Michael thinking all the right things and he is the emperor of the country. However, apparently our hero Michael takes it as a joke. He asks not to make fun of him and starts to leave. which surprises Robert. Robert turns to Michael and asks if he really didn't know he was being held captive here. Michael says that's right, and he really didn't know. Robert apparently decides to believe Michael, and turning to him, asks him to save him. This time he asks without grandeur, like an ordinary man. The one starts crying again and talks about how even though Michael doesn't believe him, he still asks to be saved from this place. Holding back his emotions but keeping his head down, Robert talks about how, no matter what happens, he absolutely has to survive. Our hero says so be it, but his business will have to be settled on the way, and asks to follow him. But Robert is surprised, for there are a bunch of guards outside. Michael takes Robert outside and talks about how there is indeed security, but it is not in the best condition right now. Robert makes the point that he knew many of these people, and they deserved the end they got today more than they did. However, while Robert was telling for the guards, Michael wasted no time and found some shoes for Robert and tossed them to him. Robert doesn't really want to wear the shoes taken off the dead guard, but there is no way out, because they will have to go to the mountains in the rain. After Robert put his shoes on, he turned to Michael and asked if they could now go already, but Michael said it was too early. Our hero realizes that all these guards couldn't have come here on foot. He puts his hand on the ground and uses his powers. Michael then turns to Robert and says that he has two pieces of news, and one is bad, and the first is that he has found horses for them. And following with a very shocked and frightened face, Michael talks about the fact that a whole herd of war horses are now rushing at them. Robert doesn't immediately realize what that means, so he grabs Michael's hand and immediately starts running, saying they need to survive. Robert screams just out of fright, and Michael starts to cover his mouth with his hand, telling him to be quiet in such a situation. After a couple minutes, our guys run out onto a small plain where the horses are. Michael says it's a lot of luck. Michael jumps on one of the horses and tells Robert to jump on as well, because they need to get out of here faster. However, in response to this, Robert only stands still and asks for a seat to be brought to him, as he doesn't know how to ride horses, which surprises Michael. Robert talks about how riding horses is just a lot of savages. Michael suggests he then run behind on his feet. However, in the moment, Michael hears sounds coming from the tent. Some people yelling that the Emperor must be found immediately. Immediately after Michael realized that the enemies were approaching, he immediately grabbed Robert and started dragging him towards him, causing him to go into shock. Michael's horse began to get farther away, and meanwhile the men of the Moon Tribe noticed them and immediately began pointing them out to each other. Michael handled the horse quite quickly and deftly, and afterward began to press Robert's body lower, telling him to duck. Michael remembered that archers from the Moon Tribe were considered some of the best, but our hero had the weather and fog on his side. But the enemies also turned out to have a serious plus, namely the number, because there are at least a few dozen of them on horseback in total. Michael began to speed up on his horse and contemplate how much force they had thrown into chasing him, and how best to get away. He began to turn to Robert and ask who he was that they were chasing like this. Robert reiterated that he was the Emperor. Michael began to speed up even more and realized that he was in a pretty terrible situation, as he had originally wanted to go home. It pissed him off that Robert was always twitching. He turned to him and asked him to stop doing it, but he only held back tears. Michael began explaining to Robert, right on the fly, what to do to sit on the horse normally, and how to keep his balance. In this way, they managed to stabilize their situation a bit. But it did not negate the fact that they were being chased from behind, a very large chase. Michael noticed that Robert was not a stupid guy because he was able to sit up straight and sit down normally, which is quite unusual. However, in a moment, something strange happened. For among the whole crowd, a single black horse came forward first of all, and on it a large man. The man on that horse was George. He, with his huge bow in his hands, rode the black horse straight toward Michael. At one point, George started laughing very loudly and yelling that Robert wouldn't be able to get away from them that easily, and afterward laughing again. This was immediately noticed by our hero, Michael. He immediately realized that George is not an ordinary warrior, but at least a general, and even higher. In a moment, Michael began to turn to Robert and ask him to hold the horse's reins. But such a request only surprised him greatly. In the moment right after his request, our hero Michael did a high jump up and jumped off his horse, and the Emperor looked on in shock. A moment afterward, Michael landed on his horse again, but from behind on the other side, then stared openly at his enemies. Robert didn't immediately notice and realize what had happened. He started yelling and asking where Michael was until he answered and asked to hold the reins. Meanwhile, while our hero Michael performs his various tricks, George did not sit still. He took out a bow and began to charge arrows with energy. Our hero Michael saw this and made sure that he was not an ordinary person, and then began to raise his energy to make a defense. While he was contemplating what was best to do, George immediately raised his power and fired an arrow straight at Michael. Seeing the strength of his opponent, it was obvious to Michael that he would have to use no small amount of energy to defend himself. George's arrow headed straight for Emperor Robert's body, but Michael managed to coat his hand with energy and take the arrow into it. However, in a moment, Michael began to notice that the arrow George had fired had only begun to grow in its weight, and this made the task very difficult. Michael realized that there wasn't enough power to stop the arrow, so he jumped up and, in a reversal of air, decided to change its directions. However, while in flight, Michael had a more ingenious idea, namely to return the arrow and add energy to it. Immediately afterward, Michael did just that, releasing an arrow. In this manner, he created a huge purple blast of energy. However, to Michael's great surprise, George wasn't even hurt by it. He and his horse all calmly endured and fought back the blow. Michael starts to get back to his horse and is happy that luckily he was able to at least fend off this attack, which makes him happy, and also get off. Meanwhile, George just stood there and watched Michael as a shadow passed through the air and floated there. However, what interested George the most was something else. He could not understand why Michael was rescuing, in his words, the abandoned emperor. George also began to reflect on the fact that Michael was very strong since he was able to fend off George's attack and his arrows with his bare hands. In the moment, George turned back and informed his men that Michael and the Imperials were heading towards the prison. George then gives orders to go to the same place, arrive early and wait for them there, and he and his aides set out. Meanwhile, Robert the Emperor is just one sitting on his horse and doesn't know what to do since Michael is gone. And even more, Robert added the fact that there was a cliff ahead of him, and it was very scary because he was bearing right towards it. Robert doesn't know how to drive a horse at all, so all he started to do was yell at her to stop, with Michael looming behind him. In the moment, Michael jumped on his horse and started asking Robert to pull himself together. He was very happy to see Michael after everything that had happened. Michael realizes that if he had been alone, he could have easily solved the problem. But now it's going to be harder, and Michael increases his speed, which shocks Robert. Immediately afterward, Michael begins to steer the horse, so that it makes a huge leap over the abyss. Our hero, of course, realizes that this abyss will not be given to them so easily, so he uses the power of a celestial demon. Immediately afterward, Michael's legs are covered with a powerful charge of energy, and he jumps off his horse and flies down somewhere without stopping. The horse, meanwhile, has landed, but half his body starts to fall back into the pit. Robert starts crying and screaming. However, Michael used a technique to get underneath the horse, and by applying force, he gave it a push that he was able to throw the other part of its body back up. But instead, Michael himself began to fall and fly straight down, which clearly did not please him, because below is a huge gorge. George turned around sharply and immediately noticed what was happening. He started pulling his arm and crying, telling Michael not to dare fall. George got off his horse and began shouting questions to Michael, what he had done this for, and had risked so much for him, and now he might die. George walked up to the ravine. He began to look down and cry, repeating over and over that he wanted Michael back alive. Robert begins to shout that Michael's grateful death will not be forgotten, at which point our hero climbs out of the abyss. Seeing such an unusual outcome of events, Robert is shocked. He did not expect Michael to survive and climb back up himself. Michael began to turn to Robert and ask him why he was so surprised, but he only cried and cowered in response. Right after Michael climbs out, he starts to untie his horse and let it go, telling it to go on its way, with Robert still in shock. Robert began to ask Michael how he survived all of this, but in response, Michael only asked Robert to stop talking and point the way. However, in response, Robert only stopped and began to cry sweetly, saying that he was really glad that Michael was able to survive after everything. Michael turns away and thinks about the fact that he can't understand Robert at all, because he's acting very strangely. Our hero, along with Robert, sets off further on the road, and along the way, Robert is forever berating Michael for letting his horse go. He asks Robert not to complain about the horse, saying that it saved his life, but Robert calls it a common wild animal. He begins to explain that it is not the horse's fault, and gives the example that even the best sword in the hands of a fool is useless. However, in a moment of looking at Robert and explaining various things to him, our hero himself realized something, after which he stopped abruptly. This perplexed Robert, and he began to turn to Michael and ask him why he had stopped talking and stopped talking. Michael recalled his past self from his examples, namely the fact that he had previously spent a lifetime intent on destroying the cult he was trying to become the leader of. Michael had previously been taught that everyone in the demonic cult deserved to die, but remembering his helpers, he realizes that's not true at all. Michael realizes that the only difference in Federation people and cult people is their lifestyle, and that's it. However, Robert interrupts Michael's train of thought and asks him to be the first to taste the water in the waterfall so that it doesn't turn out to be poisoned. Michael turns to Robert and asks about whether he has really lived like this all his life, that even the water from the waterfall was tasted by others for him. In response, Robert says he doesn't see anything wrong with it and adds that Michael is kind of rough and rude in general. However, Michael replies that he fits all the standards of the Federation, and then Robert starts asking Michael about the Federation. He asked our hero about the most important and interesting thing in the life of a Federation member, and Michael quietly replied that it was freedom. With a smile, Michael also adds that although freedom is not total, there is plenty of it, and martial artists have even more. Hearing such an answer from our hero, Robert sharply lowered his head and looked down, as if thinking about something very important and serious. Robert asks Mile what he is forgetting in these lands, and he replies that he is looking for the men who were taken prisoner. Answering Robert like this in his head, Michael wonders what this is all about, and if his mind has become completely demonic. In response to Michael's words, Robert asks a rather abrupt and unexpected question. He asks if Michael is part of the Federation, and of course such a question greatly surprises our hero, because he does not know that it is immediately possible to answer such a question. Quite unsure and lowering his gaze, Michael talks about being a believer simply, which surprises Robert a bit. Robert asks Michael what his faith is, and Michael responds by saying that he is from a demonic cult. Immediately after which, Michael compliments himself by saying that it is from that cult that is on the higher mountains that causes Robert to be shocked. Upon hearing this, Robert is immediately shocked and goes pale, and starts walking away from Mile and talking about what he's doing here then. Michael stands up and turning to Robert, asks about who he sees in him, and if he looks like a demon who's out for blood. Michael turns to Robert and talks about how he can call him whatever he wants. But Michael's mission is to save everyone who is being held captive. And at the end, Michael adds that this is why he's here, which finally shocks Robert, who clearly wasn't expecting this kind of dialogue. From that moment, some time passes, Robert and Michael just sitting around the fire together and looking at the fire in silence. Thus, they sat until the wee hours of the morning and then went on their way, straight to the very prison Michael needed to go to. Quite a long time they walked, however. At one point, Robert is greatly surprised by Michael's words that they have finally arrived at the right place. Immediately afterward, Michael and Robert start hiding in the bushes and look ahead from behind them, trying to see something. In front of them is some plain without grass, on which stand various iron cages, which apparently contain prisoners. In the moment, Robert notices the royal military chiefs there, much to his surprise, as well as miles after Robert's words. Using his powers, Michael looks closely at the cages and notices what Robert said. He recognized them immediately by their shape. Robert stands up with shock. He talks about how he can't believe they were able to survive after everything that has happened. He starts to go to them and tell them that they have to save them, but our hero stops him, stating that something is very much not right here. Michael begins to look at all the cages, the walks near them, and the general area around them. And afterward, he thinks about the fact that there are no guards around at all. Immediately after that, Michael decides to play in a more devious way. He points his gaze straight to the cells and uses the energy abilities. And apparently he does it for a good reason, because he immediately discovers some crowd of people in ambush. Among them all, Michael especially notices a man with a tough aura and tremendous energy. Immediately realizing that this is George, the One, Michael realizes that he made a huge stupidity then in the battle, because he was able to let his opponents know where they were. He turns to Mile and asks about what's wrong here, and the latter doesn't even know how to explain to him the whole point of what's going on. Michael talks briefly about how this is all a trap, because apparently they were being chased, and these people have been waiting for them here for a long time. However, the One just gets to his feet. He turns to Michael and asks about whether he looks so much like the Emperor. Robert also says that Michael may be a traitor, but he must be a good man to have saved his life. Robert begins to tell us that he became Emperor at the age of 9, and immediately succumbed to some pretty horrible influences and his own stupidity. This foolishness led to him sending an army of 50,000 men against the Moon Tribe, and in the end, everyone died. Robert turns to Michael and talks about being in a kidnapping for many months, and afterward is going to tell him what he's been doing all this time. He says that all he did the whole time was clean up after them, feed the horses, and tried to escape a couple times, but eventually gave up. Every day, young Robert worried about who he was, a great emperor or just a janitor to a group of bandits. Robert also says that he never wanted to be emperor. He was made one and done, without choice or freedom. However, now, after all that Robert has been through, he declares to Michael that he wanted to become emperor in a strange way. Robert talks about how he wants to go back more than anything, as there is one woman who would clearly be happy to see him return. In the moment, Robert abruptly turns around and tells Michael that he is now going to show everyone who he is and prove everything. Immediately afterward, Robert takes a huge run up and comes down sharply, then starts running straight to all the cages. The royal guards sitting inside immediately notice him and start yelling about how glad they are to see His Majesty here. In response, Robert began to address them and shouted that he was already here, he had arrived, and he was going to help everyone, whatever it took. However, the guards of the captives had very different plans for this, for in a moment they began to appear from all corners at once. George himself appeared with them, and turning to Robert said that he was very glad to see the foolish emperor again. Standing right in front of an army of archers, Robert starts talking about doing what he feels is right and is willing to give his life for it now. Immediately afterward, addressing all his subject prisoners, Robert began to ask them not to be afraid and to declare that he was already here, near. In response to all of this, George says that if Robert himself has decided to say goodbye to his life, then so be it, and gives the order to kill him. George's men, of course, obeyed him. All together in a crowd, they began to close right up to one Robert, preparing to kill him. However, with rather more calmness, Robert steadied himself and did not budge a step, thoughts of that very woman warming his soul. In a moment, right where Robert was standing abruptly, there was some sort of explosion and a huge burst of purple energy all around. It appeared our hero, Michael. He announced that he would not allow Robert to fight alone, and of course will help in such a difficult time. Robert, with great shock, began to ask Michael why he was here, but he retorted that he had promised to save Robert. Our hero, with a huge smile, is also noticed by George. He turns to him and offers to see how good he is at what he does. Immediately afterward, George starts yelling loudly and giving orders to his men to start acting. At this point, Michael realizes that the situation is pretty dire, since they're going to be launching arrows from such a short distance. However, while Michael and Robert stood around thinking about what to do, George abruptly gave the order to start firing right away. In the instant after it happened, dozens, maybe hundreds of arrows started flying straight in the direction of Robert and Michael. Our hero Michael realizes that in this situation, Robert will not help much, and on the contrary, he even needs to be protected, and does so. Michael also realizes that he should only rely on a higher power, and uses the abilities of the ultimate demon lord. After that, Michael himself becomes like a demon. He heads towards the enemies and is completely covered with his energy from all sides. Immediately afterward, Michael uses the Legion and Celestial Demon Strike technique to combine together to move quickly and fend off arrows. In the moment, George turns to Michael and talks about how he's really strong and it looks like it's not going to be so boring. Robert turns to Michael again and asks about who he is, as he is stronger than even the commander of a legion of troops with such abilities. In the moment, George smiles harder and tells Michael that he wants to exchange greetings with him, but Michael doesn't hear him. However, Michael realizes that he doesn't have much of a choice, and in any case, he is now obliged to go out and fight against them. Realizing the power of his new adversary, Michael decides to cover himself with a new layer of protection made of energy to be stronger. And apparently not for nothing, because the captain of the army of the Moon Tribe, George, starts walking straight towards him with his axe in his hands. In the moment, George stops and raises his hand, whereupon more warriors appear around Michael, for he is surrounded by them. George starts telling Michael that he doesn't care what happens next, since the Emperor is just expendable to him, and that's it. Michael replies that he's not in the mood to stand here and talk, whereupon he gets out of his seat and thrusts himself right at George. In the moment, Michael decides it's best to deal with all of George's aides, and then switch to him, and flies over to them. George isn't weak either. He uses his powers and sees that Michael is rather slow, realizing that he's gone to his aides. Realizing this, George takes his words as a challenge and the meanings of Michael looking down on him, and decides to attack. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael is very much pushed aside by a huge wave, which was created by his opponent George. Mail wonders what that power is, but realizes that it's not internal energy at all, but something else. And it's dangerous right now. Looking at his opponent, Michael immediately notices that this power is quite raw and comes from his body, which is also strange. Michael begins to remember the basics of the demonic arts, the essence of which is to transfuse his energy and body, and afterward create blasts of energy. In a moment, a realization from a past life comes to Michael. He remembers an emperor who used fire energy and had archers. In the moment, Michael addresses George as a great emperor, best high flame named George, and the latter smiles back approvingly. Noticing his opponent's reaction, Michael realizes that he is completely right and tells George that he wasn't going to fight him. George suggests that Michael focus on their battle, saying that it's best for them, unless, of course, Michael is scared. Immediately afterward, George does a jump up and starts yelling about how he's about to make Michael fully aware of what's going on. At one point, George starts threatening Michael with his huge axe and carrying it straight at our hero. Michael immediately notices that George's speed is tremendous and immediately begins to dodge his powerful and fast axe attacks. In the moment, our hero Michael manages to make a last-minute jump and dodge the attack, and the axe hits the ground directly. Michael looks at his opponent and can't believe what he sees with his own eyes. For such speed is too much even so. Michael realizes that he should act, because if he doesn't do it now, he'll lose just his life in the near future. He leaps up and begins to create a huge sphere of energy, realizing that he is to crush his opponent in one blow. George, of course, notices this. However, he doesn't have time to react as well as Michael, and just stays where he is. As a result, the sphere of energy hits George with tremendous force, throwing him aside, and realizes that his strikes have not yet reached a very high level. However, he is now well positioned to defeat his opponent. However, right after our hero delivered his powerful blow, he stopped in place with shock and stared forward. Michael noticed that George hadn't even fallen. He was still on his feet, and although he was hit by the energy, he clearly wasn't badly hurt. Our hero notices that George's energy has only become 10 times stronger, which greatly surprised him because it is simply impossible. George turns to Michael and talks about how, by all appearances, the latter is greatly surprised, and afterward adds that it is impossible to punch him. Michael, in response, only stood still with shock and realized that it was simply impossible. He hadn't even expected George to resist. George looks at the trail of energy Michael left behind and began to wonder how quickly it would go away, and if it would go away at all. George talks about how Michael appears to be from the Palace of Fire, clearly not the Palace of Blood, as his attacks are quite different. The adversary turns to Michael and talks about how overall it all doesn't matter at all, and afterward offers to try again. In response, Michael only stands still and stares at his opponent, realizing that he's not joking at all right now. Immediately afterward, Michael along with George collide in their punches together, and a new phase of the fight begins between them. George acts in his basic concepts. He just swings a huge axe in an attempt to hit Michael while he dodges. In the moment, our hero, Michael, notices that George has stopped seeing him and delivers a sharp, powerful kick with his foot right at him. The umpire guys watch Michael and George battle from behind the cage, and G can understand how he manages to fight back against George. Time after time, George turns to Michael and talks about how incredible he really is just in what he does. Immediately afterward, a huge fist and a bolt of energy appears in George's hands, who aims it at Michael. Michael realizes that George will retaliate after his powerful punch, so he tries to block the attacks that are coming at him. He knocked George out with one such powerful blow because Michael couldn't stand on his feet after such a blow. However, as it turns out, it's much worse than Michael thought because right after that, he started bleeding from his mouth. This is noticed with shock by Robert, who realizes the fact that Michael is now losing, and this will disappoint him greatly. During this fight, Michael realized three things. The first being that his new body had limitations and wouldn't let him do the techniques of the old one. The second problem is that Michael has a huge problem with controlling his energy so that he doesn't go into demon form. And the third problem is that George is far from an ordinary opponent, for he is no ordinary martial artist at all. George abruptly noticed that Michael was worse and started talking about how he had apparently exhausted himself very quickly from what was happening. George then abruptly began to raise his axe and thank Michael for this quick but interesting fight. Realizing that he had severely underestimated his opponent, he tried to hide his abilities, but now he had no choice at all. Our hero brings his hands down sharply and uses the Ice Blood Wind's ability, then cognizant into the body of his opponent. The huge ice dragon that Michael had created with its energy began to crush George and inflict powerful damage on him. George, in response to such actions, began shouting that this was a very old and weak technique with which he could not be defeated. Meanwhile, Michael himself had flown backwards. He had very little strength and energy. He just sat by the tree and tried to catch his breath. However, in the moment, Michael abruptly notices that his opponent George is right in front of him a mere second later. George started waving his axe again and talking about how he wasn't going to just let Michael go nowhere after their fight. Our hero, Michael, perfectly understands the fact that he should act and begins to change his position in places. George began to urgently turn to Michael and talk about how he was sick of running around like a mere rat in different directions. No longer happy but with anger, George began to turn to Michael and talk about how he just wanted to hide his death from the others. He began to raise up his weapon and talk about how he was going to strike a blow that would destroy Michael already. Immediately afterward, that's exactly what happened. Michael directed a sphere of his energy at himself for protection, and George struck. However, despite the fact that Michael managed to stand his ground, he immediately realizes that George creates blows of such power very easily. Our hero decides to act radically and pulls out the very two daggers Mozart handed him and engages in a more effective fight. Immediately afterwards, using the power of the weapon, his strength and power, Michael begins to charge straight at the enemy. Things are already hard for George this time around, as he can barely contain his surge of energy, not realizing where Michael gets his strength from. Right after Michael performed his first attack, he immediately realized that the main strength of this weapon was in absorbing the opponent's energy. Michael realizes that basically everything else doesn't matter anymore, because this is the only thing he can rely on. Immediately afterward, Michael uses the powers of a demon lord, absorbing everything around him and covering himself with true energy. George immediately notices that there is clearly a strong change in their fight, because previously he did not expect such a thing from Michael. He starts thrusting right at Michael, talking about how he's going to destroy him now and end it there. The events of the story take us to some geezer near the forest. He is watching everything that happens from the outside. Everything that happens is also being watched by Emperor Robert, who doesn't realize he's going into battle, but has faith in Michael. Meanwhile, in our battle, things do change, as Michael's opponent's hands are covered in his energy and turn blackish. Throughout, George began to realize that he no longer had the strength to resist Michael, and asked him to kill him. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, stood over George himself with a rather grim face, not sure what he should do next with everything. Michael remained silent for a while longer, but then decided to ask, saying he would only ask one question. Michael turned to George and asked one question about why he didn't dodge the punch when he had the chance. By this point, all of George's aides have run over and immediately ask about what happened in the place. Michael realizes that the problem also lies with George's helpers, who have seen the demon's form and could bring trouble. In the moment, Michael looms right up to George but abruptly passes him. Much to his surprise, he wasn't expecting that. George started yelling at Michael that if he didn't kill him right now, he would regret it in the future very much. Michael stopped only for a second. He listened intently to George and then turned away and walked forward. George didn't even say anything right away. He just knelt on the ground and pondered with shock about something. However, immediately after his musings, George lifted his head. He began to look up and laugh wildly in spontaneous laughter with tears in his eyes. George was looking at the sun and says it's all fascinating, adding that in all likelihood it's too early for him to be Khan. However, while also looking at the sun, George also spoke about how he was not going to back down, for he wanted to become the master of the empire. In the moment, George tossed something very high straight up, and our hero Michael immediately felt his throw from behind. Michael turned around and saw something gold on the ground. George said it was his payment for keeping alive. George started talking about how he didn't want to deal with it anymore, because after seeing the Demon Lord, the outcome of everything was clear to him. The enemy turned to Michael, put a hand on his shoulder, and spoke of the whole business of the master of the Bloody Palace, adding that he was dangerous. Michael is creepily surprised by his words, asking about what he just said and how he knows Michael's language. George, however, made no reply to this. He only went forward silently to his horse without uttering a word. Our hero began to look straight in Michael's wake and talk about how he didn't understand at all what the master of the Bloody Palace, Rox's father, had to do with it. However, Michael's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the fact that his new friend Emperor Robert appeared nearby and began to hug Michael. Robert started crying and telling Michael that he had saved him and his men again, and he was very grateful for that. Michael smiles, seeing and realizing that he now has an entire emperor crying in his arms. Michael began to talk about how seeing the emperor's tears was clearly worth intervening in this fight. These words pleased Robert. Immediately afterward, Michael announced that it was time for them to head back and began to gather all the energy around him. After that, using the rest of the energy, Michael breaks all the cages where the prisoners were, thus freeing them. Immediately after the release, most of the captives scattered in different directions, and those who remained, Michael told briefly everything. Michael offers the emperor to go with him to the Heavenly Mountains, but he refuses, saying there is one man left waiting for him. Robert began to talk about how he had most likely already lost his status, but it didn't mean anything to him anymore. In response, Michael smiled and was happy for the Robert boy, realizing that there was still a great future ahead of him. Robert turned to Michael, saying he'd like to meet again sometime, and asked him to take off his mask the next time he saw him. Michael jokingly replied to Robert with a smile that it would all depend on his behavior, but they would definitely meet again. Robert thanked our hero Michael for all he had done, and stared after him as he left. Already walking far down the path, Michael turned around only once to look at Robert. Immediately afterward, Michael jumped up and, using his energy, was able to fly overhead far ahead through the forests. After some time, Robert returned to the capital of the empire, but his brother took his place, and no one was happy for Robert. Though Robert was glad to be back, he was exposed in his own country as the traitor everyone feared. However, Robert wasn't paying attention to all that at all. He went somewhere and opened the gate of the building. Seeing a girl sitting at a table, he began to look her straight in the eye, and she sewed and turned her attention to him at that moment, then froze in place. In the moment, the past young Emperor Robert only became and announced with a smile that he was finally back. The girl to whom Robert was addressing stood in shock with tears in her eyes, for she could not believe what she had just seen. Robert, in turn, began to smile and blush as well, and turning to her, asked about how she was doing without him. However, the girl could not answer anything. She only stood still and looked at Robert with tears in her eyes. Then, in the moment, they both snapped out of their seats and ran towards each other and started kissing very sweetly and romantically. Robert hugs her and talks about how much he missed her, as all his thoughts were only of her the whole time he was in captivity. In response, the girl talked about how, for her, it was all like a huge dream, from which she did not want to wake up at all already. Michael began to address the girl again, saying that he didn't care at all about who or what anyone thought he was. He had only come back for her. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on, taking us to a palace of bloody art, where an unknown man in a cloak goes. There are so many professional guards in the palace itself, yet they all let him through and don't even pay attention. Upon entering some large hall, this man began to take off a bit of his cloak and talk about how there was no way he could get used to this place. However, directly opposite this man in the hall, sitting on a red throne, was the very man, the head of the Blood Art Palace, Franklin. The man delivers information to Franklin that all preparations for the holiday are complete. The man responds by saying that he has learned of Michael's freedom. He declares in a robe that Michael isn't a hindrance to them at all at this point, and afterward adds that they can keep him busy. The man also reports the information that George has made himself the Khan of the North, and Franklin replies that it was long overdue to do so. However, his assistant named Chris, a man in a robe, declares that Franklin is grossly underestimating the situation. Immediately afterward, Chris informs Franklin that they have obtained the plate of the celestial dragon. This surprises Franklin greatly. Just hearing all this, the atmosphere around Franklin's throne became very dark. He raised his energy upwards and gazed forward. Chris tells of a man nicknamed Black Sun appearing in the Moon Tribe and defeating George, then saving the Emperor. Hearing this, Franklin is wildly horrified. He understands perfectly well that the transfer of the Sun Plate realizes that George is cutting ties. At first, Franklin is only silent and says nothing, but afterward he gets very angry and gives the order to gather everyone for a general meeting between the courts. In response, Chris wrings his hands, smiles big, and says that he'll do whatever Franklin wants right this minute. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael. He has meanwhile arrived at his palace and begins to walk down the path to the palace. Not far from Michael, Luis was practicing in the same place, and when he saw Michael, he immediately turned around and began to greet him. Michael in turn slowed down a bit. He walked on and asked Luis how he was doing and, in general, how the situation in the palace was. However, no sooner had Luis given Michael an answer than he himself began to hear some strange conversations and arguments not far away. It was Layla and Billy. They had been arguing amongst themselves the whole time and couldn't agree on something trivial, even flowers. Michael asked them sharply what all the noise was about early in the morning, and they were both surprised to see him and looked in his direction. Billy ran up to Michael and Trunk talked about the man's very shabby condition, adding that Michael shouldn't have gone alone. Billy started crying and talking about how Michael was apparently going through puberty, but that only made Michael angrier. Layla started talking about how they were really wondering where Michael had been and if something had happened to him during that time. Michael began to turn to them and talk about how he was doing fine and generally super, responding in a rather banal manner and not saying anything. Luis turned to Michael and asked him to just give him an order and tell him who needed to be dealt with, but Michael repeated that it was okay. Immediately after these conversations, Michael decides to formally introduce his return. He stands in front of the guys stating that he is back. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to one of the buildings in the Pleasure Palace. It is full night. A girl named Jessica arrives at the palace and addresses the head of the Pleasure Palace and announces her arrival. Immediately afterward, the head of the palace asks Jessica to deliver a message to a place in the palace, telling them to take a walk to the small palace. Jessica realizes that in the third room where the message needs to be delivered, there are 3 killer demons who are tough and don't even have names. Immediately afterward, Jessica begins to wonder who might be the target of such a visit, immediately suspecting Lilo. In the moment, the head of the palace turns to Jessica from behind the curtains and asks if she's scared. She states that she's fine. On a sober note, Jessica realizes that the head of the Pleasure Palace wants revenge on the small palace, which may incur the Elder's wrath. Jessica realizes that something needs to be done about it, but gives good word and accepts the order, realizing that they need to go to the small palace. Jessica visit to the small palace. Also, the head of the Pleasure Palace talks about having Nami go with Jessica, since she won't leave the room after she returns. Without leaving the curtain, the head of the Pleasure Palace declares that if Nami keeps running just from trouble, she won't get any stronger. A small amount of time passes, and Nami, accompanied by people in dark clouds, moves out from the roof of the building somewhere. Nami complains about the very demons being sent along with her, which really stinks like they've never been in the shower. However, there is a second thing that worries Nami greatly, and that is that things have gotten out of hand. Closing her nose, Nami realizes that she doesn't want to go to this palace small at all, because she might get the drop on Michael and his men again. However, things are even more complicated than that, as the Trade Palace's assistant, Silvers, is watching all the action and recording everything. Silvers also immediately identifies the very 3 demons who once broke the rules. Now he knows where they've been hiding all along. Also watching them quickly moving away somewhere, Sylvester can't figure out why they went out the window and not the door. However, taking a closer look at the pattern of their movement, Silvers realizes with shock that they have set off in the direction of the small palace. Upon realizing this, Silvers, of course, recalls with shock the very promise he signed to protect the palace in front of Michael. Silvers begins to think that Nami and her men are after information and knows that his letter can't be allowed to leak. Immediately afterward, Silvers decides to act rather strongly and sharply, for he blows his whistle and calls for his men. Of course, Silver's trained men immediately realized that this was an important signal and advanced towards it. Along with them, Silvers advanced at once, straight in the direction of the Small One's palace, realizing that he was obliged now to save him in case of anything. The events of our story move to the very basement of Lester, where someone tells him about yesterday's events with George. It turns out to be Michael, who learns from Lester that George is the ruler of the Northern Plains. Which surprises Michael. He realizes he's made a mistake. Michael also shows Lester the very thing that George gave him, but Lester mentions that apparently it's not the only one. Lester is greatly surprised by George's words about the Blood Palace, for as Lester knows, they have a long association with the Moon Tribe. Michael asks Lester to find out what this thing is, but he immediately says it won't be easy. But Michael adds that he doesn't hold out much hope. Immediately afterward, ending the topic about George, Michael also informs him that he needs martial arts techniques and asks for help with them. This question surprises Lester a bit, and he turns to Michael and asks what the Demon Lord's higher art is not to his liking. Michael tells me that when he uses it, it just tears down everything around him, and he wishes he had something lighter. However, scratching his beard, Lester asks what he needs to do in this situation, but Michael only sees it as a rejection. Lester replies to Michael that there are plenty of martial arts books in his own palace, and it's not worth going here for, which surprises Michael. Thinking back on it, Michael himself realizes it's true, and doesn't understand why he didn't think of it originally. Lester, before Michael leaves, asks him to also look in the High Lord's library, saying that there might be something there as well. Lester says that he would like to bring up another important topic, and that is to find out what Michael and Mozart communicated about in the Palace of Commerce. Michael then briefly recaps everything, mentioning that he was able to achieve getting 30% of their assets, much to Lester's laughter. Michael reveals that Mozart is very greedy, and in just one meeting, Michael was able to change their relationship with the Blood Palace. Lester offers a thought and tells us that Mozart's main source of profit is the Silk Road from the peddlers. Next comes the Palace of Blood Arts, which having immense power allows itself to keep the Palace of Fire at bay. Once the Blood Palace even tried to get rid of the Sword Palace, but the Sun Palace and Pleasure Palace would not allow it. The most interesting confrontation is at the Palace of Commerce and Pleasure, for they extinguish each other at every opportunity. The calmest and most understandable among all is the Palace of Venom, for it always maintains neutrality towards all sides. Lester says that when the men of the Blood Palace were captured, it is likely that those sought the help of the Moon Tribe for archers. The counselor also asks Michael to understand that the Moon Tribe and the Trade Palace will not help them in the event of a war with the Blood Palace. Michael also notes that the Palace of Commerce have not taken their side all the way, and are still in a more or less lonely position. Lester also adds that the cult's biggest problem is that it doesn't have people to gather information. Lester says Michael at one time and knows everything about the cult, but on the other hand doesn't even know the basics. Words like that piss Michael off. Michael also talks about being greatly amused by Mozart's bluntness, as it's very easy to see what goals the Palace of Commerce is trying to accomplish. Lester also asks Michael to be careful with Silvers, for it's not so much his skills that matter as the fact that Mozart values his opinions very much. Lester also talks about how Silvers is the kind of person who strongly values the reality of what's going on, and he could be poached if shown strength. Michael smilingly remembers that he's already managed to tie Silvers to him in some way, so things may be easier from here on out. Talking about it all, and often remembering the Palace of Commerce, Michael immediately thinks of the weapons he got from them. This weapon is quite powerful, and most importantly, it completely converges with the energy from the demon's art. Michael pulls it out. Michael looks at his weapon and begins to wonder if Mozart has any ulterior personal motives in this gift. However, while Michael was pondering all of this, it was with great shock that Lester noticed this weapon in Michael's hands. Immediately afterward, Lester began to raise his head upward, at first holding back laughter, but then laughing sharply to the point of helplessness. Lester learns the whole story behind the gift and suggests that the ulterior motive is that they are useless to Mozart. Only people with art use them. Lester says that Mozart doesn't know martial arts himself, and to at least get the weapon somewhere, he decides to give it to Michael. Though Michael stands in disgruntled shock at what he has just learned, however, Lester realizes that this is pretty good luck for them. Lester tells Michael that the Third Elder is very knowledgeable in the common arts, and suggests that Michael seek him out. Michael talks about how he'd love to do that, and asks Lester to hurry up and find information about the clan and the rest of it. The counselor says that the Nature Clan, he's always everywhere and never nowhere, but just by throwing their plate, you can get help. Michael starts hiding the plate in his robe, and talking about how he'll remember it because it sounds very interesting. Our hero is about to leave, and Lester talks about how various strange rumors about Nami have recently surfaced. He says with a smile that it wasn't really anything important. He's just trying to get an answer from the Pleasure Palace. Lester asks Michael about the fact that, did he set this whole thing up on purpose? His response is that it's for a special meeting with the Master. However, this response greatly surprises Lester. He really wants to hope that Michael has no bad intentions and is doing this cleanly. Immediately afterward, Lester opens a book and reads information about the Master of the Pleasure Palace, a girl who has 4 snakes. Lester talks about how it's also quite possible that her men are already holding a path to Michael's palace, and it could be dangerous for him. Michael starts to leave. Old man Lester checks with him where he's going, and he says he's heading to the Pleasure Palace. Lester talks about getting everything ready then, and Michael starts to get angry and ponder how powerful the Master of the Pleasure Palace is. After putting all the chains and facts together, Michael realizes that the Pleasure Palace wants to kill him. Rather angry, he decides to act drastically. Meanwhile, in the morning, Michael's helpers, in the form of Luis, Layla, and Billy, find a new note informing Michael that he's leaving. Billy doesn't understand why Michael leaves so often, and Layla dares to suggest that Michael doesn't trust them. But Billy disagrees with her. Luis realizes that maybe Michael isn't taking him because of Layla, so she won't be in danger. So Luis should do something about it. Billy suggests that while Michael is away, they set the table, have a drink, and a nice meal. But Layla and Luis are clearly not comfortable with that suggestion. In the moment, Luis takes Billy by the shoulder with his hand, and Billy offers Luis a drink with him tonight to their work as friends. Instead, however, Luis offers to have a different kind of fun and says that Billy will now train with him every day. Billy tries to get out of his hands, but realizes that he's being serious, and it scares Billy a lot. He doesn't want to train at all. Luis isn't going to talk about anything further. He takes Billy with him and talks about how rejecting him would equal death for Billy. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on, taking us to the Summer Pleasure Palace, where the nightlife is as fun as ever. Since Michael's return from 3 years of training, there hasn't been one quiet day there. Everyone is forever discussing him and what's going on. A lot of people tell each other different stories that have to do with Michael and everything going on, including us. Thus, one of the guys at the table tells the story of seeing Nami in tattered clothes outside Michael's house in the small palace. And other people are also discussing amongst themselves the alleged affair between Michael and Nami, which didn't really happen. However, in the moment right behind the very guy who is telling this, a girl appears and says he doesn't have 10 lives. It turns out to be a Pleasure Palace master named Stella, also known as the White Flower and leader of the snakes. On seeing her, everyone around them fell to the floor and began to bow, saying that they expressed their full respect for her and were afraid to disturb her with their words. However, she only laughed sweetly in response to this action and said that such misdeeds would not be paid for by bowing one's heads. After which, with a rather creepy, icy aura, she declared that they would all have to pay for it with their lives. The guy who was telling all this began to justify himself, saying that he only retold the rumors that reached him and no more. He then turns to him and offers to talk to her, but he doesn't understand such a strange desire at all. Stella starts laughing hard, waving her fan and talking about him telling her what she wants to hear, whereupon Stella ordered it to be done now. The lad fell on his knees and began to talk about how he had committed a misdemeanor worthy of death. Immediately afterwards, Stella pulls out a nail file, raises a creepy aura, and talks about how that's when this guy's supposed to die. Stella then took her dagger and threw it straight at the very same guy, making a very sharp throw that went into the man. The man was already prepared to accept his certain death at Stella's hands, but in a moment some vase flew right into him from the side. Immediately afterward, a voice came up, asking about the strange liquor in the place, and Stella turned her full attention to it. At one of the tables sat our hero Michael, who was in a hermit costume and was looking directly at Stella. He was the one who threw the vase. In a moment, Michael began to lift his hat. With a knowing look and a snide smile, he turned to Stella and asked what they were doing here. People saw Michael and were freaked out by what was happening. They fell to the floor and started bowing to him, saying they adored him. Stella, for her part, didn't even give a hint as to the whole situation. She continued to just stand there and look at everything with a smile on her face. However, Michael was no closer to her stance of mere observation. He stood up and started walking towards the people around him, taking slow but powerful steps. Michael sat down at another table and turned his attention to Stella. He knew from Lester that she was a powerful assassin who had once killed an entire squad. Looking at Stella now, Michael highly doubts her skills. He drinks something from a cup and just sits silently across from her. In a moment finishing his drink, Michael turned to her and spoke of how he never thought she would be here, a master of pleasure. Michael clearly has a clearly laid out plan and strategy in his head, because he started to turn to Stella and say that Nami wasn't his type. This was all really pissing Stella off. There was clearly just the maximum possible evil aura behind her. However, she didn't give any sign of it. Stella turned to Michael and asked him how he was feeling, and added if his anger had subsided after their private meeting today. At first, Michael doesn't say anything back. But in his head, he realizes that he's having a hard time containing his anger at having assassins sent to him. Michael wasn't going to reveal himself, but saving a man's life was more important to him, so he says things could change now. Stella talks about how a girl needs preparation to meet a man, so even now she would ask Michael to wait. Michael stood up abruptly, his eyes glowing with energy. He turned to Stella and asked what would happen if he refused to stand and just wait for her. She turned to Michael and said that since he didn't want to, there was no need to wait. Then she raised an aura of her energy around him. Immediately afterward, all that energy she had created was channeled into the man standing next to her, the same one who had recently been talking a lot. Michael saw that the one from her energy turned to ice in an instant, and it impressed Michael greatly. Now he knew more about her abilities. Michael turned to Stella and said he didn't realize that her power allowed her to kill other cult members for no reason, even in front of him. In response, Stella started laughing and talking about how Michael had become more intelligent and principled since his return. She was proud of him. However, Michael responded by asking her not to change the topic of conversation, and she sat back in her chair and stated that she would also ask questions then. She turned to Michael and asked about why he felt as if palace members were not allowed to touch other cult members. Michael turned to her again and reminded her that there were demonic teachings that said that, but she only laughed. In the moment, Stella turned to Michael and stated that she'd been wanting to say for a long time that it's really all about simple pride. Stella began to say that Michael was the first person to do bad things to her people, and this person insulted her personally. That's the implication. Immediately afterwards, she snidely turned to Michael, saying that someone had broken her heart altogether, and checked with him to see if he knew who it was. However, this dialogue didn't please Michael at all. He turned to her and asked about how he knew about who broke her heart. With a very crazy look and energy in her eyes, she started talking about how Michael should know this, or rather even had to. However, our hero Michael was not so much interested in her words as in the fact that he saw from the energy of life that the man was still alive, albeit in ice. Stella, meanwhile, turned to Michael, stating that she would like to suggest that he make an interesting bet with her. In a moment, Michael notices that the dishes near him have also become frozen and their energy is high, meaning they are clearly at least level 8. Michael turned to her and talked about how the title of young leader meant nothing to her, but she stated that everyone was equal. He immediately realizes that Stella is very different from the others, for she is only interested in herself and the pleasure palace. Michael talks about how if Stella wants him to, he'll make the bet at her request, and she laughs in response, saying that Michael hasn't changed at all. Immediately after that, Stella orders to call Jessica. She comes and Stella asks to close the restaurant for the day. Jessica promises to run the errand, and along with her assistants, begins to lead people out of the hall all over the place. Literally after a couple minutes, there is no one left in the hall, just Michael, Stella, Jessica, and her assistants standing around. Stella approaches Michael, saying that he is rarely here, and suggests that he spend at least a couple days here in comfort for him. She also adds towards the end that this is her bet. She doesn't ask for anything else, after which she smiles eagerly again. However, Michael is still on his wavelength and has a plan. He turns to Stella and asks what will happen if he refuses. Stella says nothing in response, but her helpers immediately gather around and draw their swords, letting her know what's coming. Seeing this, Michael talks about how he's got it all figured out in general, and asks what's going to change 2 days from now. She replies that nothing much should change. Michael agrees, but designates one point. Stella asks about it. Michael talks about how since Stella is the first one to mention it, he wants to run everything based on 3 simple winters. Michael looks straight into Stella's eyes and talks about 2 days from now, and doesn't finish the sentence, thinking in his head that he's just going to destroy them. However, right after, pouring energy into his eyes, Michael turns and says that in 2 days, he will simply subjugate them all to himself. This comes as a shock to Stella. She was not even close to expecting exactly this kind of response from Michael now, especially one that involved submission. When Stella heard this, she turned to Mile, saying that he was going too far with his jokes now, and she didn't like it. However, in response with a rather creepy aura, Michael declares to them to just wait for him to arrive, and that's it. Nothing more needs to be done. Turns to Mile and talks about waiting for him like a spouse, and promises that she will prepare a bath. However, next, turning her face away, she added snidely that it would be all in case Michael could get to her chambers. Stella starts to leave, and Michael turns to her and asks what she will do about the man in the ice, since Michael doesn't want to spend the night at the burial site. Stella talks about how she's not particularly interested in this in general, right after which she blasts an aura of her energy directly at the man. Immediately afterward, a huge flask is formed that will shackle the man in a state of ice. Michael is simply shocked with this power. She began to address Michael, telling him to come to the 6th floor as he had a drink and she would prepare a room in return. together with his assistants, began to go up, and Michael just sat down and watched everything that was happening. After raising a rather angry look full of energy, Michael promised himself that he would come after Mrs. Stella, whatever it took. Meanwhile, Louis is training Billy, and immediately notices that Billy manages to hurt himself on the first day. This infuriates Louis. However, this didn't stop Louis. He decided to continue his training and started beating Billy from all sides with a stick to make him dodge. Billy at one point decided to be mean. He began to turn to Louis and ask about why, all of a sudden, he had to protect Layla at all. However, some sort of answer to that question was not given by Louis. He only raised his stick, prepared to attack, and asked Billy to watch his head. Billy began to defend his head, but the blow came right on Billy's arm, and he began to complain that Louis had tricked him. Louis stated that the opponent would not have told Billy where he would hit. Then Layla appeared. She offered her father a tea and a snack. He, of course, doesn't give up on it and starts gobbling up the food Layla brought him, which made Billy even angrier. In the background, Billy began to remember his father, who is just awful, and realize how lucky Layla really is to have a father. Layla also offered Billy something to eat, but he replied rather rudely that he didn't need it at all. However, Layla was not at all willing to listen to answers from Billy, and simply began shoving food into his mouth for him to eat in silence and enjoy. Billy began to eat and talk about how he had a complete feeling that all his bones were broken, for everything hurt inside. Afterward, Billy turned to Layla and said that if she was so worried about him, she could give him a massage. However, the response from Layla was clearly not at all what Billy expected, as she simply swung her hand and hit him right on the head from behind. She started yelling at Billy and talking about how he was acting like a total wuss, and a man shouldn't be like that, also the behavior of a child. Between themselves, they continued to argue, Layla calling him a loser, and him saying in return that she was still a child herself and shouldn't be teaching him. Luis turns to Layla and Billy, saying that he will go to lead the forge, and he instructs Billy to continue to train and protect Layla. Billy realizes that Luis wants to buy something for his training and tries to talk Luis out of it, but he doesn't say anything back to Billy. Luis just slams the doors from the palace and leaves, and Billy realizes that nothing will change anymore, and training will only get worse for him. Billy fell to the ground and prayed to all the gods that Michael would hurry back and take him somewhere on the road away from Louis. The deputy hated practicing so much that he even made up a special prayer and shouted it while stretching out his hands toward the sun. Meanwhile, there were various unknown people on the roof of the small palace who were keeping an eye on it all, among them Nami and the three demons. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is using his power of energy to try to remove the shackles of ice from the very man in the Pleasure Palace restaurant. In a moment, Michael realized and saw with great shock that using the art of blood and demon lords, he was seeing some sort of reaction. Michael starts channeling even more energy into this guy's capsule, hoping his luck hasn't run out and he can survive. Much to the man's delight, Michael began to succeed, and the ice began to disappear, or rather melt under the heat of the energy. After literally a minute of such actions on Michael's part, he managed to rescue the man from the shackles of Stella's ice. Immediately afterward, Michael sharply stabbed the man in the back with a charge of energy to bring him back to life and inject energy into his body. And only then the operation can be considered complete, because our hero managed to achieve that the man began to breathe on his own. Michael immediately covered his mouth and using energy told him that if he wanted to live, he should silently walk out of here, and that was it. Michael let the man go and went to the stairs and began to walk up the floors. He didn't know much about the palace, so it would be difficult. However, Michael knows that the true palace begins on the 6th floor. The first 5 made for entertainment and storage. Immediately after, Michael opens the doors and walks onto one of the floors, and is immediately greeted by a bunch of girls who are happy to see him. A strong vapor began to rise around them, rose petals appeared, and they began to cheerfully call Michael's name. This vapor had a very strong effect on everything around him, including Michael, and the girls all started hitting on Michael. Michael immediately began to remember his past life. He had once been told that girls from the demon cult were more dangerous than normal girls. On one of the sleepovers in the face, Michael's friend told him about charm techniques, but Michael didn't really listen to him at the time. Looking directly at the campfire, Michael's friend talked about how these enchantment techniques gave a pleasant sensation. Returning to real time in the moment, the realization hit Michael that now the girls could use this technique on him. Michael began to remember everything he knows. One factor is the frequency of the energy. The cleaner it is, the better the technique works on the victim. Our hero also immediately remembered that, judging by Stella's words, he had been here more than once. So the girls are acting according to the old plan. With energy, Michael began to analyze everything around him, realizing that there were 12 girls surrounding him and another playing music behind the wall. Michael also began to look at where the steam was coming from, and it was from behind the same wall It immediately gave the realization that the girl there was the heart of the technique. It was really like that. She was quietly sitting there alone and playing her instrument, just watching what was going on. However, in a moment, the main girl in tech began to notice some powerful energy in her direction, which shocked her. It turned out to be Michael. Using his skills, he was literally right behind her, from behind in a second, and was able to catch her off guard. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the topmost floor of the palace, where Stella addresses her assistant Jessica. Stella sits completely enveloped in snakes. She put her head down, and turning to Jessica, asked what she thought of it all. Jessica began to say that Michael had always been difficult to understand, Stella agreed, adding that a lot of time had passed since then. Stella began to hold the snake out to the side and look at it, saying that this was all very strange and she really didn't like it. Jessica didn't really understand right away what Stella was talking about. She turned to her and asked what Mistress meant by saying that. Stella turned around and looking at Jessica said something about Mike, acting like this was the first time he had ever been here in his life, even though it wasn't. Without waiting for a response from Jessica, Stella started talking about how maybe the cult leader had done something to Michael before training. Hearing about the head of the cult, Jessica shuddered sharply and fell into fear, for it is forbidden to speak of him, and Stella is now doing so. But again, not waiting for Jessica's answers, Stella said that in general it was not important, and the main thing was to do everything right now. She mentioned that her partner Kate had stepped in, and now it wouldn't take long for them to get to Michael, because she was sure she could handle it. Upon hearing Kate's name, Stella started smiling, and talking about how she and Michael would probably be happy to see each other after a while. Stella also asks Jessica how things are going at the small palace. She replies that it won't be long before they find out for themselves. Immediately after, Stella talks about how she's generally happy with everything, and later adds that overall Stella's free and can go. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is standing behind Kate and notices something that makes him very surprised at Kate. And Michael is surprised by the fact that all in a couple of actions he defeated all of Kate's people. It scares him, because they are all professionals in their work. Right after Michael made his methods, the entire sphere of enchantments and this technique began to vanish in an instant. Michael used 2 fingers to block all energy flows from Kate, and began to ask if she was the one who had used the charm technique. She began to talk back about how it had been a long time since they'd had Michael. But Michael was surprised to hear that, asking if she knew him. Looking at her face, Michael also can't understand at all why she's blushing so much, since he just immobilized her. Michael asks about how she knows him, and the woman starts to say that they've spent a lot of time together and she's known Michael for a long time. Our hero began to ask about whether Kate had had similar techniques done on him before, and she replied that it wasn't the first time for a long time. It all began to stress Michael out and throw him off his game, because he couldn't believe he'd actually been here before. Michael realizes that if you rewind time back 3 years, and even then Kate could use the technique, she's very talented. Meanwhile, the situation in Michael's small palace has escalated greatly, as the demons and Nami have gotten active and jumped off the roof. Billy was the first to notice the appearance of some shadow off to the side, and immediately thought it was Michael, who had returned already. However, when Billy began to look more closely, he immediately saw some strange people, which frightened him in a way. Among them all, Billy immediately recognized Nami. He addressed her by name, but she pretended it wasn't her. However, Billy began talking about how it was definitely her, because no one else would wear such strange shoes under a black outfit. Billy's phrases pissing her off. The aide quietly began to ask what they were up to, and then using masks under the cover of night, sneaked into Michael's palace. Layla asked Billy what these people came for. He immediately started talking about how he's not sure, but he seems to know the reason. Billy started talking about how apparently Nami just had a crush on him and decided to sneak in here for him, which pissed her off a lot. Billy started to make a cute face and talk about how he unfortunately couldn't reciprocate, because his main mission in life was Michael. Nami responded by yelling at Billy and talking about how he was a creepy frog and no one wanted him, which made Billy angry. Nami started yelling right at Billy and talking about how nothing in this world would ever bind them together. To avoid being embarrassed in Layla's eyes, Billy began to talk about how she was just embarrassed very quickly, so she didn't want to talk. Billy turns to Nami and tells her to stop messing around and tells her that if she was trying to get his attention, she succeeded. However, in response to this, something happens that Billy clearly wasn't expecting, namely Nami and her men pulling out guns dramatically. Immediately afterward, a rather startled Billy turns to Layla and tells her that apparently Nami is not here for him today. Meanwhile, Nami herself started pointing her sword directly towards Layla and pointing at her, which caused Layla to be surprised. Nami began to speak with a rather harsh and angry look about her obligation to kill Layla right here today. However, Layla, for her part, didn't understand why that was the case at all, because she doesn't want to die, and she doesn't understand why Nami is mad at her for something. She talks about Layla being a simple person with no lineage. Even by her existence in Michael's palace, she is already insulting him like that. However, Layla's response is that they are in the small palace just the same, and Nami won't just get away with it all now. Nami began to swivel her head around and talk about the fact that apparently Layla had already made her connections here. One of the demons of the night turns to Nami and asks for orders to kill Layla quickly. He talks about being very hungry. Layla, of course, hears perfectly well all the things that are being said about her and that she's going to be killed, and it scares her a lot in the moment. However, Layla gathers up her courage and yells for Nami and her demons to get out of here right away, but of course, Nami doesn't listen. Billy, meanwhile, tries to make a very smart and strong appearance to intimidate his opponents, but succeeds miserably. Immediately after Nami turns around, she turns to her men and orders them to eliminate Layla immediately. And of course, a mob of demon assassins take it on, for they are mere mercenaries. They immediately headed in Layla's direction. However, something unusual happens. One of the demons who was closest to Layla gets hit by a flower pot right in the head. The man who did it turns out to be Billy. He makes a simple appearance and talks about how it just slipped out of his hands. The demons don't make much of a big deal about it, but Nami's very angry with Billy. She didn't want this to happen, and he showed strength. Billy, meanwhile, stands still and complains that he hasn't had a single quiet day yet since Michael's return, which pisses him off. Immediately after saying those words, Billy abruptly turns around, looks at Layla, and talks about how this is the last time he's going to save her. Billy starts to go to Nami and talk about how he really wanted to try to understand her. But it's not going to work after this. Billy doesn't share her methods. Immediately after, Billy addresses not only Nami, but tells the demons nearby that his name is Billy and he's ready to fight. However, in response to all of this, Nami only raises her energy and calls Billy crazy, adding that they're going to kill him now too. However, Billy's not the least bit afraid. He stands his ground and abruptly begins to shout about being the son of the master of the Bloody Palace, Franklin. This did not cause any surprise to Nami, however. Here were the wars she came with that stopped abruptly upon hearing this. Nami started yelling at them and telling them not to hesitate and just kill this Billy guy right now, and that's it. Immediately afterward, Billy starts yelling that they shouldn't look down on Layla and asks the guys if they know who Layla's father is. Nami asks Billy why she needs to know the pedigree of a mere maiden, and he replies that it's really better not to know. However, though Nami doesn't give any sign, she immediately begins to realize what's up, because it seems Layla is someone else's important daughter. The aide pokes his finger forward and talks about how here it comes, her damn scary father he was going to talk about. Nami at this point does start to feel someone's very powerful energy behind her and turns back around. The warriors do the same in the same instant. All together, they look back and abruptly notice some sort of large explosion occurring near the gate. As it turned out, Billy wasn't lying, because right in front of them, Layla's father appeared from the dust of the explosion, full of energy. However, that's where the events of the story go next, taking us to the pleasure palace on the upper floors to our hero Mile. Michael, meanwhile, walks around all these floors and looks around, noticing different girls learning things. Michael walks right up to them in the hall and immediately addresses the question of whether this is the home of the hovering ghost team. The girls standing in the hall began immediately asking Michael what he was doing here, and he asked why they were so surprised if they had called him themselves. Michael was right. The girls were indeed standing with very strange, scared faces, and asked to wait for a while. Michael agreed. He stared after them as they left, realizing that the girls had gone to report everything to someone, which meant things weren't going according to plan. In the moment, Michael looks to the side and notices a group of some little girls who are clearly in a rather frightened state. Michael doesn't give them much credit and decides to leave. However, one of them approaches and cheerfully addresses Michael in the moment. The girl turns to Michael and introduces. Michael thinks it's a pretty sweet move and gently strokes her hair. The girl's talking about being 9 this year, and Michael says he'll be 10 times as old. Some woman comes up behind her. This girl turns to Michael and tells him that he is already expected upstairs and asks to hurry up there. Michael starts to walk away. The girl waves bye to him, and he notices at the end that she's pretty weird for her age. Michael, accompanied by the 2 girls, starts walking forward toward the stairs, with the girl still standing behind him, waving at him as he follows. Meanwhile, one of the girls in the hall runs straight upstairs and reports that Michael has reached the 6th floor and will soon be on the 7th. About all this, she reports to Jessica, who stands in wild shock and does not even know what she should do with it now, because the situation is strange. Jessica is completely lost that this has happened. She lowers her gaze and holds her head, not knowing what to do now. She realizes that if Michael managed to get through, it means he knows about their techniques, which is amazing to her, because it hasn't happened before. Actively not wanting to believe it, she talks herself out of such thoughts, because then it would become a big problem. However, Jessica has hope for another squad of girls they've sent to Michael, as he should be a huge problem. One of the girls runs into the room. Jessica immediately asks what's wrong, and the girl apologizes for the urgency. The pink-clad girl rather excitedly informs Jessica that the 8th floor of the palace has also fallen, and Michael has passed it. This has finally left Jessica in shock. She just can't believe the information she has just been reported. The girl who brought the news says that she decided to check it out herself. She went there and was shocked to notice that there were not even any footprints. She ponders the possibility that Michael's skills are simply too high, as one of the emperors of the dynasty once did. Jessica reflects on the fact that Michael had studied the art of lovemaking before he came here, which is why he was able to pass. She also realizes that's not what's important right now, it's the other thing. If they don't stop Michael, the Palace of Blood will defeat the Palace of Pleasure. Thinking about it all, Jessica immediately recalls Michael's words about making the entire palace his own, 2 days after he arrives. Jessica immediately realizes what Michael's next moves might be, so she decides to stop him before Stella finds out everything, and asks for a squad of male spirits to be sent, saying that if he's done well with the girls, he's clearly going to start trouble with them. The girl leaves to carry out the order, and Jessica stands with the realization that there is one floor left until Michael gets here. Though it scares Jessica, she decides that she will stand in defense of the Pleasure Palace and Stella if Michael suddenly gets here. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to the small palace, where Louis notices the attacks on Layla and Billy, and talks about how he was told there would be guests. But he never thought they would come from the Pleasure Palace. He didn't expect that. He immediately realizes who he's dealing with, because he knows that when Stella became master, she got rid of everyone who supported the past master. Luis is well aware that such people are worth dealing with in the same manner as themselves, so he raises a huge fire aura. This is watched by Nami, who realizes that there is clearly no dialogue with Luis, and she should either act or leave while they are alive. Nami decides that she doesn't want to just leave, so she tells the demon that Luis has a much more dangerous aura and power than the others. Nami talks about how 2 demons can take care of Luis, and the third remaining one can take on Layla and Billy. However, turning to them, Luis says that it does not matter, and today he intends to kill all enemies, because they will only serve at his hands. Luis springs into action, but the demons aren't standing still either, the largest of them looming right over Luis with a ready attack. He is about to launch an attack, however. Luis is way ahead of him, and hits the first one right into his body, letting a lot of blood fly around. Just one punch was enough for Luis to toss him aside and forget about him, but another opponent showed up from behind. However, neither was the former defeated, and a situation developed in which both opponents clamped one Luis from 2 sides at once. The old man realizes that it is worth acting strongly and drastically. He energizes his hands and immediately grabs his 2 opponents with his hands. Luis grabbed them right by their necks with great force. He started squeezing them very hard and powerfully, yes, so much so that their faces swelled in a minute. Immediately afterward, Luis amplified his aura and asked his daughter Layla to close her eyes briefly from the very bad scenes. By this point, Luis's opponents were at their limit and could barely say anything. They were crying and writhing in pain. The third demon immediately noticed what Luis was doing. He was taken by a great anger for it. After all, he was killing his friends and brothers. Therefore, the third demon made the decision to snap out of his seat right now and attack the Luis standing against him with an immensely powerful weapon. However, the first thing he decides to do with his weapon is to hurt Luis's daughter, Layla. But Billy comes to her defense and covers her with his blade. Meanwhile, Louis has already disposed of the other 2 men by killing them, and now watches Billy fight against the last man. The one started yelling about how this was no time to talk at all, because they were actually in a mortal combat at the moment. Billy's opponent began to attack more frequently and more forcefully, and Billy himself became much better at defending himself against his attacks in due time. Though using cues from Luis, Billy manages to fight against such a powerful foe, but in a terrible position. In the moment, Billy's opponent begins to create a charge of energy, and he in turn yells at Layla to close her eyes if she still wants to live. This was all noticed by Luis, who began to shout that now it was not yet possible to relax, and the enemy's blow would have to Billy's body. At this point, Billy realized that if he attacked a little higher and faster, he could win. He did just that and threw a powerful punch at his opponent. Billy's opponent was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe that there was a demon in Billy's body all this time that had energy and control over it. Billy's opponent fell to the ground with a hole in his body, while Billy himself stood in wild shock and was most frightened by the blood on his suit. Billy started running and screaming that he was bleeding and about to die. "You!" But Layla told him not to whine, because it was only a small wound. Louis, meanwhile, is even proud of Billy. Even though he's acting like an idiot, he was able to overpower a top-level assassin just now. Luis, also watching Billy in battle, notices that he has basic art skills. Luis decides to pay more attention to this in training. However, there is one item left unresolved, and that is Nami, who is still standing up to Luis and telling him to stay away from her. However, Luis in turn only started walking straight towards her, saying that she was going to die anyway and there was no point in stalling. Upon hearing this, she became blue-faced on the spot and began to beg Luis not to kill her, for she was afraid of it. Luis responded by doing a rather banal but scary thing. He asked Nami to kill herself if she didn't want to accept death at his hands. Nami at this moment couldn't even reply. She's only in wild terror and standing still, not realizing what to do in such a situation now. She believes that the last minutes of her life are underway, and ponders at what point everything went wrong, and who will be left to blame for it. However, in a moment, to her wild surprise, Nami is stood up for by Billy, who suggests that Luis should take pity on her and not touch her here right now. In a trembling voice, she turns to him. Billy replies that he recognizes the fact that she's crazy, but saves her anyway. However, even so, the fact of what Billy is doing this for cannot settle in Nami's mind. She turns to him and asks him about it. Meanwhile, our hero Michael ascends to yet another floor of the pleasure palace and is greeted by a group of men on the floor with a smile. Michael is surprised that there are men in such a palace, but admits that they are needed to do all sorts of errands from above. The leader of these men asks his subordinates to show Michael respect as a young leader. They begin to bow and fold their hands together. Michael greets them in return and says he didn't expect such a warm welcome, but is glad he doesn't have to use his powers. However, at one point, the leader of these guys starts saying some pretty strange phrases, more like flirting, and it upsets Michael. Immediately afterward, steam from the palace technicians also began to appear beneath them, and the head began to talk about how Michael would have an unforgettable time with them. At this point, Michael went into the wildest possible shock. He had imagined many things and was expecting everything, but clearly not what was now happening on the floor. Michael, well realizing who his opponents are, immediately uses a great deal of his energy outwardly to demonstrate strength to the spirit, after which Michael makes a decision to get rid of them right away, and uses a technique that destroys the room. From that point on, the events of the story take us forward a bit. Michael rises higher, and this is noticed by Jessica, who is sitting in the room. After a couple seconds, Michael comes up to the floor and stands right in front of her in the room. She turns to him and asks him how he got here. Jessica asks Michael with shock about whether that means he's managed to overpower even the men in his path so quickly. Michael tries to make a smile, however he is clearly angry. He says that if this is all the Pleasure Palace can do, it's sad. Jessica asks Michael with a shocked face what he did to all the men, since it's impossible to pull it off so quickly. Michael turns to Jessica and talks about how it's all basically irrelevant now, and then adds that, could she please get Stella on it? Jessica talks about how she can't do that, and asks Michael to leave the palace in 2 days, but this only surprises Michael. Michael talks about how he's not at all happy about it, but Jessica responds by saying that she's not telling Michael a request, but advice. He asks Jessica why they tried at the palace to kill him, she says, in response that they were stopping Michael from making an imminent mistake. Our hero abruptly sits down next to him and asks Jessica how they will stop him now. She says she has no methods right now. Turns to Jessica and asks about whether they are confident enough to try and stop him. Jessica retorts that she doesn't know where Michael learned the art of lovemaking, but even knowing it, it will be hard for him to beat Jessica, and panders to the topic of conversation and asks about whether it's too much space in one room for one Jessica. Michael turns to Jessica and asks if it is true that there are only 4 hours left in the 2 days. Jessica says that's right, and Michael abruptly lies down on the rocks next to her, declaring that he'll just wait for the 2 days to be over then. The events of the story take us to Luis, who tells Billy that if he wants to save Nami, he has to take her as his wife, which pisses him off a lot. Nami also protests the idea. She talks about how she can't be with Billy, but he responds by telling her to just shut up and stay out of it. Luis starts telling Michael that he has 1 minute left to marry Nami, or he's going to kill her here right now. However, in a moment, Luis's words are interrupted by a sharp shout from someone. Luis looks up and sees people coming towards them. It turns out to be Silvers and his entire battle squad. Literally, in an instant, they land down on the floor and stare forward. Billy points to Layla and asks about this posse coming to kill her too, but Silvers says they're here to save her. Immediately afterward, Billy looks directly at Silvers and asks who beat them up like that on the way out, alluding to their terrible appearance. Silvers immediately recalls that before they came here, they were met along the way by Luis, who perceived them as enemies. Then, on his way home, Luis killed them all, under the pretext that they were the ones who were going to attack the small palace. Initially, Silvers made the decision to head to the trade palace to trade back, but he became interested in Luis's powers and decided to keep watch. Silvers then saw for himself with his own eyes all that he thought. He was greatly surprised when he noticed Luis's supreme bloody art. Then also watching Luis, Silvers realized the fact that our hero Michael is supported by very strong people around him. Luis began to ask about why Silvers and his squad had come. He honestly said that they were afraid of the threat to Michael's life and had come here. This answer surprised Billy very much, and he turned to Silvers and asked about the fact that he had not known about the attack beforehand. At that moment, with great shock and sweat on his face, Silvers realized that he had now made a big mistake by not following what he had said. Immediately after, Luis was beside Silvers in the moment. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he asked about why he was so scared. The old man asked Silvers to look him in the eye, and right afterward, he talked about whether Silvers knew who he was, and asked him not to lie to him now. Silvers immediately begins to think and remembers that Luis reminds him of a member of the Ming squad who was very strong before. Silvers also immediately recalls that he once knew a Ming squad leader who was so strong that he could fight for days. Afterwards, Silvers replied to Luis that he seemed to know who he was, and Luis replied that then Silvers needed to say goodbye to his life right there. Silvers immediately fell to his knees and began begging Luis for alms, saying that he would be sure to forget everything he knew if he so needed to. Silvers also started talking about swearing by 3 generations of his clan and his own name that if he cheated, he would become a dog. Luis, in turn, raised his hand up and began to lure all the energy around him, and immediately afterward, channeled it into the members of Silver's squad. After enveloping everyone with his energy, he turned to Silvers and said that from now on, that ordinary warrior who belonged to no one. Upside down and enveloped in energy, Silvers immediately started talking about how he had figured it all out and dared not say otherwise. Once Silvers agreed to Luis's words and conditions, he lowered the charge and strength of his energy. Then he gave freedom to Luis's men. Luis turned to everyone and, pointing to Nami, asked them to take her into custody for a while he himself would go to Michael and tell him everything. The men from Silver's squad, along with himself, immediately wrapped ropes around Nami from all sides and told her better not to resist. Silvers, meanwhile, leads his men, thus helping Luis, who is determined to reform Silvers and make good on him. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael, who wakes up abruptly, having previously been lying asleep in Jessica's room. Michael woke up to feel someone's sharp charge of energy coming closer. He immediately realized that Stella was already there. Waking up, he turns to Jessica and talks about how 2 days have passed, apparently. She informs him that Michael can leave. However, Michael responds by saying that it's not that simple. It's too early for him to leave, as there are certain things keeping him here. In response, Jessica stated that Michael shouldn't push his way out of it, because like she said, he couldn't go through her already. Michael then turned to her and began to ask her why she had given him 2 days of time, much to her surprise. Michael dramatically energizes the somber atmosphere and asks Jessica if she knows why he's been waiting here for her for 2 whole days. In response, Jessica talks about how she didn't expect Michael to be here just for her all these 2 days. However, in response, Michael only rises to his feet abruptly. Jessica is very startled by this and gets up with her sword towards him, but he asks her to stop. However, even though Michael asked Jessica to stop, in a moment abruptly some smoke began to rise around them, which surprised Jessica. Jessica began to swing her sword. However, Michael was not surprised. He turned to her and offered to place bets. A second after Michael's words, the wall collapsed and Luis appeared with Nami in his arms tied around him. Nami started screaming Jessica's name with wild tears, as if asking her for urgent help for her in such a situation. Jessica came to a huge shock at what had happened. She began to approach Nami as a young master and ask something. However, Michael, with a devilish grin, began to speak the terms of the bet, naming the first item as the fact that moving was forbidden by him. Immediately afterward, raising a huge demonic aura around him, Michael declared that whoever moved now would have to die. However, something surprised Mile as well, namely Luis's bloody and broken hands, from which blood was dripping even now. Michael turned to Luis and asked about the fact that he had not killed everyone there. The latter responded by stating that only one had been eliminated. Talks about how even one person is an unnecessary loss, but Luis states that he did everything in his power at that moment. However, Jessica interrupted that dialogue and started yelling about why Nami was at Michael's and what they had set this whole thing up for here. Michael started walking straight towards Jessica and then abruptly announced that this was their bet, raising a high aura of insanity. Jessica started yelling back that in that case, Michael had already lost, since he was the first one to move now. In response, Michael began to raise his energy. He turned to Jessica and asked about her wanting him dead so badly. Immediately after Michael addressed Luis as well, but not by name, he called him Bloody Master. In response, Luis began to listen to Michael. Michael started talking about how he had checked with his energy to see who was where, and the first 3 were now sitting above the ceiling, after which Michael also added that there were 4 more in the bushes on the sides, and ordered them all to be killed on the spot if they moved from the spot now. At this point, Jessica is in complete shock. She can't imagine that Michael has so much power and has already figured everyone out. Michael began to go to Jessica again and talk about how he was giving them 2 days to realize who they were now messing with. At one point, Jessica is sick of hearing all of this, desperate, doesn't know what to do, and decides to just sharply attack Michael. However, in a moment, someone's cold energy erupted directly from above and completely enveloped Jessica and the entire room. Immediately afterwards, someone's voice came from the stairs to the top floor, beckoning for Michael to go upstairs. This voice said that all conversations further only with him personally. Michael began to understand everything and smiled, hearing such an answer. Jessica also immediately realized it was Stella. She started to turn to her and talk about how she couldn't let Michael upstairs that easily. However, Stella's response was a sharp and cold declaration for Jessica to let Michael quietly go upstairs now, which surprised her. Michael, meanwhile, without paying any attention to Jessica, began to walk upstairs, realizing that everything was going completely according to his plan, as it should. A couple minutes later, Michael went straight up to the topmost floor to Stella's room, who was lying on the bed, and greeted him with a smile. Michael began to smile and talk about how he hadn't lied when he said that they would definitely see each other again. Stella turned to Michael and asked if he had come here alone. He replied that he was in the master's abode, so of course alone. Stella asked about how Michael managed to get all the way here, and he responded by saying that it wasn't easy and gave him a lot of trouble. She started to say that the journey had indeed not been easy, but she had not expected Michael to come here harboring a grudge. So she turned to Michael and started asking him about the fact that someone had ordered him to destroy their pleasure palace. Also began to ask about who taught Michael the art of passion. He immediately realized that Stella had a mindset like Mozart. She asked if Michael had gotten the art of passion from the cult leader, but he was only surprised to hear such a thing. Stella started to say that at first she thought that the operation of attacking their palace was a joint effort between the trade palace and the small palace. However, when Stella saw Luis and his power, she immediately realized that the trade palace wasn't involved in all of this, because this is a big deal right now. Watching her words, Michael immediately realized that she was pretty straightforward and pretty smart. Stella turned to Michael and asked about whether he knew the number of people in the cult who had reached the highest realm of the demonic arts. Our hero Michael began to speculate about how many there might be, but Stella abruptly replied that there were 8, and she was the last of them. Michael responded by saying that he hadn't expected such a high score from Stella, and asked about whether it was great news for the cult in such a case. However, Stella responded by apologizing and saying it was very bad news for Michael, not her. Our hero stated that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other after all, so he'd like to talk to Stella some more. Stella asked about why Michael brought in a fighter as strong as Luis. Were they the target of the small palace? But Michael said those started first. Stella, with a disgruntled face, began to ask Michael to stop lying, especially in a situation like this where it was very disadvantageous to him. He began to wonder if Stella could really believe that he had hurt Nami back then during the meeting. Michael decided to change the subject a bit. He turned to Stella and asked about why she thought it was the cult leader who had trained him in the art of passion. However, upon hearing that answer, Stella laughed and asked if Michael had lost his memory, since it was the cult leader who had once brought him here. Hearing this answer surprised Michael greatly, but he realized that the past owner of his body had lived a horrible life, and his father had punished him with training. Michael immediately realized that it was in that training location that the cult leader's son had met his death, and the leader himself had disappeared afterwards. Michael raised an aura of energy in response and asked why Stella wasn't considering the option of Michael learning all the art. She laughs off that. Stella calls it a very stupid joke. Michael is puzzled by it, and then he also realizes that the past owner was a complete idiot. In response, Stella started talking about how Michael was the ultimate hopeless receiver from the beginning. When Michael heard such words, he could not understand her train of thought. He could not understand why she was saying this, and so directly into his eyes. Stella started talking about how Michael had lost his memory, and he replied that everyone changes with time, and Stella would change. Stella replied that there were some people who shouldn't change, and Michael asked if she was one of them. In response, she merely created a chill beneath her, stated that it was a very long story, and suggested changing the subject already. Putting the smile back on her face, Stella began to ask Michael if he knew what his 2 major mistakes were. Stella stated that Michael had touched her people, and that was inexcusable, after which she launched an ice attack at him, right there in the room. She started talking about how unfortunately this is the only way a girl can survive in a demon cult. So she doesn't care about Michael's title. Michael began to get covered in ice starting at his feet, and Stella said that the second mistake was Michael coming here alone. Laughing a little, with a smile on her face, Stella began to talk about how Michael had threatened to get her, and now she was asking to try and get him to do it. Immediately afterward, with eerily insane eyes, she also added that Michael could only do that if he survived to begin with. Michael started to turn to Stella, but she interrupted him and told him not to beg her, and expressed surprise at the changes that had taken place. Michael, with creepy energy, started asking about whether Stella thought she could kill everyone, since that particular guest on the first floor. Stella turns to Michael and reminds him that according to the teachings of their cult, the one who is stronger than others is always right, and no more. Michael's point is valid, and it is because of these silly teachings that many people have already lost their lives. and others will lose further. Stella turns to Michael and talks about how it's out of character for him to say such unusual things as the son of a cult leader. Immediately afterward, Stella talks about how she's had enough of the conversation and offers to start, and afterward launches an ice attack right at Michael. Literally moments after Stella launched her attack directly at Michael, it struck him and froze him into ice shackles. Stella thought about finally getting rid of Michael, but in the moment she began to notice that Michael's hand under the ice began to move. Stella doesn't realize at all what's going on, because this is one of the best ice arts that was created specifically for women. Before reaching Stella, Michael had already learned that this art was created by men for men. So Michael has the upper hand. Already in just the next instant, the shackles of ice that Stella had created in the moment simply shattered from Michael's powerful energy. Shards of ice started flying in different directions. Stella covered herself with her fan, but didn't realize until now how Michael had managed to do it. Then Michael shocked her by getting to his feet as if nothing had happened and using his energy around him. Michael began to turn to Stella and ask about whether or not it was true or not that she said only 9 people had reached the highest form of art. Immediately afterward, Michael stated that she was wrong about that. And she was also wrong about the question of why he had come alone, since he didn't need to take anyone else. Thus, Michael demonstrated his powerful strength, showing that he was much stronger than Stella, and began to create a charge of energy in his hands. Michael began threatening Stella and saying that if she couldn't change, then he would change her himself with his own hands right now. Stella's in complete shock. She never expected to see just such a thing, namely the supreme art of a demon lord in Michael's hands. He, meanwhile, apparently wasn't kidding at all, as he began directing his energy attacks directly towards Stella. However, much to her surprise, she also found the strength to resist and began to fend off his attacks using the ice art. However, the ice defense didn't help Stella at all. In just a split second, Michael destroyed it and immediately grabbed Stella by the neck. Our hero, like a wild beast, began to direct the attacks of his energy directly at Stella, his eyes burning like a demon, and the whole room was covered with darkness. At this moment, Stella stopped resisting. She fully realized that Michael had indeed reached the supreme demon. Michael's energy in the room only got more and more, and Stella started talking about how they didn't really have a chance to win in the first place. Immediately afterward, Michael turned to Stella and asked who the pleasure palace was for. Completely at a loss for strength and hope in doing anything, Stella began to talk about that, of course, for the supreme demon. Michael began to say that she was right, but he noticed that her gaze hadn't changed at all for some reason. Michael began to turn to her and talk about the difference between an ordinary murderer and a maniac who uses his status to take people's lives. Stella began to turn to Michael and ask about why a woman should live so miserably and uselessly in the world then. Michael began to turn to Stella and talk about how, above all, she is not a woman, but a martial artist, and one of the strongest. In the moment, it was as if Stella had come to terms with her death. She began to turn to Michael and talk about sparing everyone else. This time in a wild shock was our hero Michael. He expected to hear everything, but even Close could not believe in such words from Stella. Starts to turn to Stella and ask about why he needs to spare anyone here. Stella says all the people in the palace are prisoners. When Michael heard such words, it was as if he lost touch with reality, because he had never expected to hear Stella say such a thing. Stella reveals that she wasn't born into the cult. Michael later brings up Kate, who is clearly also of other bloods, not mountain blood. At that moment, Michael remembers that same girl and all the other children, realizing that what comes out is that they were also kidnapped. They were taken as children. Our hero says that it's just hard for him to believe it, because then the pleasure palace is just a place like hell and nothing more. Stella began to turn to Michael and talk about how she would do anything she could to break the cycle for good. She also talks about Michael calling them evil, but later asks who, if not them, could go through all that torture and torment. Stella also asks Michael to refrain from any offers of rescue, saying that he already knows what her response will be. And he began to say that he was going to create a place where everyone would live happily and not break the commandments. Turns to Stella and declares that he is going to turn the cult of the blood demon into a cult of life and happiness called Min. Michael began to squeeze Stella's neck, and she turned to him and told him that his ideas were very stupid because they didn't match reality at all, telling her back that he would do it even under the condition that he had to destroy the heavenly mountain. He would go all out for the goal. Stella, with a shocked face, started to talk about how is Michael talking completely seriously now. She doesn't understand why he would do that. Michael turns to Stella and tells her that if she really wants to break the vicious cycle, he will give her a chance. Michael reaches out to Stella and tells her that if she believes in him, he offers to put past relationships behind them and move forward together. Stella turns to Michael and asks about what will happen in case she doesn't believe him, and his huge idea to change the demon cult, and raises a dark aura of gloom behind him and asks Stella if he can explain to her more easily what he wants from her and how he will proceed. Stella tells Michael that she remembers the first time he came here and adds that his eyes are the same now as they were then that day. Stella holds out her hand to Michael and talks about how she'll believe him so-and-so and keep her promise this time. Whereupon Stella, with a smile on her face, begins to say that she, as master of the Supreme Pleasure Palace, is pleased to welcome Michael the leader. Meanwhile, word of this reaches Jessica and the others, who are still standing, still restrained by Luis's aura. Luis talks about how this doesn't mean anything yet for the others, and declares with an eerie aura of fire that if they move, they will die. Jessica and everyone else can't understand why Luis's aura is affecting them so much, since they can't even move. Meanwhile, up on the top floor comes Silvers and Billy, who don't understand what's going on here and talk about how the bottom has decided everything. In the moment Jessica notices Billy and Silvers, she starts yelling at them and asking about why they are here, because she doesn't understand anything. However, among the things that pisses Jessica off more than anything else is the fact that the leader of the Forbidden Squad, Silvers, who is very dangerous, has come to the meeting here. Silvers talks about how there was a mistake, and Jessica yells that apparently the Trade Palace is involved in all of this. Billy turns to Luis and talks about how the atmosphere here is pretty awful, but he's more interested in where Michael is now. This is a question that not only interests Billy really, but all the other girls around her who don't understand what's going on upstairs. Meanwhile, upstairs, Stella turns to Billy and asks him if he could turn around. He says of course he can. Billy turns away and Stella talks about how he promised to vacate the Pleasure Palace. And Billy replies that he'll do it as he brings it to an end. Stella talks about taking a chance and trusting Michael, but he's more stressed about the sound he heard, because it makes Michael very uncomfortable. In the moment Michael realizes what's happening, he starts turning around and screaming about how the past him is dead, and he doesn't want it anymore. However, when Michael turns around completely, he only notices Stool sitting on the bed, who, as it turns out, has just changed her clothes. After realizing this, Michael turned back around and started talking about the fact that, according to Stella, he had been here before. She talks about how Michael must have really lost his memory, and starts talking about how she's heard rumors about him. Michael responds by saying that these rumors are not far from the truth, and asks about whether the charm technique has been used on him before. He talks about how on the 6th floor he met a girl, Kate, a foreigner, who used the technique on him. This information makes Stella angry. She says that Kate couldn't have done it because it's a forbidden technique. Stella replies that they had never used the technique on Michael before, as he was a pervert himself without it. Immediately after, Michael asks to forget it and asks how Stella is connected to the slaughterhouse, since anyone who doesn't want to change will end up badly. Stella tells Michael that the leader of the Massacre Palace is the Great Richard, and if Michael wants to change the cult, he should get rid of him. Stella reveals that Franklin, Richard, and one of the elders wish to become cult leaders, but they each have different methods and desires. Although Michael is not happy about it, he realizes that it is very expected, because opinions differed even in the Federation Union, and even more so here. However, next, Stella announces that one of them doesn't really want to be the leader, but just wants to wipe the cult off the face of the earth. Stella reveals that Richard is a simple psychopath, and the events of the story send us to a palace of carnage. The events of our story dismantle Richard himself, who chases various people around his palace just to kill them. Stella describes Richard as a man who wants to turn the world into a realm of blood and murder, where there will be endless carnage and all. Meanwhile, the man in front of Richard, who was running away from him, begins to apologize dramatically and asks to be spared, saying it wasn't his fault. Richard asks the man if he still wants to run. The man in return asks only to spare him and make him a simple slave even. However, Richard retorts by telling him that it's all very boring, and he's not going to live like this, whereupon he stabs the man with a gun. Immediately afterward, Richard addresses the man, saying that this would not have happened if he had not fled from the slaughterhouse. Richard leaves the man for dead on the path and goes off somewhere with a wild aura himself, and asks his assistants to remove the victim's corpse. Immediately after this event, the stories take us to the next day, showing the cult of commerce and Mozart lying on the floor. Lying on the floor, Mozart reads a letter from Silvers, saying that he has become close to Michael and will spend some time in his palace. Silvers also in the letter asks Mozart to send him some money and things so that he can better succeed in gaining the trust of Michael and Louis. After hearing this all written in a letter, Mozart gets very excited. He talks about how Silvers is just a wonderful agent. Meanwhile, Silvers and his squad are under Luis's brutal training in the small palace, for he has taken them under his leadership. Silvers is also on par with his subordinates in completing all the errands and tasks, but he can't understand at all what he's doing it for. However, in a moment of turning around, Silvers also notices Nami, Stella's daughter, who is also training here, and he doesn't understand why in her. Last night after everything, Stella scolded her daughter Nami for all the behaviors, and allowed Luis to take her to practice as well. Michael turned to Luis and asked what they needed Nami for. And Luis replied that one of their men had asked to save her life. Nami tells Silvers that she doesn't know what she's doing here, and she doesn't want to be here because she's sick of all this training. Luis approaches Silvers and Nami about reducing the chatter, saying that although Michael believes them, Luis doesn't trust them at all. Nami talks about how it's very rude communication, and Luis says that now she has to do another 50 arm approaches for talking. Luis goes ahead and talks about how Nami is a martial artist first and foremost, and only then a woman, so there's that. Time moved inexorably forward and moving us towards evening. Luis tells his men that so be it, we can call it a day. Silvers sits in wild shock from the first day. He can't believe what's going on, and a great warrior like him doing ordinary exercises. Billy, meanwhile, also sits shocked, but he talks about how there's another problem. He doesn't feel a drop in energy after finishing his workout. Silvers looks at his hands and says that Billy is right. He also doesn't feel much, although he looks very tired. In the moment, Silvers realizes that with training from Luis, his body has developed much more powerfully and he doesn't feel fatigue, which makes him very happy. It was at this point that Silvers had what Michael had been looking forward to. He became dependent on the small palace and training from Luis. Meanwhile, our hero Michael goes to the library, to Lester's secret room. However, not alone, but this time together with Stella. Stella immediately tells Lester not to worry. She says this often happens when enemies take sides for a common goal. Lester greets Stella and says that on the whole he is glad to see her, and agrees entirely with what she says, for the truth is often so. However, despite this, a small argument ensues between Stella and Lester, but Michael immediately stops them. Michael says that a lot of people know about his visit to Tell's Pleasure Palace, and they should deliberately spread good rumors about it. Lester, along with Stella, immediately agree on what rumors to spread and when and where, and Michael just listens to them silently. However, while they are chatting about all this, Michael remembers that there is a problem. During the takeover of the Pleasure Palace, Luis killed Kate. He also knows that Kate's death has upset Stella a lot, so it's best not to talk about it right away. Stella says that the slaughterhouse has not yet intervened, for she has fulfilled a request for them. Michael is surprised and learns of this request. Stella says that the Slaughter Palace asked for help in fighting the Federation that started the extermination of the cult. Michael was pretty shocked to hear this. Michael is well aware that if this information turns out to be true, it means that the war between the Federation and the cult is very close. He talks about how they urgently need to scout out what the Federation is up to, as the Dragon Squad may be ahead of everyone else. Lester is surprised by such an idea from Michael and his words, but he also does not dare to argue with them, because there is clearly some truth in it. Michael is holding back a lot, not showing his shock. It's like he's back in time. He realizes that the Federation squad is very strong. Stella notices Michael's intense excitement and nerves. She turns to him and asks about if he has anything to say to them. Michael starts screaming like a child that they should use more forces against the Federation Alliance, because they are very strong. Stella says not to worry because even the master of the Wrestling Palace himself will be against them, which means there will be a lot of power. After learning this, Michael became even worse, because from Stella he learned that this man is just sick on the head, and this can start a war, and says that in that case, it would be worth going to their palace and finding out for yourself to understand the situation better. Lester also informs Michael that the small palace will be very noisy for a while. Michael is surprised and asks why this is so. Lester shows the paper and talks about how the others won't realize what change has started and will announce surveillance and many other factors. The counselor also talks about him inviting someone here, but Michael asks if that's how the rumors could go down then. The old man says that he will keep a very close eye on everything, and not a single ant will be able to hide from his gaze ever again. Stella also suggests moving the Pleasure Palace to Michael's Valley, but Michael says it's too early to do that, only unnecessary attention. However, in return, Michael has set aside a separate building at his place for Stella, so she can always come there, and she agrees to this. Michael stands up abruptly and asks that rumors be spread very well and carefully so that they can't be distinguished from lies, in case anything happens. Michael also dramatically announces that while Stella and Lester are busy doing this, he will get busy getting rid of the other 7 palaces. From that moment, some time passes, and the events of our story move on, taking us to the Palace of the Sword. The leader of the Sword Palace named John decides to do something. However, his son tries his best to stop his father from the idea. John's son talks about how everyone was hoping for a change in Michael. However, here he was recently again for 2 days at the Pleasure Palace. John himself asks his son to stop saying all this, adding that he is saying a lot of stupid things because it is very important now. However, even after this remark, John's son did not stop, but only continued. And at this moment, John himself raised a huge aura of energy. Immediately afterward, he drew his weapon and turned to his son and told him once again to stop and not to say it again. John's son named Garp declares that he has no intention of stopping there, and he absolutely does not care about his father's power. John abruptly turns around and talks about how Garp is still just a kid who doesn't understand anything and is going to attack him hard. However, Garp is certainly not a bad guy either. He pulls out his weapon and stops his father's attack in a matter of seconds. Garp yells at his father and declares that he's not a child at all, but the leader of the extermination squad already, and his word should mean something already. However, Garp's father clearly doesn't think so. He only gets angrier and says that Garp isn't worthy of blocking his blows yet. Garp yells at his father and talks about how he doesn't feel sorry for Lilo, since not long ago Michael spent 2 days at the Pleasure Palace. He yells at his father and talks about how he can't do this, at least for Lilo's own sake, who will only get worse from living like this. Lilo is Garp's sister. The latter immediately remembers that she's been suffering all her life, and so, as a girl in a swordsman's family, she never cares about anything. Garp yells at his father again, saying time after time that he can't do that to his own daughter. However, Garp's father only ignores him, and the man talks about how if his father can't do anything, he'll do anything for his sister himself. He starts to walk away, and Father John, after they hit it off, notices that his son is nowhere near his highest stage. When Garp leaves, John goes to the leader of the main squad and asks about whether the information about Michael is true. It turns out to be true. Immediately afterward, John orders the leader of the main squad to go after Michael and bring him in to talk things over. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael himself, who is just sitting and meditating in his room. Afterwards, Michael looks out the window and then realizes that his new tasks are talking to palaces that are made for war, and it's not going to be easy. Michael also fully realizes that he should keep the fighters from the Slaughter Palace away, because the war can't be won with them. Our hero also pays attention to the fact that the elders should arrive, but they are not there. He is also pissed off by strange sounds from under the floor. Right at this moment of our hero's musings, people from the Sword Palace began knocking on his gate of the small palace and demanding that he come out. The first thing to notice these people was Layla, who couldn't understand what was going on at all, or why they were so angry. And then Nami started talking about these people introducing themselves. They can just open the gate and talk. But Layla is shocked at the idea. She starts to argue directly with Nami, debating which one of them is the bigger baby, at which point Billy shows up from behind. Billy turned to Layla and Nami and asked what was going on, and they explained that some weirdos had shown up at the door. Billy learned that these people were from the Sword Palace, whereupon he immediately went forward and sleepily opened the gate of the small palace for them. In front of Billy stood the leader of the squad, and a huge number of his men, all of whom were armed. Billy was immediately surprised by this. The leader of the squad, Garp, began to talk about how they had come here for young Mr. Michael, and were demanding him to come here as well. Billy starts yelling at Garp and talking about how the cult leader is more than just a friend to them, so when they call him out, they should be respectful. However, Garp responded by saying that Billy was just a regular weirdo, and he wasn't obviously frightened by such strange phrases. Garp explained that he came here because of his sister, and in response, he heard Billy say, "That is, Garp is one of the runaway sword heirs." With a rather sly and snide face, Billy turned to Garp and asked him about why he wanted to take Michael for himself. Garp turned to Billy with a very angry face and said that he was only interested in one question, and that was whether Michael had been at the Pleasure Palace recently. At this point, Nami intervened in the dialogue and said that if Garp also wanted to go there, she could have fun with him. Billy at one point began to take us away from the gate and talk about how there had been a misunderstanding, and Nami had already been banished from the Pleasure Palace. Apparently, Garp was tired of hearing all this. However, in a moment, he simply attacked the nearest gate sharply and blew it down with his sword. Garp began yelling at the entire palace for Michael to come out right now, or he would have to use more brute force. He, along with Luis, walked straight to the gate at this moment and began to ask about the Sword Palace, sending assassins to them. With a shout of displeasure, Garp began to accuse Billy of what he was doing to his sister, adding that he wouldn't get away with such antics. At this point, however, Billy was most shocked, for he had expected to hear many things, but not explicitly something about some sister. Garp started yelling directly at Michael and talking about not pretending like he didn't understand. Such actions are declarations of war. Billy started talking about how Garp's sister may be Michael's fiancée, but that doesn't give him the right to be so rude. At this point, Michael finally realized nothing. He lowered his head in his gaze, asking if he really had a fiancée. Hearing this, Garp started yelling at Michael even more, asking him about whether or not he was bullying them now. At this point, Michael realizes that apparently they're not kidding, and he understands Garp's anger, remembering the body's past owner. Garp started yelling at Michael even more, and talking about how he didn't dare do that, because he wasn't allowed to do everything. The aide began to turn to Michael and talk about how they shouldn't sweat about him, because he's just a regular rude guy who's worthless. Our hero began to cover his face with his hand in shame, and afterwards simply turned to Luis and asked him to deal with him. Luis knew it was Billy, and he knew right away. And later he grabbed him by the mouth and pushed him back so he wouldn't talk too much. Michael at one point began to turn to Garp to ask what his fiance's name is, since he doesn't even know her name at all. Garp started talking about his sister and Michael's fiancé being named Lilo, and immediately after added that it was impossible to forget his fiancé's name. At the moment Michael froze in place, Lilo's name didn't do much for him. He started to look up and afterwards stated he was going to the Sword Palace. Meanwhile, around the Sword Palace, Lilo was chatting with her assistant as always about various feminine topics. Lilo stated to the assistant that she was leaving, but all she heard in response was words about it being reckless, which Lilo didn't like. Right after Lilo's assistant started saying that she just needed to find a spouse, at which point Lilo replied that she had already found one. Lilo began to fall into a seemingly angelic demeanor and talk about how she had known the man of her dreams for a long time. The assistant started talking about how they could finally make Michael happy, but that only made Lilo mad as hell, offered to simply disrupt her wedding to Michael, right after which the aide began to shut her mouth from such phrases. She started screaming again that she absolutely didn't care about all the rules and laws. She would find a better man and be with him. At one point, Lilo began to describe a man in a black mask, with dark energy and long hair, recounting the image of Michael in the mask. Lilo reveals that he was rumored to be the one who defeated the ruler of the Northern Valleys and was able to win a better place for the clan, after which Lilo began to call him as the Black Sun and declared that his mysterious appearance very much beckoned her, for it was of great importance now. Lilo continued to recount Black Sun's skills, but the assistant started talking about how Lilo hadn't even seen him. Then Lilo's assistant started to talk her out of it again, saying that Michael would be here soon enough and everything would be solved. Lilo, in shock, began to ask her assistant what brought Michael here, and she angrily replied that, of course, meeting Lilo. Immediately afterward, the servants reported that the young leader had arrived, and the aide said it was just in time. Meanwhile, the palace servants put Michael in one of the rooms about so many, and told him to just sit and wait for the head to come. And quietly he closed his eyes and began to ponder what the point of this palace was. He only knew about it from Lester. He also began to picture the image of Lilo in his head, realizing that he didn't know anything about her at all, just a description from Billy. At the moment Michael comes to the realization that Billy hasn't told him anything at all about Lilo, he decides to deal with him a little after he arrives. Meanwhile, looking out the window, Michael notices some strange woman who starts to go somewhere and has tied her head with a scarf. At one point, she turns her head and also looks straight out the window, noticing our hero Michael there, looking at her. Our hero fully realizes it's her, and she realizes the same thing and starts to just move away faster. However, Mile is well aware that if nothing is done now, she will leave, and simply runs to meet her, grabbing her shoulder. Michael began to turn to her and hold her back, telling her that she shouldn't act like that because it was wrong and childish. Michael began to ask Lilo why she was mad at him, and she only yelled back that she just hated him with all her soul. Lilo starts to leave, and Michael abruptly tells her that he doesn't really like himself much either. But Lilo doesn't realize he's carrying on at all. He started telling Lilo that she knew nothing at all about martial arts, which meant she should keep her head down. Michael also said that Lilo should live in his palace, but she asked why, and Michael sharply replied that she belonged there. This sent Lilo into a wild shock. She was greatly surprised at the words Michael had said and blushed so much. Lilo started asking Michael what the hell was going on, why she had to be with him again, and why he didn't hate her. Lilo started waving her hands and talking about how apparently Michael had learned the technique of lovemaking and was now just conjuring her up. Lilo decides that she urgently needs to go to the settlement behind the palace, because that's where the Black Sun was last seen. At this moment, the very head of the Sword Palace appears from behind, who immediately begins to greet our hero. John's head went straight to say that he had heard about Michael's changes after training, but he had lost his way again and headed for Lust. Michael looked at John and immediately realized why he was given such a nickname, because he really looks very powerful. In a moment, using only the strength of his energy, John managed to draw the weapons that were on the walls of the house towards him. Quite surprised by all this, Michael began to ask John about what was going on here and why the reception was being held this way. John turned to Michael and started talking about how he just wanted to know what power his son-in-law had now. However, Michael clearly didn't share John's idea of fighting and approached him with a suggestion to just talk now, since force was not necessary. John agreed, and Michael started to talk about how he was really sorry that he couldn't give Layla as much attention, but he was interrupted. And John interrupted him. He took his sword in his hand and, raising energy, began to say that he wanted to fight Michael to find out the truth. However, with his sober mind, Michael realized that this confrontation was very strange, because it was as if he was confronting a huge mountain. However, Michael decides that if John wants to fight him to learn the power, he will give him that fight right here and now. Michael energized his weapon so much and attacked directly at John that he broke both of their blades in an instant after the fight began. John immediately realized that Michael was very strong on his own level, and Michael responded by stating that he would not conduct any wedding that way. However, such words from Michael did not surprise John at all, for he was completely recalling the words of Michael's past, who had said the same thing. John replied that it wasn't for Michael to decide, and in response, Michael began asking to meet with Leela to explain everything to her himself. In response, John started yelling that if Michael decided to sabotage his wedding to Leela, he would make the Palace of Swords his enemy that way. Michael began to protest, saying that until recently they might have heard a lot of rumors about him, but things are different now. At the moment John started to walk away, he only turned to Michael for a bit and said he would give him an answer within 2 days, and Michael should be here. Despite the whole situation, our hero is greatly relieved by the fact that he was able to block his opponent's blow in this way. However, right after John left, Garp abruptly burst into the room and began asking Michael to follow him now. Garp took Michael out to one of the outdoor training rooms. However, the guys there were not too happy to see Michael. The guys started asking Garp what Michael was doing here, and Garp revealed that Michael would be part of their team for a while. The older guys in the squad immediately started protesting, saying that it was a very stupid idea that didn't make any common sense. However, Michael immediately interrupted their arguments and suggested that they start by saying hello, and then talk about their relationship. Garp turns to Michael and talks about how there are a lot of crazy people on his squad who don't like the likes of Michael much. Immediately afterward, the entire squad began to walk right behind Garp, but Michael only stood there and smirked, not believing that this squad was explosive. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the basement, which is in the small palace. Lester has moved there. Luis and Stella are also there. Luis started chatting with them and talking about how their leader, Michael, went alone to the Sword Palace, and it's very dangerous. Lester says that's a good thing as things are going even much faster than he expected. Stella talks about how she did a good job with the rumors. Luis asks Stella and Lester if they know what's going on, and they immediately reply that of course they know everything. Luis says he's not too worried about Michael since he's very strong, and adds that he hopes to work with the Sword Palace. Lester talks about how if the wedding goes well, Michael and John will become related and then there will be nothing to worry about at all. Stella talks about how the main problem for them is the Slaughter Palace, because if they decide to make the first move, the problems will be huge. Lester talks about the fact that this is indeed the case. However, he doubts that Richard would choose to step out of the shadows. He very rarely does. Lester makes the point that if Stella brought it up, she probably has some ideas about it. Stella says with a smile that the Blood Palace is calling all the other palaces to a meeting of the Common very soon. Stella also addresses the suggestion to tie up all the paths, and to start taking care of the impatient head of the Trade Palace soon. Meanwhile, the squad led by Garp, that Michael is now in, is getting ready to train and eating. However, Michael's always haunted by different strange things. As soon as he came to take his portion of food, reported that the food is over. However, Michael looks into the barrel and talks about how there's still a lot of fuckery in there and it's not good of the squad to do that. But in response to his words, Michael only hears the cook shout that such a logical man is behaving so disrespectfully. Michael realizes that he's going to have to put up with all this for a while, and replies that he really likes beef jerky. With the worst food possible, Michael goes to his table and sits down, and the guys discuss how he has no pride at all. However, everything is not so simple, although Michael acts as if everything is fine. But he is quietly watching them to know the ranks of the fighters. The older guys among themselves are actively discussing the fact that Michael pisses them off a lot, because they have to babysit them a lot. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, just sits and eats, realizing that the guys around him have a very big opinion of themselves, even though it has nothing to do with reality. In the moment, one of the high-ranking guys starts yelling some boy's name, and he runs towards him with planks in his hands. As soon as this kid runs up to the other one, who is higher ranked, he gets hit right in the stomach with a leg. Michael observes the whole scene from the sidelines, seeing the older ones just bashing and berating the younger ones over little things. The senior in rank, Ian, yells at the little warrior, saying that if he doesn't act right, he will disgrace the entire squad. The little guy starts apologizing immediately, and talking about how he won't let this kind of situation happen again, and apologizes again. Jan only yells at the guy in response, and talks about how they won't shake in front of him just because he's small. Some time passes, a little guy named Phil goes to work. Someone comes up to him and offers to help with the job. This someone turns out to be our hero, Michael. Phil at first replies that he can handle himself, but after he sees Michael and stops in shock. Shocked and frightened, Phil falls to the ground and starts to lie there. Michael reaches out his hand and offers to help him up. However, the guy turns away and says he's perfectly fine and continues to do his job. For a while, Michael stands right beside him and just watches what he's doing, realizing the point of the work. Michael starts to come on strong with his help, but Phil stops him, telling him that it's his job and he can handle it himself. Immediately afterward, Michael removed his hands and started talking about how if that's what Phil thinks, that's his business and he can do that. He observes Phil and talks about how he's very good with wooden swords, even though it's just a moulage. However, in response, only asked Mikkelm not to stick around, but to go about his business. Michael obeyed him and began to say goodbye. Right before he leaves, Michael clarifies that the boy's name is Phil, and afterward adds that it seems, even for him, Michael is not to his liking. Phil talks about how Michael is a nuisance to everyone because he cheats on his wife Lilo, has done much harm to the faithful in their palace. Our hero asks Phil why he states this so freely without thinking that these words could cost him his life. Phil talks about how his squad was taught not to grovel in the face of death, even if it would cost him his own life. Michael turns his head and says with a smile on his face that Phil has indeed learned his lesson very well by all appearances. Phil is surprised that Michael hasn't done anything to him for saying that, but Michael says, that did Phil really think he was going to get killed? Meanwhile, the events of our story take us right into the Slaughterhouse Palace, where the weather is pretty dark and gloomy as ever. There are people hanging alive head down in one of the rooms of the palace, being approached by Richard, who asks when the others will arrive. In response, some guy tells him that he will surely pay for his sins. Sooner or later, those who will deal with Richard will come. This guy also promises that the people who are coming will be very ruthless and get rid of the whole blood cult thing. Richard responds by saying that he's glad to hear this guy's voice, because he was about to kill everyone here, including him, while he was silent. The guy talks about how he never imagined that the master of the Slaughter Palace would turn out to be a regular bloodthirsty kid with a worthless life. Right after Richard raises a very angry aura, he turns to the guy and suggests that he should take his life altogether in such a case. Richard then kills the guy, and Richard's assistant appears from behind to inform him that his master has received a letter from the Palace of Blood. Richard turns around very angrily and asks the assistant if this letter is really worthy of him opening it. Using his blade technique, Richard cuts off the aide's hand and tells him to get out with his letters. Immediately afterward, Richard reads the letter and then turns to the guy on the rope and asks him not to die yet. The events of the story return to the Sword Palace, where the head John is swearing hard that Lilo has disappeared somewhere in broad daylight. The main deputy turns to John and asks about whether he should go and find Lilo in that case. However, John talks about how that's not that important yet, and more important is what's up with Michael, and asks afterward how things are going with the other guy. The main aide reports that despite everything, Michael just tolerates all the insults and so on in his address, without showing anger. John turns his head away and can't figure out what's going on. He ponders if Michael really has lost his memory or if he's hiding himself. However, the main deputy asks John if he thinks Michael is capable of hiding his identity so well. However, just a mere second after the aide said this, John's sword was right next to his neck with the blade. John turned to the assistant and asked about how Michael managed to block such a blow if even his best people can't get it. Immediately afterward, John begins to hide his sword and gives his aide orders to send an extermination squad to Beauty's Peak. However, the assistant doesn't understand this much. He asks about how he would then follow Michael if they had to leave. John turns his head and states that they will have to take Michael with them. John also says that maybe there he will get his memory back. Some time passes and the extermination squad from the Sword Palace is heading to that very mountain, the Peak of Beauty, right now. Michael also goes there. On the way, he chats with Phil, who tells him about the different fire squads in the cult. Phil also tells Michael about the squads they are fighting. Michael realizes that they may be Federation squads. Phil talks about being correct and tells them that all the people in the Sword Squad have no relatives, which is why they love Ms. Lilo so much. Michael replies that everything makes more sense to him now because he knows why everyone dislikes him so much here. It's because of his love for Lilo. Big ranking guy Ian turns to Phil and talks about how, since Phil used to live here, it's now on his shoulders to take care of Michael. Phil was very concerned for some reason about this. He was sweating a little. However, he didn't disobey and said that of course he could handle everything. Michael turns to Phil in surprise and asks about whether he really lived here. But Phil replies that it's a part of the past that he doesn't remember. Michael tells Phil not to be shy, because everyone here has a past that is somehow unrelated to the clan and cult. However, Michael and Phil's conversation is interrupted by the squad coming to some mini graves right in the mountain with swords on top. Garp, as the leader of the squad, stops and starts looking at these graves, saying that it's very strange to see them here like this. Michael asks Garp how he knew they were graves, and he replies that these people were victims of the fog and mist, which is at the height of beauty. Michael turns to Garp and asks Garp that do they really only refer to Phil that way because he grew up in these parts. Garp talks about how there's truth in that, and Michael adds that it can't be done that way. But Garp responds by saying that everyone understands that but can't do anything about it. However, after another moment, Garp snaps out of anger. He starts yelling directly at Michael and talking about who he is to talk here. After that, Garp starts yelling at Michael again, saying that he's probably already forgotten what he did to his sister. Michael retorts that just because of the problems with Garp's sister doesn't mean that Michael should turn a blind eye to everything else. In response, Garp turns to Michael and tells him that the rest of their journey will be very challenging, which surprises Michael. Garp asks Michael to stay in that spot and wait for their return, saying that he won't tell John about it so there won't be a problem. Michael doesn't agree to this, and the squad sets off. It's getting late in the evening, and Garp informs them that they will be spending the night in this cave tonight. Michael also notices that the squad members are discussing amongst themselves that there was no food at all along the way, and a couple days of starvation is assured for them. Ian asks Garp what they should do in that case, and he replies that there's not much choice and they'll have to starve for a while for sure. Michael asks about whether that's really all the solution they have, saying that training hungry is bullshit. Garp replies that internal energy can help with hunger very well, and asks Michael if he sat down here without realizing it. The older guys ask Michael about his decision, as well as saying that the harp has ordered sleep, so everyone should head to bed. Michael responds by jumping into the nearest canyon, and Jan starts yelling at him to get out and not suffer any more bullshit, because there's nothing there. However, in response, Michael yells that he has already managed to get something very tasty for them, and shows them a huge snake. Our hero takes it to the top and talks about how he can make a very tasty dinner. But the guys are only shocked and scatter, started walking along with the snake right towards them, and the guys were just asking Michael to get away from them and get this animal out of their sight faster. With a crazy look, Michael says that if the guys are hungry, they can go downstairs and get more snakes, since there are plenty of them. However, Ian and the rest of the older boys only come to be wildly horrified by what they now see before them and fear the snakes. Ian talks about how he had recently stoned those snakes, and Michael reports that he removed all the rocks to gain access to food. Garp turns to Michael and talks about how if a viper bites him, he will die in 7 minutes, but Michael responds by saying that he doesn't care. You! Afterward, Michael also asks for a rope, but Garp only stands there in wild shock, for he thought his story would scare Michael. He handles the rope skillfully and does so in a way that cuts off the venom's supply to the snake's teeth, thus blocking it. Michael then performs some interesting surgery on her and takes away her ability to bite and give poison, which scares the guys around her. After Mike is done with that, he just takes a bite out of a piece of snake and starts chewing on it sitting there, which freaks out the guys around him even more. Ian turns to his assistant and rudely asks him to go and catch all the snakes downstairs to eat them like Michael. Immediately afterward, most of the group went into the canyon and fished out snakes, while Michael sat and watched it all while eating. Michael only laughed and smiled, saying that the special food was very good, after which he wished all the guys a good appetite. Time passes from then on, and our guys are climbing up the stile somewhere, chatting amongst themselves. Garp says that Michael has proven to be obedient. Michael began to tell Harp that he wasn't particularly excited about the wedding they were going to have, since he hadn't counted on it at all. Garp was at first very surprised at Michael's words, however continued to just climb up, and afterward asked what Michael's reason was. Michael bluntly and without hesitation stated that she just wasn't right for him. That's all. That's the only reason. However, this only made Garp angrier. He started yelling about how Michael didn't even have anything besides the title of young leader. Immediately afterward, Garp also adds that it doesn't matter, since it's not up to Michael to decide, and clarifies if he knows about it, and began to turn to Garp and tell him to do as he knows how. But remember that Michael himself is not at all happy with all this. He's also well aware that he'll have to apologize to Lilo, because it's clearly too early to get married now, and the process will only take time. Michael also smiles and realizes that with his life plan, he may be destined to be alone in this world forever. However, in a moment, Michael's musings were interrupted, for he abruptly sensed something from outside. It really caught his attention. Michael immediately turned to Garp and asked about if there was a chasm nearby. Garp stated that there was, and asked how Michael knew, and realizes that there is a very powerful energy coming from the side, and he's not wrong, and asks Garp to climb forward faster. Garp started to turn around and ask Michael what was going on. Michael only shouted for Garp to climb forward faster. A moment after that, a very powerful wind blew up and began to blow everything in its path. Garp began to say that it was too early for such winds. The guys from the squad below started to get pretty blown away. Michael started to turn to Garp and ask if he could take it all now. Garp, meanwhile, couldn't even respond. Clenching all his strength and teeth, he held onto the mountain to keep from falling with just one hand. Michael decides that in order to handle the workload, he should take the extra weight off of Garp and give him more leeway. However, here Michael also discovers a second problem for them, namely that the rope is thin and likely to break anyway. Michael realizes that there is only one way out of this situation, So he pulls out a gun and starts cutting the rope, shocking everyone downstairs. This is noticed by Phil. He yells directly at Michael with shock and asks about the fact that does he really intend to leave them all now. However, in response, Michael looks straight into Phil's eyes and smiles, which scares him, and then immediately cuts the rope that holds them together. As expected, such actions by Michael cause the guys to start falling down at a tremendous speed, unable to hold on practically. They were all in wild shock, Phil trying to hold on to the rock to keep from flying down with all the guys right now. Phil realizes that he can't hold on any longer, and the guys below are already out, and he himself doesn't want to die like that at all. However, at one point, Phil abruptly notices that the rope has started to tighten, and they have stopped falling, much to his encouragement. Abrupt and incomprehensible consternation was replaced by shock at the fact that the rope had begun to rise higher, and someone was now standing there pulling our guys up. Phil kept conscious and determined to find out what was going on. He began to look straight up, noticing a cloud of energy huge and sparks. It turned out to be expectantly our hero Michael. He stood with a rope in his hands and looked down at the guys he was saving, realizing he should be stronger. With a rather acerbic and mocking smile, Michael turned to everyone he was pulling out and spoke of the fact that the terrible man was back. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys in the squad, mostly senior ranks, were still creeping up way higher than our team with Michael. One of the higher ranks noticed that from below, he could hear shouts coming from very clearly upstairs. Immediately afterward, Ian began to turn to this guy and ask about what he was still doing here when there was clearly danger with their leader downstairs. The guy named Scar realized that the winds down below were pretty powerful and strong, and they wouldn't calm down until within the hour, and that could be too late. Looking down, Scar was also well aware that the fog was appearing very quickly, and a little more, and it would become many times denser than it was now. However, Scar was also well aware that the Oin could not just rush down, because then they would definitely die, and he began to address the entire team. Turning to everyone, Scar stated that, unfortunately, they would have to wait it all out now. Ian did not approve of his decision. Ian began to insist that they had a duty to help Garp and the others, for alone he would still survive. But with 5 men with him, it was almost impossible. Scar only remained silent in response, and Ian was adamant that there was still darkness ahead, and if they didn't get help now, they would clearly be corpses soon enough. This time, Scar also remained silent, whereupon Ian decided that it couldn't go on like this, and jumped down, saying that he would do everything alone then. Scar began to address the squad and talk about how they have a new goal now, and that is to save everyone and ensure the life of the entire squad. Whereupon Scar and the others cut their ropes, and Scar gave orders to find everyone, search every corner, and deliver them alive. Meanwhile, Michael and the others were climbing up the cliff face in slow steps, the problem becoming the fog that blocked everything out. Michael began to tell Phil that this was the first time he felt his eyes so pathetic and useless, unable to see through this ordinary fog. Phil began to turn to Michael and ask him what they should do, for if they got caught in the peak of that smoke, they were unlikely to come out alive. Michael began to turn to Phil and talk about how he was very fine flying up the rocks even without the aid of a rope, adding that it was weird. Phil began to scratch the back of his head and talk about how he didn't think it was necessary to show it to everyone, because it wasn't necessary at all. Michael realizes that Phil has been bullied by everyone around him for living at the peak of beauty, and now he doesn't want to show off his mountain skills. Phil began to turn to Michael and ask him a question about him hiding his powers too, and this surprised Michael a little. Michael began to lightly punch Phil, and talking about how his high level of skill in using the demon art was not at all decisive right now. Michael began to explain to Phil that of course he could use force to make all the people obey him, but that would have a problem. Phil began to say that he didn't understand it at all, because strength was all that was needed in such a case, and nothing else was useful. At this point, Michael sharply enveloped himself heavily in energy, and began to tell Phil about himself, hiding his true abilities from his partners. Michael began to say that although he had already given the beginning of the Ming cult, which had a great future, they still had a lot of room to grow. Meanwhile, the guys in the squad are still down in the mountains trying to find their leader Garp amongst all those clouds. All the guys around him are hoping hard that Garp is still alive, and meanwhile, Garp himself is crawling up the rocks, coping with everything. However, our hero Michael, meanwhile, decides that it's time for the situation to change a bit. He reaches out and starts using his powers. Our hero in a moment began to do very abrupt but apparently the right thing, namely to direct upward his stream of energy. Garp was the first to notice it, and then all the guys around him noticed the powerful upward energy. Oscar was one of the first to notice the effect of this energy, for he immediately noticed that the fog after it began to disappear quickly. Literally, a minute after Michael had used up his many energy reserves with great force, the fog simply dissipated. While in the winds, Michael turned directly to Phil and began to talk about how this is the higher purpose he is after. Sometime from this point, Our boys are the first to climb right up to the peak of beauty, where they are greeted by some beautiful cabin. Michael stands there, quite surprised, and then starts talking about how someone has obviously lived here before. It's a very interesting place. Michael orders Phil to wait for him here at the entrance, and starts walking toward the bridge in this house, much to Phil's surprise. He immediately started talking about how it all seemed very strange to him, starting with the density of the air and the artificial smoke. As the smoke engulfed them along the way, Michael immediately felt a familiar sensation, and only now realized that it was also a charm technique. Realizing all of this, Michael headed straight for the house. However, when he walked in, he realized with shock that the house was completely abandoned and had been for a long time. However, in a moment, something caught Michael's attention. It was a large inscription right on the wall. There was a speech about uninterrupted permanence. Michael immediately realized with shock the handwriting it was written in. It was clearly completely similar to the one in his training hallway. Phil, meanwhile, was trying to bring the rest of the squad to their senses, telling them that Michael had turned out to be just a wonderful person. However, looking down from this huge mountain, Phil ponders how the other guys are doing, whether they are alive, and what is thought of them. And right at this moment of Phil's musing, abruptly from behind the mountain, appears someone's large hand that grasps upward. A second after that, and the whole body appears. It turned out to be the leader of the squad, Garp, who climbed up with ease. Phil began to reach out and help him climb up, happy that their group leader had also managed to survive the ordeal. It was only after climbing up that the harp began to ask about Michael's death after saving them, much to Phil's surprise. Phil immediately began cheerfully saying that no, Michael was alive, and adding that he had gone to that house, after which he immediately pointed to the house itself. Garp started talking about how he was very concerned, because this place isn't ordinary. Phil adds that Michael said pretty much the same thing. However, Garp said about how he had been here dozens of times before, but he didn't know about these places at all and had never even heard of them. Phil began to say that luckily there was no cause for concern, as the rest of the squad was probably on their way home by now. He began to ask about them leaving as well. Garp stated that, of course, only a very stupid person would want to stay here. However, in the moment, Garp's predictions don't come true much, as up also comes Ian, who was clearly happy to see Garp whole. Ian started talking about them rushing after the leader, and right after his words, the rest of the high-ranking guys upstairs started coming up as well. Immediately afterward, the rest of the squad began to climb up, and at once asked Garp what this place was, and the house standing near it. Oscar and his men also climbed up on the rock, who were also happy to see Garp in one piece, and Garp only looked at them in surprise. Immediately after that, absolutely all the guys got up, stood in formation, and crossed their arms to declare that all the members of the squad were assembled. Michael looked at the words in the house, and couldn't understand what they meant or the philosophy behind them, especially knowing who they might have been written by, and felt within himself still his native personality, yet thought about what a horrible person the past owner of the body had been. Immediately afterward, Michael decided to gather up all the records that were here and get rid of them before the others saw them. However, gathering all the notes together, Michael at the moment noticed one very important one. It had the initials of the Palace of Blood written on it in large letters. Michael got rid of everything and walked out of the house. He met Phil, who immediately started explaining where all the other guys here came from. Immediately afterward, Phil also turned to Michael quietly and with a smile, talking about how he hadn't told them anything about Michael's abilities. Michael began to observe the members of the group, and he was pleased to see that everyone in the cult was very friendly and supportive of each other. He began to smile, and realized that it would be good if these guys continued to laugh heartily, because they deserved to. However, at the moment our hero was approached by Garp, who began to ask Michael why he did all this, Michael did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Garp began to talk about how Michael had saved many members of the squad, and Michael began to explain his act of great responsibility as a young leader. However, in response, Garp began reminding Michael of how he used to interact with his sister, much to Michael's anger and annoyance. However, in spite of this, all the guys in the squad began to praise Michael a lot, and talk about how they look at him differently now. Ian and Scar recognized what Michael had done, but were still not in love with him, and said they wouldn't help anyway. However, looking at them all, Michael immediately began to realize in his head that despite all the difficulties, but they had clearly managed to grow closer. Time passed very quickly. The guys decided not to go home today, but to wait until morning, and went to bed right on the floor of the house. Only one man, Phil, did not go to sleep. He sat looking at the fog from the cliff, and said to himself that it was the fog that seemed familiar to him. At that moment, Jan appeared right beside Phil and looked at him suspiciously, which surprised the boy. Phil began to ask about why Ian was awake, and Ian responded by saying that it would be much stranger if he could sleep in such a situation. He began to reflect on the fact that he shouldn't have gotten out better, and Ian began to tell him that he thought like he was going to die today, just like his father. turned to Ian and started talking about how very sorry he was, because he had heard that Ian's father had died at the height of his beauty years ago. At this point, Phil began to feel guilty for some reason about it, thinking he had something to do with it, and saddened at the thought of it. Ian, though with a little anger, began to turn to Phil and talk about putting all those thoughts out of his head. He didn't blame him. Phil started telling Jan that he really wanted to get out of here alive, and Jan asked Phil how he envisioned that picture. Phil tried to say something in response, but decided to remain silent, thinking in his head that Michael would help them if anything happened. Ian began to tell Phil that there were actually a lot of people awake, and also very worried that they might die tomorrow and were afraid to go downstairs. Phil started to ask about why they wouldn't say anything about it, and Ian explained that they were just embarrassed and started to get to their feet. Ian started to walk away and asked Phil not to follow him, and not to think about it to everyone, and not to tell anyone so as not to spoil the atmosphere. And also looking into Phil's eye asked him not to sit here anymore, but to go to bed too. Phil realized that he was really having a hard time understanding Jan. However, little Phil did not want to sleep at all, and he decided to go on a scouting trip to see the area and all that is here. Phil, in the moment, was just standing still and looking forward. He began to squint, and as if thinking about something while looking forward. In a moment, Phil abruptly saw someone's silhouette in the fog. It was a half-human, half-monster looking at Phil with red eyes and body. Phil was very frightened. He began to think about what it could be and what he should do in this situation, whether he should call his elders. Although Phil was afraid, and very much so, the thought that he was also a member of the squad and he was also very strong motivated him not to leave. However, Phil still decided to run, and right after he did, the monster abruptly jumped right on top of him and threatened him. The monster did not kill Phil, but let him go, and he immediately ran into the house and began to tell what had just happened to him. He was listened to by Michael and the rest of the guys, who didn't believe Phil as much, but continued to listen to his story. Phil described the creature as a red monster with long claws, and even showed marks on his clothes from its hands. However, Michael had no way of knowing what it was. He was telling Phil that no one with red skin existed. Garp and the older guys decide that since they can't leave now anyway, wouldn't it be better for them to check to see if it's all right to go? Ian started to ask with Garp, talking about how Phil could have just been dreaming out of fear, but Garp stated that exploring the area was necessary. Garp also began to pay attention to the writing on the wall and to say that he found it frighteningly scary, and Michael noticed this as well. It talks about how the handwriting is like that of a horrible person, and Michael realizes in his head that it could have been the past owner of his body. Garp also began to scold Phil and talk about the punishment that awaited him, for he had run away from the enemy because of fear and talked all sorts of nonsense. Michael immediately noticed Phil's tear-filled eyes and started talking about not even trying to ask Michael to take him with him. Phil pleaded strongly with Michael, however. The latter only responded by saying that no matter how much it cost him, he would not do it. Immediately afterward, all the guys in the squad, led by Michael, moved forward and began to go exploring the areas. Michael is also strongly hoping to meet the man who was doing all this here and find out if he was hiding out in this place. However, in the moment, the squad leader gave the order to capture Michael, under the pretext that he simply could not survive in other conditions. The head of the squad stated that he did not know how Michael managed to save the members of the squad, but he said such a trick would not work twice. And like a pathetic bug, he started asking about why he was being treated this way. And the guys around him declared that Michael was just a wuss. The guys threw Michael back into the house and told him to sit there and just wait for them to return with Phil. Phil even became worried about Michael and started asking if he was okay. He replied that he was fine and everything was fine, even smiling. Michael laughed a little and talked about how he was perfectly fine, even though he felt ashamed to kill everyone here, just for the hell of it right now. Michael sat down on the ground and Phil started saying that there was nothing wrong with that, because if Michael is in any group, he has to follow the rules. Phil talks about how now he really wants to break the rules and do something he shouldn't. Michael's very surprised to hear such words from Phil. Our hero recalls his past life, where there was once a situation where Michael's father wouldn't let him save the boy in a risky situation. That day, Michael disobeyed his father. He took his gun and basic gear and moved out to save this man, regardless of all the rules. Looking at Phil now, Michael understands his feeling, as well as wanting to know why his older comrades dislike him so much. He tells Phil that if he runs away now, it will be hard to come back in one piece even if he survives. However, in saying all this to Phil, Michael also realizes that he too will have to go there to save all those who went there. At the moment, Michael abruptly stood up and started walking forward. Phil grabbed his gun and started saying he would go with Michael. Meanwhile, a squad led by Garp finds an entire settlement that has been living at the height of beauty here all along. All the guys in the squad are very impressed with what they are seeing now, before they never thought it was even possible. Scar comes up with a theory that the previously missing members of the squad were not actually missing, but simply staying to live here. In a moment, this thought was very strong and dense in the minds of the entire squad, who liked Scar's theory a lot, but found it hard to believe. Garp thinks very hard about his partner's words, and decides to split up the whole squad to quickly go around all parts of the place. Before splitting up, Garp says that if someone is in a dangerous situation, he should signal it immediately. Immediately after that, the guys do split up. Ian went to his side and walks, thinking about the fact that people really could have lived here. Ian walks forward and says to himself that a freak like his dad couldn't have lived in a place like this with his friends all his life. In a moment, Ian stops to clear the sand from his eyes, but begins to feel some energy in a silhouette right behind him. Immediately after that, Ian pulls out his blade. He starts waving it around and yelling about who is here, repeating his question over and over again. Meanwhile, the exact same situation happens to Scar, who also seems to have met someone and immediately draws his weapon. It was indeed some huge monster that looked like a human, but very tall and red, with energy in its eyes. Scar immediately realizes that Phil wasn't lying to them, but he begins to suspect that these are failed experiments by the Poison Palace that somehow ended up here. However, while Scar was just standing there thinking about it while holding his blade, the monster didn't decide to also wait by itself and attacked Scar, and realizes that his opponent is very fast. However, his speed is not that bad either. He manages to parry his opponent's attacks. Scar uses the energy he put into his sword against his opponent, and immediately he realizes that his opponent was able to block it. Immediately afterward, the enemy monster began to create energy again and blasted it on the spot, thrusting right at Scar. Scar decides to use a tiger-related technique against the monster and starts threatening them, saying that it's unlikely that the monster can handle it. In the moment, Scar and the monster launch attacks directly at each other. Scar strikes with his sword, and the monster reaches forward with his huge arm. Oscar realizes that his first strike wasn't enough and decides to attack again. He does just that and knocks his opponent down. The monster falls to the floor and just lies there. It tries to scream, but it doesn't do so well, and the energy goes out. There is a hole in the monster's body from Scar's blow. Scar is well aware that you can't just leave a monster like that, and it's worth doing something about it. So he presses down with his foot, extends his sword right in front of the monster, and says that if that isn't enough, he will continue to strike until he finishes what he started. Ong uses a bursting sword technique and thrusts it straight into his opponent's body, sending a sea of energy through the monster. However, right at that moment, the leader of the squad, Garp, appears from the side, waving his hand and yelling for Scar to leave faster, and asks Garp what he's talking about. And right at that moment, the corpse of the monster under Scar starts to swell and grow in size, leeching energy. A second after that, there's a huge explosion of energy that seems to sweep away everything in its path and throw it aside. The events of the story take us to Ian, who was clearly in a quick hurry to get somewhere, yet at one point stopped on the spot with a shocked face. And his surprise was for a reason. He saw Michael standing in front of him with a gun, not realizing what he was doing here if he was asked to stay. Immediately afterward, little Phil ran out from behind Michael's clothes and started asking Ian if he was okay and how he was doing. Michael began to ask about where everyone else was. Ian began to explain that there was a very large expanse and they didn't know it. Jan also began to tell various small details, but Michael only began to go ahead and tell Jan to get to the point already. Walking down the path, Michael notices that all the houses were built around the same time, which means that the local people had a reason to live here. Looking around, Michael is also well aware that the fog around him was created deliberately and artificially to hide something here. Michael also began to speculate that someone might have created a huge mystical trap of the scale of this settlement. Michael is well aware that there is only one person who could have created such a huge trap of mysticism, and that is his idea partner, Lester. Ian, meanwhile, noticed that Michael wasn't listening to him at all. He started lashing out at him and talking about how it was all around no joke. All this time, Phil was furiously trying to stop Ian. However, at a point, Ian punched Phil in the face with all his might, and he even fell to the ground. At this point, Michael realized that Ian is some kind of crazy person and looks down on even little guys like Phil. Michael abruptly made a very angry face. He raised an aura behind him and began to talk about Ian overstepping his boundaries with such actions. With a disgruntled face, Jan asked Mile to repeat, but in response, Michael only kicked Jan right in the torso with all his might and threw him aside. Ian apparently decided not to tolerate such humiliation in his eyes, and like a dog broke off the chain and began to pounce directly on Michael with a gun. Ian was not at all joking in his intentions to attack Michael now, and indeed began to close in directly on him with a weapon full of energy. In a moment, literally a second, Michael stopped Ian's weapon with 2 fingers and spoke of how he knew about his hatred, but didn't think it was great. Michael knocked the weapon out of Ian's hands, threw a few more punches sharply, and declared that you can't behave like that to your comrades. This blow to Jan's body was much more crushing, for it knocked him just out of himself. Jan fell to the floor and couldn't even get up. Phil was very surprised by these actions. He understood a little, but began to run up to Ian and offer his help to him. After a while, Ian comes to his senses and becomes more adequate. Michael begins to explain his hunches to him, and Ian tells him Scar's theory. Ian also talks about how the problem is not just the missing wars, but also those who went to rescue them, several squads. In a moment, Phil intervenes in their dialogue. He talks about how he could be wrong, but he feels like there's something on the village server. In response, Ian starts yelling at Phil again, and talking about how he clearly has no way of knowing about it all, and Phil says it's just his feeling. After a brief pause of silence, Phil speaks abruptly about how he has a complete sense of having lived on the village server. While things were going well for our hero, Phil and Ian, the rest of the squad were actively fighting, and had already accepted their deaths today in this place. However, in a moment they still came to meet them, it turned out to be our guys. Ian flew into the fray and began to deal with the monsters. But even when the squad began to confront the monsters a few at a time, it was still not easy, because they did not give up in any way. Ian asks his partner to step back, and talks about how he can handle them himself now with some very powerful attacks, and purposely gives the monsters time to attack. And the moment they snap out of it and attack, he activates the weapons and makes a strike. However, in the moment, many of the monsters simply fall to the ground, and our hero Michael appears nearby. The fat guy started pointing Michael at Ian, who was still fighting, and started telling the young leader to leave urgently. In the moment, Michael, along with the fat man, noticed that the monsters have wounded Ian several times. The fat man asks Michael to get the rest of the squad. However, our hero Michael had a completely different view of the whole situation around him. He turned to Ian and asked about whether the latter needed his help. Ian was as stubborn as ever. He continued to just fight the monsters. But after asking Michael, that would he really continue to just watch? This answer from Ian was like a trigger for Michael, after which he abruptly jumped up and began to cover his body with energy. Garp appeared and flew straight into the monster at high speed and began to slash it with his weapon, which turned out to be very successful. Next to Garp was also Scar, who had luckily been saved after the last battle with the huge blast of energy. However, even though everything ended well, in his head Scar was still replaying the moments from that fight and can't understand what happened. That time, Garp really saved Scar that time. He managed to jump in and remove his body, and afterward told about the monster exploding when he hit the monster's head. Scar began to ask Garp if he thought the master of the Poison Palace knew about all these peculiarities in monsters, because it was very dangerous. Looking at all the corpses of the monsters, Garp says that's not important right now. The most important question is if they are missing squad members. Scar assured that he was sure it wasn't them, but it was clear that he was having doubts about his own words. Scar and Garp walk forward. Scar talks about how he didn't expect to see monsters here at all. Garp states that it was his blunder. However, the moment Garp and Scar's dialogue is interrupted, they both began to feel the energy of someone very powerful from the outside. Rather than stalling and pondering, the two of them decided to head over there at once and see for themselves what was going on. Apparently, Scar and Garp have noticed Michael's energy, who just so happens to be coping against a bunch of monsters just by himself right now. However, Michael doesn't have much information about the monsters, and he hits them right in the head, whereupon one of them starts exploding. Michael realizes that he should either send the monster away or run away faster himself and get the guys. In just a second, Michael sent the monster into a distant flight with a blow of his hand and stood watching the remnants of its energy. Ian, who is just in shock with Michael's wild strength, began to ask about whether Michael is really a man. Such a question surprised our hero. Ian and the others began to tell Michael that if he had immediately shown his full strength to the Palace Master and them, none of this would have happened. At this point, Michael decided to set a clear example for the guys. He grabbed Ian's arm and began to reach forward with his gun hand. This weapon was pointed directly at Phil's boy, whereupon Michael began ordering Ian to kill Phil right there. Shocked, Ian began to question Michael about his words, but the latter only retorted that it was better this way, for Ian himself had despised him all along. Michael pointed his gun and Ian's hand directly at Phil and started talking about how he was very small, and there was no problem killing him. At this point, only Ian realized that something was going very wrong. He began to ask about what Michael was up to and what he was doing it for. Immediately afterward, Michael sharply pointed his gun directly at Ian and began asking about whether he should kill Ian for his weakness. Michael pointed his gun at Ian and began to talk about what he himself had said, that the weak lose and the strong survive. Making a very angry face, Michael said that if Ian ever talks that kind of nonsense again and scares Phil, he's going to take Ian to the fight and settle it himself. Immediately afterward, Michael added that he would then show everyone his true power and simply slash everyone around him with his sword. Michael then steps forward and talks about how they still need to find the others and Ian just stands there in wild shock. Ian looks at himself in the bladed weapon and thinks about Michael's words about working together and helping each other. Meanwhile, Garp, the leader of the squad, comes to someplace and starts telling Scar that he definitely heard some explosions here. However, all that is visible at the site of the explosions is some sort of door covered in fog. Garp wonders if the fog is trying to hide it. Scar started talking about how this place looks more like a fortress, and if you look at the way they're trying to hide it, it's obviously a big fortress. Garp, along with Scar, open the gate and decide to go inside, figuring that most likely the others are already there, and immediately notices that in such a cold and gloomy place there are flowers painted on the walls. Apparently, people haven't seen them for a long time. However, at the point of walking down the corridor, Garp and Scourge come to some hall, in the center of which is something strange. Scar talks about it being a certain ancient tombstone, and Garp adds that it is built in the Western style. He suggests Scar open the tombstone because there may be clues to information about the missing squads, though it's dangerous. It's worth a try. Scar replies that he understands, and decides to try to lift the lid out of the concrete, but it turns out very badly, so he applies energy. He had already opened the lid, but Garp abruptly asked him to stop, stating that in all likelihood, they shouldn't have done that. Garp points Scar ahead, and right in front of them is a mob of monsters that are clearly set up aggressively against our guys. There are a lot of monsters in this crowd. All of them are quite aggressive towards our guys, because of which Scar and Garp immediately grab their weapons. Scar immediately realizes that he will need to use a lot of force against them now. Since there are many of them, he uses a tiger energy punch. However, this blow turns out to be very little. It only holds the monsters back a little, but doesn't even hurt them. Scar asks Garp what they should do. Garp tells Scar that they can't even kill them properly, because if they do, there will be an explosion and everything in the building will blow up. Also started telling Scar to get his thoughts together and attack with confidence, as they obviously can't get heads but need to win. Scar stated that he understood everything and started to fight back together with Garp against the monsters, although the situation of the guys is very terrible because they are in a stalemate, and started talking about how he would hold off all the monsters and take them on, and Oscar at that point should get out and run back. Garp also asks Scar after he gets out to find the other members of the squad, but Scar asks Garp not to joke around like that anymore. Scar stands back to back with Garp during the fight and declares that he will not leave Garp, so Garp calls Scar stubborn. Talks about how Garp's orders are really stupid, and then Garp gives the order to make his way to the exit. Immediately after, Garp and Scar share a common sword technique that allows them to inflict a huge energy attack. Scar, along with Garp, began to swoop down on their opponents time after time and attack them harder and harder each time. In the moment, Garp and Scar began to lose to the monsters, but up came their red-haired partner Tim, who flew into the battle. Phil got on the defense of the guys against the monsters side by side and started talking about how he couldn't believe they let themselves get cornered. Garp gave the order for Tim to make a path of retreat, and he began to make a backward move with the two weapons at his sides, while they defended at his sides. Garp gives the order to use a survival strategy. Everyone needs to conserve strength and strike the enemy for containment. Some time passes, our guys dealt with the monsters, and called it a total nightmare as it was very difficult. However, no sooner had the guys completely sorted out all the problems than a new one appeared right in front of them. The first to notice it was Scar. Scar pointed the boys forward, and they all noticed some kind of monster. As if wearing clothes, it began to fly up holding the tombstone cover. This monster turned out to be a woman. Her eyes were full of energy, her hair long and black. She stood and looked just straight at the guys. Immediately after that, everything around her began to envelop her with a powerful energy. At the moment, she just snapped forward and began to attack our guys. The sounds that this monster was making had a strong effect on the guys. They couldn't fight normally, and their internal energy dropped drastically. The monster girl abruptly returned to her seat, and the walls began to break. Other monsters began to appear from them and go straight into battle. At this point, Garp began to lose all hope of any successful survival, for there was no telling what to do in this kind of situation. Initially, the monsters just stood still. However, when the girl in charge pointed forward, they all snapped out of their seats and ran into battle. Our guys decided to run with all their legs, as it became clear that this level of opponents, they obviously cannot win now. However, in a moment of running down the dark corridor, Garp noticed that there was also someone silhouetted ahead, which startled him at first. But after a second, he relaxed as he saw Michael and the rest of the guys in front of him, who had followed them here. Garp asks them all to run, and also turning to Michael tells him to go back to that house. But Michael only stands still in response. Michael, using the energy, looks deep ahead and notices the very girl with the powerful energy, realizing that this is the leverage from these monsters. Garp began to lay a hand on Michael's shoulder and talk about taking Phil with him now and going back to where he came from. However, at this point, Ian interrupted Garp's words. He turned to him and spoke about how if he wanted to live, he should leave Michael behind. Jan started talking about how if it wasn't for Michael, they would all be dead by now. And Michael started calling Jan a suck-up and smiling big afterward. Ian started to say that he wasn't a suck-up, but simply recognized Michael's strength, at which point our hero douses his eyes with energy and says that honesty is class. Immediately afterward, Michael raises his blade overhead, starts covering it with energy, and tells the guys to let him pass. Garp began to turn to Michael and ask him what he was doing now. But Michael only silently covered his body with more and more energy. In just a few seconds, half of Michael's body was covered in energy, and he went into battle against all the monsters just one. Michael decided that the first order of business would be to eliminate the main enemy and began to fly upwards. Michael decides to blow the place apart. He raises his sword up and energizes it with an imperial strike. Having performed the first technique, Michael immediately consolidates it with the second and utilizes the destruction of the world, directing all his strength and energy into his opponents. In literally a minute, in front of everyone, Michael was able to use some of the strongest powers in the world to confront an army of monsters. The rest of the guys were shocked by this, especially squad leader Garp. He just stared ahead and tried to figure out what Michael was doing. However, even Ian was shocked by the techniques of such a level and began to ask, since when did Michael use such a level? After using the technique, Michael notices that his sacred fire blade couldn't withstand such a thing at all and immediately broke. Michael got rid of a bunch of monsters, but he couldn't use all his strength due to the weakness of his blade, so he couldn't take the victory over the main monster. Michael notices that the energy she creates spreads to all the monsters around her and restores them, so he needs to destroy her. Mile first decides to test her personal abilities. He quickly gets right beside her and kicks her right in the body. The girl monster flies right into the wall of the building, however then takes a leap and starts to get back up and run right at Michael. However, and this is where Michael overtakes her, he delivers a swift and direct punch right at her with tremendous speed, destroying her body. Such great power from Michael's punch allowed him to send his opponent straight to the side, throwing her far away. In a moment, Michael turned back around and had someone take care of the squad while he fought her, for there were still monsters. Garp, in response, starts yelling at Michael that this is very stupid and wrong. Getting involved in something like this alone is reckless. Michael jumps after his opponent and realizes that he's about to fight an unknown evil in an unknown place, and it's going to be dangerous. So while Michael is flying down, he decides not to take any chances, but to use his powers as best he can, whereupon he awakens the Demon Lord's supreme art. Our hero in the moment gets to the site of the very grave where the ETH girl was, and notices hundreds of human bones there. Meanwhile, his opponent is clearly very scared. She starts to hide from Mile and cover her arms from his energy. Initially, this surprises Michael, but then he realizes that he is now using the Demon Lord's art, and it's no surprise to see such a thing. Michael started walking towards the monster and asking her who she was, adding that he was only interested in that question more than anything else. However, in response, Michael heard only unintelligible phrases and incomprehensible sounds, and immediately realized that it seemed that his opponent could not speak. For some reason in the moment, the monster starts snapping at Male again and loses his fear, after which he screams and flies straight at our hero. Fortunately, Michael is well aware of who he's dealing with, so he immediately begins to keep the monster at a great distance from him. And after a couple more seconds, Michael uses his Demon Lord abilities and throws her back into the wall again with a big punch. However, this only angers his opponent more. She stands up and starts screaming really hard, thus raising the energy around her. Michael's watching and notices that right after he uses her energy, these red monsters start popping out of the ground. He is well aware that she creates them with her voice, and then immediately notices afterward that they begin to explode one by one, and starts thinking about how it's just kind of crazy. If she's controlling them all, she's giving each one a separate order. A huge number of explosions begin. They do not hurt Michael. However, he decides that such a dangerous monster must be destroyed. Immediately after, Michael raises a huge amount of his energy and absorbs the energy of Swordfire for more power. The monster, of course, notices this and decides to start screaming even harder again to summon more of his servants to fight Michael. However, Michael is right in front of the monster in just an instant, and placing his hand on it, envelops it with energy and uses it to block the voice. The hero begins to press his hand right into the monster, and knocking it down begins to press it right into the ground with great force. In just a couple moves, Michael manages to accomplish that the monster became powerless and weaponless, and could now match Michael with nothing. Immediately afterwards, Michael began to absorb his opponent's powers with his energy and take them for himself. thus taking her life, and realizes that his mission here is complete and it's time to leave. But in a moment, something catches his attention. It turns out to be the writing on the wall that appeared after the monster's death. It says that she will take revenge until the last man. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the Palace of the Sword, which has now arranged a meeting of its people for some occasion. The main squad leader says that another squad is missing and they are worth finding, and it doesn't even matter if they are alive or dead. The important thing is to find them. The main leader is strictly giving orders. However, in his head, he can't believe that Master Garp and young leader Michael have disappeared somewhere. The main leader realizes that this could be a problem for the entire cult, and especially that they could be blamed for his murder. However, at the point of standing up, someone from far away reports that the search is off, and the guys have already been found, which surprises the main leader. He looks ahead and notices whole and unharmed the entire squad led by Garp, where the young leader Michael is also walking ahead. The main leader exhales a sigh of relief and tells himself that he was already going to leave the Sword Palace and be responsible for the disappearance. Garp and all the men come to the main leader. Folding their arms, they report that their squad has survived and returned in full. The main leader started telling Harp that his squad had gotten off schedule and didn't report anything about it, which is a severe punishment for a leader. He abruptly declares that he has nothing to say and takes full responsibility for what happened, much to the shock of his partners. The main leader reports that Garp is stripped of his title as leader of Squad 100 after this, which has shocked all the guys around him. In the moment, the main leader began to be addressed by Michael, who stated that if he were the main leader, he would need to explain what was wrong. Michael states that the squad's violation of their rules was in another way, namely that they tried to stop Michael as a young leader, and started talking about how these guys were trying to keep Michael out of fog territory, at which point the leader of the main was in shock. He started berating Michael and talking about how he shouldn't have asked to go into fog territory and asking how he got there in the first place. He begins to tell a fictional story in which the entire squad had to waste time to save Michael. Oscar is the first to realize all the things that are going on, namely how Michael skillfully shifts all the blame and problems from the squad to himself. The squad leader believes Michael's story and turns to Garp to find out if it's true. Michael notices that Garp is standing silent and doesn't know what to say, so he winks at him and tells him to tell the truth. In the moment, the main leader turns to Michael and talks about how the leader of the palace is looking for him, so Michael should head straight there. And to the rest of the squad, the main leader orders them to just stand and wait, saying that further instructions will come later. Phil and Ian remember all the things Michael has done for them, and realizing it's worth taking action, they take off from their seats and head towards Harp. Michael, meanwhile, goes with the main leader and realizes that all of what happened is really not the squad's problem, but that man's. Michael's well aware that if you compare all the facts, it becomes obvious who was involved in creating the Peak of Beauty and the monsters there. Michael is also well aware that the problem may also be the man who sent them to this Peak of Beauty, and he walks into the Sword Palace leader's room. John immediately opens his eyes, looks at Michael, and asks him about how he liked the great beauty pick and if he liked it. Michael began to take the gun from John's wall and asked why he was so worried about it, because Michael thought John wanted him dead. John began to ask Michael what he had seen there, who replied that if John was so interested, he could go there and see for himself. Immediately after these words, Michael turns to John again and asks about whether there are things at the Peak of Beauty that he shouldn't have seen. John began to ask Michael about whether he was the one who went to the fog zone. With this question, John stumped Michael quite a bit. Michael realizes that John knows something intensely and starts asking him about whether he knows about Michael's past visits to Beauty Peak. John stood up and stated to Michael that it seems his memory never recovered, much to Michael's surprise at the moment. Afterward, he turned to Michael and asked him to come back another time, adding that as long as he didn't remember anything, they had nothing else to talk about. Michael says with a rather frantic look that his patience is running out, and he wants to hear an answer right here and now. In response, John draws his weapon, raises his powerful aura, and speaks of how a warrior who wants to know the answer must earn it. Michael had fully decided in his mind that if John was behind what had happened at the Peak of Beauty, then he was no longer the father of his fiancée, and realizes that in that case, John is the demon that wreaks havoc. He turns to him and asks about his words of service. In the moment, Michael abruptly begins to raise a huge aura of his energy and asks John what he knows about him. Right off the bat, our hero Michael speaks with a smile and energy in his eyes about being the ultimate demon lord in the arts. Michael starts snapping at John, who responds by yelling that it's just not possible. In just a few seconds, Michael's already fogging everything around him with his energy and competing with John in a sword fight. John also uses the power of his energy, but there's much less of it, and John himself is much weaker than our hero now. Michael again notices one of his best swords breaking from the energy of the Supreme Demon Lord, realizing his power. In the moment, Michael tells John that for an equal battle, he will borrow his weapons for a bit, and pulls all the swords down to him. Immediately afterward, John and Michael's powerful energy begins to completely envelop the room and absorb everything in its path. There is a very powerful clash between Michael and John that could lead to unknown consequences. Michael notices and realizes that John is a very fast and powerful opponent, and the problem of sword breaking remains. He accepts the fact of his strength, for this is the leader of the Sword Palace. His blows are very dexterous and unpredictable, even to Michael. However, this only motivates our hero to fight further and confront the enemy, raising more strength. John also steps up and tries to attack, and in parallel yell at Michael for running away from him constantly. Michael immediately realizes how he should act, because many of the techniques that John uses Michael has already seen from the men in the squad. In the moment, Michael abruptly begins to head downward away from the palace leader, causing the latter to shock and panic. Michael's well aware that in this situation, the 10-punch technique can save him very usefully. Our hero informs John that it is now his turn to attack, not the other way around, and completely covers himself with the demon's energy. With tremendous strength, Michael flies in different directions from his opponent and dodges all attacks, preventing himself from being attacked, and also decides to intensify his attacks using the lightning dragon technique, but this only makes John even more displeased. But at this point, Michael is already paying little attention. He just attacks time after time and confronts his opponent at his best. John decides to also use his peak techniques to be at full power and confront Michael. Michael realizes that John's power is great because it's still hard to resist him, and his attacks haven't been particularly successful yet. Michael starts looking at what he has left in his arsenal and realizes there is another good sword to attack. Michael wants to lose the connection between his body and the sword in order to gain a form where the sword will be part of his body when he attacks. Closing his eyes, Michael tries to concentrate to finally realize what his problem is now. Visualizing different landscapes in his head, Michael compares the Demon Lord's supreme art to a waterfall of harmony. Thus, Michael should use his strength and spirit as a circulation of energy to become stronger. Just the way the Federation people use spiritual energy, Michael decides to use his demonic one in this battle. He finally realizes the problem and finds a way to solve it. Now his power will go even against the heavens, for it is greatly important now. Michael now realizes that he's going to take a chance and test a hunch right in the fight. However, he's fully prepared to do so. After accumulating all the energy, getting all the parts of his body, Michael made one light sword strike that cut as if John's strength, fully and finally realized that his strength and skills were now superior, and he could win. Michael begins to return to a more sober state of mind after the fight, and his sword abruptly falls apart after using such power. He feels the fact that all the energy inside his body, which a short while ago was raging with great power, has now been extinguished by his will. Lifting his gaze to the side, Michael also noticed John, who was sitting with one leg sticking out in place and doing nothing at all. Combining dark energy, anger, madness, and frustration, John stated that Michael's power is truly incredible. John began to sit up and look directly into the eyes of Michael and his residual energy, saying that this was indeed the highest level of Demon Lord. And he turns to Michael and says that he has now proved everything to him, and most importantly, his independence and ability to fight. Michael turns to John and talks about how this has all given him one answer already. And John asks about what Michael is trying to say with that. Michael turns to John and talks about how he clearly wasn't the one who did all of the things that happened recently at Peak Beauty. He turns to John again and asks if it is true that he says he has been to the Peak of Beauty before. John says it is. John talks about how it happened a year before Michael's 16th birthday. And then our hero realizes that it was just before the demon was sent into the hallway. John says that long ago he came to the Palace of the Sword to annul the marriage, but when he received the answer, he disappeared. As was later revealed, just when he traveled to a previously unknown Peak of Beauty, after which he disappeared for 10 years. After those 10 years, he returned, but a different one, and showed up in the small palace, not the Sword Palace as expected. Michael asks John why it was necessary to send him to Peak Beauty now. Michael adds that it's hardly all about Lilo. John tells Michael that he wanted to find out his true intentions this way, because he always thought Michael was hiding something. Our hero also turns to John and asks if there is any unusual information about his hikes to Beauty's Peak. John talks about what is, because the boy Phil was brought to him by Michael a long time ago, and left to be raised by the squad. At this point, Michael goes into complete shock. He never expected that the past owner of the body had brought Phil into this unit. Before leaving, John asks Michael what he intends to do about the wedding. He replies that he doesn't have much to go on. However, at one point, the dialogue between John and Michael is interrupted, as the men from the squad and Garp enter the room with them. Garp formally addresses his father and says he has a request for the first time in his life, and that is to not go up against Michael. After which, with a crazier look, Garp talks about how if his father refuses, he will have to confront the entire squad then. John doesn't start chasing Garp away, he turns to him and asks Garp how he taught him how to behave when he wants something. He turns to his men of the squad and orders them all to raise their weapons now and be ready for battle. John begins to turn to the Garp squad and ask where their shared hatred for Michael has gone. Phil and Ian talk together about Michael being part of their squad, and the people in their squad don't grovel to those with power. In the moment, John lifts his head and begins to look up, telling himself that his eyes have finally not deceived him. John turned to the entire squad and announced that he was declaring a month of training without power, and whoever could not endure would be expelled from the palace. Garp turns to his father and asks about whether this means that he won't go up against Michael now. In response, John yells that the young leader Michael is the only power in the cult right now that he recognizes. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, looks on in amazement at it all, saying that this is all a very surprising development. The guys in the moment start to cheer hard and even let tears flow, saying that everything has finally turned out well. Immediately afterward, the boys began to turn to Michael and describe Leo to him, saying that she would make a wonderful wife, which surprised him. However, something unusual happens in the moment John, the head of the Sword Palace, simply falls to the floor and lies unconscious. It was out of joy. Michael left it to Garp and the others, and next, he went outside and looked at the sun and realized that now the palace was slaughtered. Meanwhile, as it turns out, something incomprehensible happens at the peak of beauty. The very monster that Michael defeated has risen. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some glorious village far from the sea, in which it is nighttime. There is some strange man walking around this village. He wails about how this is a very strange settlement with no cult members anywhere. This man turns out to be a member of the Federation Alliance named Jim. He is an elder of one of the clans in the Federation. He immediately walks into a bar where important people are seated, including John, Stella, Mozart, Richard, and an old man. Our elder Gene also walks into this bar and turns to Richard and asks him for something, but he responds by asking him to observe formalities. Jim yells back at Richard and talks about not being held for an idiot because this bar is open and he wants to go in. Jim points his finger at the rulers of the palaces and makes the point that if they are not customers in this bar, who else is, he asks. Richard makes a very mad look in response. He looks straight into Jimmy's eyes and talks about once again saying they are closed, and is a little frightened to see such energy in Richard's eyes, and asks him to forget everything in that case. Immediately afterward, Jim gets a portrait of someone. He turns to Richard and asks if they've met him by chance. Richard asks Jim if he's from the Federation, and all those people on the street behind the bar are also with him. This scares Jimmy. His men behind the bar use stealth techniques. However, he manages to spot them. Jim starts to pretend he doesn't understand. He turns to Richard and asks if he's seen the guy. Richard talks about what he saw. Jim immediately offers Richard rewards for the information, but Richard informs him that Jim is too late. However, at that moment, Jim abruptly loses the sense that there is someone behind the bar, at which point Jim is enveloped in panic. At the moment, another person, apparently from the cult, enters the building and says that he would like to start a meeting. Thoth immediately recognizes this person. It is a Blood Palace master named Franklin, who is known for great strength. Richard, meanwhile, picks up on the awful aura around him and tells Jim that he'd like to catch up on some of the things he's missed. Richard quietly asks to get rid of Jim, and Taylor, the second arm of the slaughter yard, appears nearby. Taylor immediately grabs Jim by the hair. Immediately afterward, holding her hair, Taylor takes Jim with her somewhere. He screams and begs to be let go and is in shock. Jim is taken outside, where he tearfully notices the corpses of his men, and he himself is sent off somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, the meeting of the palaces begins, with Franklin talking about Great George becoming Khan of the Server Plains. Franklin also brings up the idea of showing everyone the power of the demonic cult, because the situation around here is strange. Franklin also talks with a mad aura about how he's already very much looking forward to next month's festival for chapter selection. Stella protests, saying that the Blood Palace is acting like it's just their business, and the others are not involved. Stella also says that this feast belongs to the Fire Palace, but Franklin states that he has already gotten their approval. Richard enters the dialogue and talks about how he doesn't see anything wrong with it, adding that it's a great idea. Franklin also offers to reconcile with many allies, so 1,000 pounds of jewels are needed from each palace. Old Man Ron, the master of the Poison Palace, talks about how in his opinion it's too early for such a gesture around. Franklin talks about the Federation Alliance already stepping on their toes, and Ron concludes that Franklin wants to elect a chapter first. Franklin then directly states that if he becomes the head of the cult, he can keep his words and repel the Federation. Stella turns to Franklin and tells him to answer for colluding with the Moon Tribe since he's so honest. Franklin states that he has not renounced his connection to the Moon Tribe, but that is who Black Sun is, he does not know. John intervenes and talks about how there's no point in discussing it, and Franklin agrees with him, calling it nonsense. Immediately afterwards, Franklin states that he has the full feeling that someone purposely started such rumors and spread them. Ron asks Franklin about his version of the prisoners being freed by someone else, and Black Sun only taking responsibility. Franklin states that he can consider all eventualities, including this one, but Ron calls it complete nonsense. Franklin looks at Mozart and talks about how there might be some kind of palace behind this. And words like that scare Mozart pretty well. Franklin suggests that it was the trade warriors who first told of the Black Sun, but Mozart disputes this and calls the words nonsense. However, in the moment, Mozart takes a different look at all those at the table, concluding that they all suspect him alone. Franklin talks about punishing Mozart if he becomes head, but allowing him to continue to be head of the Palace of Commerce. Then, looking directly into Mozart's eyes, Franklin asks him to just acknowledge the fact and that's it, to make everyone feel better. However, in a moment, one of the cult's archers appears at the meeting and addresses all the heads of the palaces. Mozart starts pointing his hands in the direction and talking about how he can also find a good army that will equal the Palace of Blood. Ronald turns and asks if he can then kill Silvers. If it turns out that Mozart and his palace are traitors, Stella starts smiling and talking about how she wouldn't mind seeing the new head of the trade palace, if there is one, either. Immediately after, Franklin gives someone an order and says that he is authorizing entry, and a man in a hat appears in the room. The man throws off his hat in energy, and it is immediately clear that this is Michael's aide, the bloody General Louis. Seeing Luis, everyone around him is frozen in place and doesn't know what to do. They are even afraid to utter a word now. Luis looks down directly at the guy with the red hair and asks about whether it's true that he's his opponent. Blood Palace Master Franklin has been looking at Luis the whole time and can't figure out what power level he is, and it's stressing Franklin out. Franklin begins to suspect and that they are all set against him as well, whereupon he gives the order to begin the process of punishment. A guy with red hair named Tim submits to the Bloody Palace, and all the other leaders sit back and watch. Watching all that is happening now, Stella recalls her dialogue with Lester in which they anticipated all these actions. Meanwhile, a real pain starts to set in between Tim and Luis. Tim loads several arrows into his bow at once and decides to start shooting. They all flew through different directions, but as the main target held Luis, who was already ready to take them on. A second after that, absolutely all the arrows stabbed into Luis's body, which caused Richard to cry out in joy. However, it was only Franklin who was not happy. He clearly suspected something and was very much disturbed by it in the moment. Ron was also frightened along with Franklin, but Stella only sat further away as well, watching the fight intently. They all looked at Luis, who was like a demon enveloped in blood energy and was burning with power and anger. Literally a moment after that, Luis abruptly appeared right beside Tim and immediately pressed his foot down on top of him. The events of the story take us to some clearing. A masked girl holds up a dragon card and shows it to someone. Then, this girl abruptly turns up right next to our hero, Michael, who was very surprised to see her. She started sniffing Michael. He asked her what she was doing, and she started explaining that she was trying to figure out who he was that way. However, afterwards she stated that she didn't know Michael. This pleased him, but wasn't surprising since he was wearing his mask. Michael asked her who she was, and the girl replied that her name was Bloom, and she was from the Cat Clan and would now serve Michael. Michael then turned to Bloom and asked her to tell him what she already knew with a smile on her face. It was then that Bloom began to tell Michael some sort of path, describing each step all the way to the destination point. It was then that Michael set out on the path she had shown him, and he asked her for the way to the Slaughterhouse Palace, where he now came. Michael realized that although there was nothing unusual about the area of the palace, but stepping here he had become a target for the local assassins for sure. Our hero is well aware of the fact that these killers will pursue him at every turn, and there is no way to escape from them. That's when Bloom told Michael the story of how one of the elders had come there unprepared and was killed by people in the woods. He is well aware that he could very well be in his shoes right now, so he decides that the best way for him to do that is to be on his guard. Walking through these woods towards the palace, Michael finds some piece of blue cloth ripped off atrociously and ponders what it could have been. On the other side of this cloth, Michael saw the logo of the Blue Storm Squad from the Federation and began to ponder where they might be now. Right after that, Michael realized he had to speed up if he wanted to save any more lives. However, right as Michael was about to enter the palace, he abruptly felt the approach of some chains. And right after that, an enemy human energy. Apparently this one was the local guards who don't let anyone through. Chains and guns all around were also in this guard's possession. And in just an instant, it all went to stop Michael at the entrance. Michael began to ponder whether this was one trap, or if he was still going to try to be captured, then began to dodge the chains. Michael notices the sharp second wave of weapons and realizes that he will need to apply a bit of energy force to fend off the attacks. The events of the story take us into the palace itself, where one of Richard's guards sits near the Federation men hanging from ropes. The guy from the Blue Wind Squad started stating to Richard's guards that he was going to survive no matter what, which the guards didn't believe. Of the Blue Wind Squad, he was well aware that he really should get out of here. But how? That was the big question. He began to look around and noticed that Richard's guard was holding some sort of caterpillar near a knife. A guy from the Blue Wind Squad named William says that apparently Richard's guards also want to escape from this slaughterhouse palace prison. Tim the guard replies that this isn't true at all, but William stands his ground, saying that Tim was abandoned like a dog in this cult. Tim turned to William and stated that there was no directive to keep him alive, so he asked him to shut up, but William continued to raise questions. Tim talks about how he is like a caterpillar, for he was abandoned as a child, and then raised in a slaughterhouse, where he was picked up and given life. In response, William started yelling about how Tim was just a cult dog. The man agreed with that, so he asked William to shut his mouth. Immediately afterward, Tim added that it was best to do so if he didn't want to die, and delivered a small blast of energy to William's body. Tim picked up the fire of energy in his hands and started talking about how there was no way William was getting out of here, then roasted the caterpillar, whereupon Tim left William weighing in blood and declared that he had better pray to death until Richard returned from the gathering. Tim left, and William compared himself to someone and talked about how if he was so strong and courageous, he would have made it through here. William began to remember his past, in which he lived in the same place as Michael's past, and they spent quite a bit of time together. William was reminiscing and comparing himself to the past Michael. He talked about how the latter was very strong and honest, even though he was the son of a leader. In his head, William continued to compare himself to the past Michael, who had previously been the leader of the Storm Squad. William had practically started to close his eyes by now, and was talking about how if Michael had been in his place, they would have won, and now only soon they would see each other in heaven. Meanwhile, our hero Michael was able to deal with absolutely all the guards and get inside quite easily and simply. However, in a moment, someone's voice turned to Michael and asked about the one with the Federation, and it puzzled him greatly. A couple seconds after that, Michael saw Tim's guard in front of him and a bunch of his men looking straight at Michael. Tim turned to the masked Michael and started talking about whatever he did to the guards. But if he set foot on this land, he would not be coming back alive. Michael, being in the mask, started asking about where the Blue Wind Squad was now, and Tim only smiled back, calling Mile impatient. Tim then turned to Michael and mentioned that 8 people from that squad had already passed away. However, another was breathing. Michael began to cover his face with his hands, and Tim laughed it off, and talked about how he was really upset for his squad mates. Tim then replied that he and Michael would now be sent to another life with the squad members, which caused Michael to be even more shocked. Michael began to threaten that he was about to destroy them, but Tim responded by asking about the fact that, didn't Michael come for their leader, Richard? Michael was abruptly surprised and started to ask where the leader of the Blue Wind Squad and the leader of the Slaughter Palace were now, not understanding anything. However, Tim only started laughing with Michael in response, saying that showing up in a place like this without a plan is extremely stupid, because it's highly important right now. Afterward, Guard Tim admits that a Blue Wind Squad leader named William is now in their possession, and Michael immediately remembers him. Michael is replaying in his head all the most pleasant moments with William from his past life, because they were friends before. However, while Michael was pondering, Tim decided he didn't have much time for all this, and gave the order to get rid of Michael. Immediately afterward, all of Tim's men snapped out of their seats and began attacking Michael very quickly, surprising him quite a bit. However, Michael was virtually unresponsive to all these attacks. He was only concerned with the mere thought that his friend was here, and he was in confinement. Michael then realized that he only had 2 thoughts right now. The first was about his friend, and the second was that he should kill all these guys. Immediately after, Michael uses his powers by covering everything around him with the power of a Demon Lord Master, thus getting rid of opponents. Tim immediately noticed that Michael was a pretty strong and formidable opponent, so he gave his men orders to retreat, saying that he was no match for them. However, Michael's response was to sharply declare that it was too late to do that now, his look of sheer madness. Michael began to rise quickly into the air and raise his aura more and more powerfully, tearing down all the problems in his path. The energy created by Michael was enough to repel all of his opponent's attacks and send them away. At this point, Tim realized that they really couldn't stop Michael, so he decided to join the fight as well and pulled out his bow. However, this bow turned out to be quite unusual, because it sent arrows straight at Michael with great speed, and in addition to arrows, also weapons. The remaining warriors decided to support their leader, and also began using bows as weapons for arms. However, it did not give them strong values, because Michael covering his entire body with his energy could repel all these weapons with his bare hands. In addition to simply repelling the weapons that flew at him, he also began to direct powerful energy attacks to the side. The energy attacks were very powerful and stunning, as they seemed to suck the soul out of Michael's opponents. In addition to simply channeling the energy into his opponents, Michael also began to wrap it around everything around him, spewing out life force. After everyone around him was destroyed except for Tim's guard, Michael turned to him and began asking him where William was. However, in response to this, the guard Tim only summoned another squad of guards and gave them the order to kill Michael, after which the fight continued. Several violent confrontations between the two take place, and Tim's guys end up on the floor dead after Michael's force. Tim realizes that there's practically no one else to call out. So on his last strength, he decides to attack Michael himself now. In the moment, Michael quickly flies right up to his opponent and throws dozens of punches using the champion's technique. This is already putting a huge pressure on Tim. He can't hold back the pain and fight normally even, because blood is flowing all over his body. And meanwhile, without taking more than one wound to himself, stands still and raises upward his image of the Demon Lord out of energy. Slowly, but Tim manages to get up. He realizes that Michael is just a monster in battle, so he gives the order to use the blast technique. Then the dozens of Tim's remaining guys start getting into Michael's energy themselves and spinning around in it, as if jumping into the devil's hands now. He turns to Tim and talks about how he can't be taken in by such simple actions. Since he's dealt with such explosions dozens of times, Michael began to say with a smile on his face that he had already learned to withstand any explosion, and now he was not afraid of such techniques at all. A second after saying that, Michael managed to walk right away from all the explosions and absorption techniques, which sent Tim into shock. Immediately after that, Michael was right next to Tim. He grabbed him by the neck and started squeezing him. Tim started saying that Michael must be wondering where William was. He also replied that he didn't care much about it, because he could find it himself. And Tim kept looking at Michael's energy from behind, not realizing what was there. Tim is also good at noticing Michael's very strange look, which clearly has no fear, and afterward, Tim tries to talk himself out of his own thoughts. Michael immediately noticed the change in Tim's demeanor and realized that he was most